Final call for everyone. We'll close the doors and start the raffles. Kindly be seated. A very good morning, all ladies and gentlemen. I understand that everybody is very happy enjoying their fafda, jalebi and dhoklas. So after that sumptuous breakfast, a very good morning to everyone. I am CA Bharti. I am the Head of Education in the Executive Committee of ICAI Bahrain. I welcome you all to the second day of our 16th annual flagship conference. I'm sure all of you are also as excited as we are for the day 2 of our conference. Yesterday was truly a remarkable start. We had a day full of insightful presentations and engaging conversations. It was clear from the energy in the room that we all are here with a shared commitment to advancing knowledge, collaboration and growth. So let's continue the momentum from yesterday and make day 2 an even greater success. So we are starting this beautiful Saturday morning with exciting raffles to add a little more brightness to your day. I would like to call upon the most generous raffle master of the century, as he introduced himself yesterday, CA Vicky John Walker, to the stage to run the raffles. And let's see who are the lucky ones today. Over to you, Vicky.
Thank you, Bharti ji, for that wonderful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I know that the most important question that is floating around is, where is the hat? And is he really going to give some raffles, or it's going to be otherwise? Well, I have one good news and one bad news for you. Which one would you like to hear first? Bad one? So the bad news is that the hat is gone for laundry. And the good news is that I would still choose to start a day by putting a smile on your face, because we have 5 exciting raffles to announce. And without further ado, let us resume the raffle party. And to present these raffles, I am going to invite our Vice Chair, CA Vineet Maru. CA Vineet, can we welcome him with a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that in order to be eligible for these prizes, you have to be among the first 100 individuals who have registered for the annual conference on day 1. So based on our records yesterday, we have taken the first 100 participants of the conference and they become eligible for this gift. The first gift that we have is from Homebox, which is a voucher worth 50 BD. So let's see who is the lucky winner. Are you ready? Let's make some noise. CA Melvin. Congratulations, Melvin. That's a good start for the day, Melvin. All right, the next voucher we have is not so mega raffle, but still not bad. A couple movie tickets from Epix. Can we have the winner, please? CA Balakrishnan. Please make sure that you go for the movie before the ticket expires. Congratulations, CA Balakrishnan. Can we have the next winner, please? CA Sultan. CA Sultan, is he there in the conference hall? CA Sultan 1, CA Sultan 2, CA Sultan 3. Okay, we pass on to the next winner. CA Jatin Karya. All right, we'll have to pass it on to the next winner. CA Rajesh Nair. Let's see who gets lucky to get the movie tickets. We have the next winner, please. Oh, okay, hold on. No, we will still give it to Rajesh because I am generous. All right. The next raffle is from Vaikal Moed, and it is a voucher worth 100 BD. Let's see who is the lucky winner. CA Nupur Daga. All right, we don't have CA Nupur here. Can we pass on to the next winner? CA Gopal. Do we have CA Gopal here? I don't think so. We'll have the next winner. CA Ramesh. All right, and we have one more 100 BD voucher from YKL Moit. Let's see who is the winner. CA Gulshan. Congratulations, CA Gulshan. That was a very well-deserved raffle. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a small announcement. We have had many mega raffles sponsored by YK Almoit, and we were hoping to have a representative from their organization, but unfortunately, because they have lost their leader, Mr. Farooq Almoit, recently, they are mourning, and hence they didn't make it for the event. Can we have 1 minute silence? Kindly be seated. Thank you, Vineet. And now, to take forward the proceedings of today's session, I am going to hand over the control back to our Head of Education, a very supportive, my friend, CA Bharti. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good morning again to all of you. We have a little surprise performance for all of you today to brighten up your day. This is sponsored by SSPL. Can we have the performers, please? Mr. V and Ms. Diana. Thank you very much, SSPL, for this wonderful, amazing surprise. This has truly brightened up our day and moods. Can I call Mr. Nishit Seth to thank the performers, please?
Thank you, Vasil, for a wonderful thing, and I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you like the brief performance of it. And my special thanks to the ExCom led by CA Vivek Gupta for allowing us and this opportunity. In fact, it was a last moment induction and he gave a very positive response. Thank you, CA Vivek Gupta, for it. Before we just move out, and a small reminder, don't forget to drop your visiting card at our stall of SSPL if you want to participate in the Lucky Draw Raffle for one-day free workshop on data analytics. It's a practical workshop and a GRC workshop, which would be by CA Kapil Batra and BVS Pratap. And you will be tortured on analytics by me only, and no other options with us. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a nice day. Thank you. Sorry, for the next round of memorizing the performance you saw now, at the start of the lunch, we have another surprise for you, but at the stall of SSPL, don't forget to visit us. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Nishit. As we all know, the GCC region is undergoing a remarkable transformation, evolving from traditional economies into vibrant hubs of innovation and diversification. At the heart of this evolution lies one group of professionals who have consistently been driving these economic shifts, the new age chartered accountants. Chartered accountants are instrumental in ensuring financial transparency, promoting sound governance, and guiding strategic decision-making. Their expertise serves as a cornerstone in shaping the future of GCC economy. Today, we are privileged to be joined by the esteemed chapter heads from our neighboring GCC countries, who bring invaluable insights into this dynamic journey. Can I request the stage management team to play the video for the first ever GCC conference to be held by the ICAI Muscat chapter?
GCC chapters of ICAI, Muscat chapter of ICAI, Kuwait chapter of ICAI, Abu Dhabi chapter of ICAI, Doha chapter of ICAI, Bahrain chapter of ICAI, Dubai chapter of ICAI. Proudly presents first ICAI GCC seminar at Hotel Sheraton, Muscat, Oman, on January 18th and 19th, 2025.
Marhaba. Namaste.
Assalamu alaikum from Abu Dhabi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Ahlan wa sahlan.
Namaskar. Salam alaikum from Dubai.
Get ready to witness history in the making.
Together, we are stronger, and the journey has just begun.
Together, we are stronger, and the journey has just begun.
Together, we are stronger, and the journey has just begun.
Together, we are stronger and the journey has just begun.
Together, we are stronger and the journey has just begun.
Welcome to Oman and let the journey begin. On the edge of transformation, ready to leap forward, celebration of unity and progress begins here. Welcome to Muscat.
I would like to share with all of you, recently I had attended the Doha chapter's international conference with our team, and I had a chance of meeting all these chapter heads there, and I was so happy to see them all and meet them all yesterday. I am very honored to invite them onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a huge round of applause. CA Krishnan Narayanan Venkat, Chairman ICAI Abu Dhabi Chapter. CA Jai Prakash Agarwal, Vice Chairman, ICAI Dubai Chapter. CA Aditya Dhanuka, Chairman, ICAI Kuwait Chapter. CA Gaurav Kapoor, Chairman, ICAI Muscat Chapter. CA Kamlesh Tiberwal, Chairman, ICAI Doha Chapter. CA Jayaraman Chandrasekharan, Chairman, ICAI Saudi Arabia Eastern Province Chapter. And to moderate the event, we have none other than our young and dynamic chairperson of ICAI Bahrain, CA Vivek Gupta. Over to you, Vivek.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you enjoyed the jalebi fafda. And dokla, yes, indeed. Good morning, everyone. It seems like the energy is missing in the day. Yesterday night, it was a long night, it seems like. Today we are here in Bahrain, celebrating the 16th annual flagship conference of Bahrain chapter of ICAI. The conference New Age, which depicts automation, governance, and excellence in the age of networking, enrichment, and welfare. And we have the speakers from all the GCC chapters. I think we want speakers to speak as well, so we'll give them a mic as well. Before we start, I'll tell you the purpose of this session specifically so that we all are clear about the objective. We are in an age where networking is of paramount importance. And in today's conference, we are fortunate to have representation from Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Doha, Kuwait, Muscat, and Saudi, and all the emerging economies which we are either working in or willing to work in or will be working in. And we have the opportunity today to familiarize ourselves with the contributions which chartered accountants have done in the respective GCC countries. And today we have the eminent speakers to throw some light on that aspect. So as we start, first I would take the opportunity to welcome CA Krishnan from Abu Dhabi chapter.
Thank you.
Welcome CA Jai Prakash Agarwal. We call him Jay fondly, and from Dubai.
Thank you विवेक भाई. एक चीज आपने बोली थी, बहरीन जब वेलकम करता गुड मॉर्निंग बहुत जोर से बोलता, मैंने अभी तक नहीं सुनी. गुड मॉर्निंग बहरीन. That's the energy. Thank you very much.
I think we need the energy. So again, once more, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So we have CA Aditya from Kuwait chapter, CA Gaurav Kapoor. You will get to know him much more because we are going to go in the GCC, first ever GCC conference on January 18th. We'll come to that. CA Kamlesh, who has, by the way, as Bharti mentioned, we recently were in Doha for Doha's annual conference, and CA Kamlesh has been a great supporter and a mentor to me to tell me, Vivek, what things should do go right and what should not. And we have our own member and chair from Saudi chapter, Eastern Province, CA Jayaraman Chandra. A huge round of applause for everyone on that. Without further ado, CA Krishnan, may I ask you to throw some light on the operations of Abu Dhabi chapter of ICAI and the chartered accountants there.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Bahrain team, for inviting us for the wonderful panel discussion. In Abu Dhabi, we have formed in 1984. We are in the 5th decade. We started with the humble beginning of 25 members. Now we are close to 1,500 members. Every year we are adding close to 180 to 200 members. And I am proud to say that at least 30% of our members are women members, lady members. And more lady members are being added into the chapter. I would like the same way all the other chapters also are getting added, the new lady members into the chapter and also to the XCOM. That would be great.
Thank you, C.A. Krishnan. That was good insights. Now, we'll ask our celebrity speaker, I'll say, Jai Prakash Agrawal. For those who don't know, he's a really good singer and poet as well. So, but today we'll ask him about the chapter.
Thank you, Vivek Bhai. First, let me say about, I love the conference theme, New Age. And when I see your team, the young team, I remember a quote from Nelson Mandela, who said, "Youth of today is leaders of tomorrow." And when I see your team, I say, tomorrow has already arrived. Superb team, superb energy and superb arrangement. New Age has already arrived. That is what I have to say. Now, coming to Dubai chapter, I'll take a step back. I say why chapters were formed, why chapters came into existence, what was the thought behind it. It was, professionalism was always there, right? We are professionals, we are chartered accountants, we were professionals. We needed something called networking. We wanted to bound, we wanted to find opportunities and possibilities. That is why chapters took place. We were in Dubai, we are in Dubai. There are more than 10,000 chartered accountants overall UAE. Out of that, 6,000, 7,000 are in Dubai itself. 2,000 to 2,500 are in Abu Dhabi. Total 10,000 chartered accountants. We needed a platform where we have the possibilities to connect, to see the opportunities, to know each other, to evolve each other. That is why chapters came in. And that is why Dubai chapter now has 3,000 members. We are established 2 years elder to them, 1982. ICA Dubai chapter was formed with the only vision that together only we can create opportunities for ourselves. And that is what we did. So now we are 3,000 strong. 6,000 in the region are already there in Dubai itself. 10,000 in UAE are the chartered accountants. One of the largest chapters overseas. We are talking about 52 chapters overseas.
52 chapters in 47 countries.
47. This is the largest chapter as Dubai, which we are thriving. And we always love that GCC, I think, is the strongest network we have. We create possibilities, and that is why chapter is required. Let's together do it. हमने अपने region में कर लिया. अब GCC के लिए करना है. Across GCC, we have to create opportunities for each other because now we are going global, and that is what we have to do.
Very true, Jay. Now we are talking about networking, and we have the mic in the hands of someone who is the epitome of networking. If you want to learn anything about networking, you should ask C.A. Aditya from Kuwait chapter.
I think when I was asked to put the theme for myself, I said for me only one line works is network is net worth. I live by it. I believe in it. And coming back to the chapter, Kuwait chapter, I believe very few people might be knowing much about Kuwait. It's not known for travel and tourism perspective, but however the chapter has been into existence in 2007 and we are 500 plus members there in the country. We do around 20 events in a year. Our flagship event is next week, so I'm physically here, mentally there, preparing for my conference. So it's the love and warmth of Bahrain. We've always looked up to Bahrain for all the initiatives, and one of your guys, Venkata, is in the team and he's gotten a lot of fresh air and breath. We are learning. It's our 4th conference, but the chapter is pretty strong. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, see, Gaurav, I'll come to you towards the end because I have something interesting for you. And before that, I'll go to my mentor. I'll say, C.A. Kamlesh, who taught me a lot of things. C.A. Kamlesh, would you like to tell members about Doha chapter of ICAI, which was the first overseas chapter? So we would like a huge round of applause for the first overseas chapter. Doha.
Thank you, Vivek. You have made me a bit nostalgic. Mentorship is really a privilege, and I recall the time when I first met Vivek a year and a half. And we clicked together, and that is how we developed a bond, especially during the Delhi trip, and that is how we made it up to here. And it has been a humbling experience sitting here and addressing this large audience where I see a lot of seniors and youngsters. So good morning to all of you, and it's been a privilege again for me and my team. We have 6 executive committee members who have come here to Bahrain. We have enjoyed Bahrain's hospitality, and meeting all of you has been an honor for all of us, so thank you for that. Coming to Doha chapter, like Vivek said, it was the first overseas chapter established, obviously overseas, in the year 1981, and since then a legacy has been created where we currently have 52 overseas chapters in 47 countries. So God has been kind, we have been able to carry the legacy forward. As far as when we talk about chapters, like all my esteemed panelists have said here, we feel all like a team. And when I talk about Doha, it's no different from what the other GCC chapters are there. We have around 600 members. We have people who are in all different strata of the society, in different companies at different positions, driving the financial economy of Qatar, running family offices. It's a growing hub, I can say, especially after the FIFA World Cup, which we hosted in 2022. There are a lot of opportunities in Qatar. Tourism is thriving right now. So I welcome you all to visit Qatar, Doha chapter, and we'll be there to help you out. Thank you.
Now, as we move forward, just want to put a point that this is going to be a brief panel discussion because we are not going to discuss much about, but we are opening a path for all, for a discussion, for an interaction, and for a networking platform. So before I ask further questions, after my next 2 questions, if members have any questions regarding any respective GCC countries, please do let us know, because this is going to be a very brief session, as I mentioned again. Now we move on to CA Jayaraman Chandra, Chapter Chair, Saudi Arabia Eastern Province, and just to throw some light on his contributions, not for Saudi Arabia, but just for Bahrain chapter as well. Currently, as we speak, the New Age Conference billboards are displayed at 12 locations in Bahrain as of now. And all credit goes to CA Chandra, who has who helped the chapter to make the event public. CA Chandra.
See, the Saudi chapter, if you ask me, there are 3 chapters over there. One is in Al-Khobar, Riyadh and Jeddah. Altogether, we have got about 600 members. In fact, it was a surprise even to our central minister when we visited last month. He was asking how many members are there. I said 600 to 800. Then he was asking, look, Dubai has got 5,000 members, whereas you are having only 600. So it means there are opportunities. Yes, of course, with the volume of business that has been happening in Saudi Arabia, which is with the Vision 2030, with the increase of phase in non-oil sectors as well as the tourism, there are plenty of opportunities for chartered accountants where they can also take the benefit of it and then make use of it. And we as a Saudi chapter, we are always, we'll help you at any time, whatever the information you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Chandra. Now we move ahead to much awaited one. Some of you must have seen the performances yesterday evening. For the others who don't, they'll have to visit the first ever GCC conference. So before I ask our colleague CA Gaurav Kapoor to throw some light on the first ever GCC conference scheduled to take place on 18th January, 19th January, I welcome you all to join the GCC conference and be part of the enrichment. Please, CA Gaurav Kapoor.
Yeah, good morning everyone, and thanks for having us here. Just touching upon first on the Muscat chapter, the current chapter was formed, although there was some chapter before that and it got discontinued and re-established. So we got re-established in 2008 under the sponsorship of College of Banking and Financial Studies. And since then, we have come here 16 plus years with approximately 450 plus members. Although we know that there are few members who are not registered, so what we launched, with inspiration from Modi ji, one for one program, that if a member brings one member, and I'm sure, there are some unregistered members in other parts of the GCC as well, is you bring one member, we'll give you incentives. So I know you people might know who are there who are not registered, so please make that effort to bring that networking useful by bringing those non-members into members of the respective chapters. Coming to specifically to first GCC seminar, this thought came from our predecessors. Now, we are discussing here that, but this thought came more than a year back from our predecessors, and it was not an easy task. It goes a lot of efforts and a lot of discussions internally to come to the point and convince, yes, we want to have it. And what was the rationale behind it? As the managing committee members, we get the opportunity to go to other chapters, to their international conferences or seminars and network. But what about the members? So the main biggest reason behind, apart from other things, was to give this additional networking opportunity to the members to know who are their colleagues, their friends sitting within the GCC country. So that was the biggest reason or driver where this thought came in. And obviously then was, why Muscat, or why not Dubai, or why not Doha or Bahrain, right? So someone had to take the lead. Obviously, I thank all the chapter chairpersons sitting here who had shown trust on us and said, okay, let Muscat chapter take the lead, and thank you very much for that. And then when I went back to my team and I told them, because this conversation was having only between the chairpersons, I went back to my team and said, gear up, we have to do something more. And obviously, with more responsibility, there was some sense of sensitivity behind as well, how we are going to do it. I said, we are not 8. All the GCC chapter chairpersons with their managing committee, it's not our event. It's not a Muscat chapter event. It's a GCC event. It's all these people sitting here has to support. All the managing committee people of these people who are sitting will support. And all the members in the GCC countries will support us. So you don't need to worry about it. So that's where this thought process happened, and we are now 6.5 weeks from the actual event taking place on 18th January, 18th and 19th. So I'll give you a brief on why 18th Saturday, because obviously we are in GCC where there are different weekends for UAE versus other countries. So we had to stick to a date which is common for all the GCC countries. So that was the reason behind having it on Saturday, the 18th of January. Obviously, I would still request some people who can come with the Friday weekend to come on Friday, enjoy the beautiful city of Muscat, and then who have Sunday as a holiday weekend to stay back on Sunday. We have an investor meet on Sunday morning with OCCI, and then after that, it is a half day on 19th, and then we will have another city tour for people who have not been able to come on Friday. So that's the thought behind doing it 18 and 19, 1.5 days, covering both the parts of the coin, if you say, agreeing to the different weekends that we have in GCC. I will also announce that for all the paid members of Bahrain chapter, the registration fees is heavily discounted, it's just negligible, so you don't have to worry about it. It is more to make sure that you register and come. More details will be shared with you, and all the other chapter chairpersons will share with their members, and we are literally gearing for it. So thanks once again for this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, CA Gaurav Kapoor, and as the time is flashing right in front of my eyes. So before we move ahead, if audience has any questions, we can take 2 brief questions. So we have a few questions there, if you can pass on the mic. Just briefly 2.
Friends are not allowed to ask. You can ask. Everyone is friends.
All the
You want one more?
I think the chapters are representing members today.
Who raised?
No, I'll pass the mic to Mahesh. Mahesh had the question, but mine was more a comment. I think now that the GCC chapters are coming together for this unified kind of events, I think most of us will agree that it's high time we have a GCC cricket tournament, no?
Which has been in discussion. I think CA Ajay, you have always been a visionary, like the person right next
Visionary
to you.
is next to me, so that question is coming. That's the difficult question. I gave the easy one first.
It's under process.
So no, but the question that more I had was, I think it's a great thing that you're doing these things together. I think what I would probably also want to see is how do we leverage on this combination. I think we do this today as too many separate events, including the conferences and these kind of things, right? So I think we have a lot of resources. Probably once you start pooling them together, I think the value that you will get out of it is going to be much higher. So I mean, that's for the future, obviously, but I think this is also something that we can consider, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of duplication, if I can call, that keeps happening between the chapters.
I think, so point well taken. Do we have any other, we have one more towards the end.
Vivek, can I? Sorry.
Yes, please, Mahesh.
First of all, thanks to all of you for coming and gracing this occasion in Bahrain. We always look forward for your presence in all the BCICAI annual conference. My question to specifically Gaurav, because you are on the spotlight, is, we chartered accountants are set as partners in nation building. And as our president mentioned, we are ambassadors of ICI overseas. And one thing that I appreciate what Muscat chapter has done in terms of their events is the CFO mentoring program. We as overseas chapters have a responsibility to give back to the local community. And we in Bahrain deeply attach importance for that. So I just want to know, the specific program you're conducting wherein you bring in finance professionals, which are local Omanis, and train them to leadership positions. And I'm sure similar activities are done by all the other chapters. So if you can just briefly touch upon, the dynamics of this program so that we in Bahrain chapter can perhaps take a leaf from that and, either emulate that or come up with a similar program. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, yes, so this CFO mentoring program is something that we thought of at least 2.5, 3 years back. There was 6 to 9 months of discussions between ICI Delhi, the then chairman, or the then president, the then chairman of the Muscat chapter, as well as the local community through OCCI. And after all that, I think the biggest point was how we can engage with the local community. That was the primary reason of having this program. So the way it has been made up is we have gone through the changes that are required from the current level of CFOs or non-CFOs who are capable to become CFOs in the near future. Not from the chartered accountant Indian community, I'm saying this from a local community. So with that, we drafted an 8-week program covering various topics that are of relevance from a CFO point of view, and with 3 hours to 4 hours on continuous 8-week basis, and that's how we deliver back to the society. As I speak now, we have week 7 ongoing for the 4th CFO mentoring round program happening at the same time in Muscat. So we did this last year. We officially started this with first in Salalah, then in Muscat, then the 3rd batch got completed in Sohar, and as I said, this 4th batch is now currently running in Barka. So that's the bit brief. I'm not sure if I have answered your question or should I elaborate more? Yeah, so I can also share that, yes, we have shared details with all the chapter chairpersons. Obviously, I'm sure they are considering internally how they can use this or in a modified way, in a better way to custom to their country and help in giving back to the society.
Thank you, C. Gaurav, and we'll not take further questions. A huge round of applause. Just before we move, I'll do a very rapid fire round. If the stage management team allows me, few minutes, just brief. I think they are under pressure if the chairperson is asking how they will say no. So, it will be a very fast round. You have to answer with 10 words or very brief answer. Okay. It can be random. How the chartered accountants have contributed in GCC's respective countries which we are representing on stage today. So we'll start with CA Kamlesh. CA Kamlesh.
4 have gone, more 6. The financial backbone of any country, I can say very proudly, are chartered accountants, especially in the GCC.
But something more specific.
Something more, one thing which I have seen there is the decision making. We being part of each and every company and at levels where decision making is done by us. So we are not directly making the decisions, we are enabling the decision making. So somewhere we are guiding the country in the correct path.
Thank you. We'll move to CA Krishnan.
Yeah. See, with 1,500 chartered accountants, the amount of contribution which we are making in for Abu Dhabi. So the chartered accountants are there at a senior manager level, from CEO level up to the mid level. And also we coined the theme Connect to Grow. So there is a huge opportunity which are available for the chartered accountant community also. When we meet, when we connect with each other, there are potential employers, potential suppliers, potential customers. If we connect each of us, then that's a great contribution which our chapter is doing, and all the chapters are doing that way. That's a great contribution which all the chartered accountants are doing to the respective economy.
So Doha is about decision making and Abu Dhabi is about connect. Let's see what Saudi is about.
And
Hello.
Today, as I mentioned to you earlier also, the chartered accountants are having a lot of opportunities, especially in the field of, see today the tax department has come up with more procedures and the methods. So due to that, there are plenty of opportunities for chartered accountants to take an opportunity to, help the things in terms of improving the things, especially on the direct taxation as well as indirect taxation, and also on the even on the accounting side. Now the new company law has been formulated about a couple of years back. So there are plenty of opportunities where we can definitely make use of it and then do better on that part. But from the perspective of the Indian chartered accountants, I can tell you there are widespread of people have been taken, are in the senior positions. They have been, are the backbones to the companies. They have been supporting very well on that.
Thank you, C. Chandra. Now we'll move to CA Aditya, the networking guru.
I can see Bharti waiting for us to leave, so we'll quickly do it. So the first thing that comes to mind is trust. I think the Arabs, particularly from Kuwait, they have a lot of trust on Indians, and we deal with money. So that has been the backbone for the Indian CAs to position themselves in Kuwait. And across spectrum, somebody as a fresher to the CXOs have been there. And the best part about us is trust. They know that we're not into the wrongdoings, etc. So that's been our qualitative parameter which stands out when we compare with other colleagues from different parts of the world.
Thank you, CA Aditya. And now we'll go to CA Gaurav.
Yeah, so I'll add on a bit from what Chandraji said on the tech side, because of most or all of the GCC countries looking at diversification of the economy and taxation being one of the areas where the focus is, and we have seen a lot of new legislations coming out, and obviously the chartered accountants are helping from a compliance as well as change management perspective. But this change management is something, is a different set of skills that are required, and we have seen that things have matured over the time. because it does not require only you to be or your team to be get ready for it. Change management means the collaboration and connecting with the full end-to-end people in your organization to be ready for that. We normally see tax as a standalone, okay, it's the CFO responsibility and he will do it. No, it's not. It just starts there, but it doesn't end there. He has the responsibility of connecting with each and every person in the organization so that they understand these changes can affect how each and every change affects the organization and therefore be ready for it. So, and we have seen VAT being introduced in some of the GCC countries, corporate tax now coming in, but there will be more and more legislations that are expected from a taxation perspective. So I'm sure the Chartered Accountants will continue to drive the economy from that perspective.
Thank you, CA Gorakapur. And as we want to end the session on a high note, we can't ask, we have to ask CA Jay to throw some light how Chartered Accountants have contributed in the growth of Dubai's economy.
10 words, and I will do that because I can see Bharti's standing clock ticker is already 0 and will not take time. Everything which they said, I abide by it. I'll give you a statement and think about it. It's a little deep and think about it, and I think we all have the answers. Grow individually, and perish. Grow individually and perish. Grow together, sustain and nourish. That is what the way ahead is. That is my note. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
With that, we conclude the session for this today. We have opened the path. Now it's all yours. The chapter chairs will be there. Please feel free to network and we can answer as many questions as we want. Say, Bharti, can we facilitate the chapter chairs now?
Thank you very much, and we really enjoyed this session. Can I ask CA Vinay Maru to join on the stage for the felicitation? There is a small announcement here for the sponsors that we will be having sponsors felicitation just after our first technical session. So by 10:30, I request all the sponsors to be ready for the felicitation. Thank you. Can we have the, yeah, please. Yeah. ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter.
Thank you, Bahrain chapter. May I request all the Abu Dhabi chapter members who are over here, past and present, to come on stage to collect memento on behalf of Abu Dhabi chapter. Vice Chairman Rohit, Vivek, Narsimhan.
Go, give. Oh, this is the next one. ICAI Dubai chapter. ICCI Doha chapter. Can I request all the Doha chapter members to join, please? Stay. ICAI Saudi Arabia Eastern Province chapter.
Can I ask Jitendra, Arun and Krishna to come to the stage, please? Krishna Udesi, please.
All members from Eastern Province, please join.
चंद्रा सर ये बहरीन के मेंबर हैं, आप क्यों बुला रहे हैं उनको?
Yes, ICICI Kuwait chapter. And finally, our ICAI Muscat chapter. Please, all members join in. I request all the ExCom members to join us for. Thank you, everyone. As I take your leave, I am very delighted to call upon stage our esteemed committee member, CA Keta Shah, who is not only the head of PR, but also known for her ever-smiling disposition and willingness to offer help at all times. And by now, all of you are very familiar with her AI avatar also. So over to you, Keta. Over to you, Keta. Please join.
Thank you, CA Bharti, for that kind introduction. Kim Cho Bahrain. Once again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's exciting session on a topic that is shaping the future of industries across the globe, harnessing AI, the future of business in the GCC. Artificial intelligence is not just the buzzword right anymore. It's the engine driving innovation, growth, and transformation across businesses. And today, we are here to explore how AI can redefine industries, create opportunities, and empower decision makers to thrive in ever-evolving global economy. Now, to guide us through this fascinating topic, we are privileged to have Mr. Amin Al-Tajir, CEO Infiniteware. And as the company, we have also set the AI avatar to welcome him. I would like to request stage management team to play the AV.
Mr. Amin Altair is a CEO of artificial intelligence company with a remarkable track record with large clients such as Saudi Aramco, STC, GEN, and the government of Bahrain. Amin's experience spans multiple technical disciplines, including artificial intelligence, AI, cybersecurity, decentralization, penetration testing, 3D programming and simulation, hardware design, and programming. A Google Developer Expert, GDE, in machine learning and a recognized veteran speaker. A technical authority who spoke at major tech businesses, ranging from Google, Amazon Web Services, AWS, and many huge conferences spanning Bahrain, Lebanon, Dubai, and the rest of the world. On behalf of everyone, we warmly welcome Mr. Amin Altair to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Please welcome Mr. Amin Altair. And to moderate this conversation, we have our member, CA Lakshmanan R., who is a senior partner at MCA Gulf and has over 28 years of experience in financial services, real estate, hospitality, manufacturing, and consulting sectors. Welcome to the stage. Over to you.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. It gives me nostalgic memories when I was involved with the Bahrain chapter way back about 20 odd years ago as a founding secretary of the chapter, somewhere about 97 or so. And then about 10 or 15 years ago, I had addressed the chapter. Now it's an opportunity for me to ask questions instead of speaking. So I'm in a comfortable position. But I must tell you, I'm sitting with a person, Amin, who has been doing AI for the last about 15 odd years. So thank you, Bahrain chapter, for giving me this opportunity. As soon as I drove in today to the hotel, the security guard from a distance told me, you can move to the parking area. And I was actually surprised. And I asked him, how do you know? And he said, AI. So he spotted me from a far distance and asked me to sort of move to the parking lot. This is what it can do in terms of technology for you. So today we are here to explore this AI across the GCC, what is happening. And none other than Amin. Amin, you have spent considerable amount of time in the region, in Saudi, in Bahrain, in the US, and etc. This AI is not new. It has had, different avatars. And when I first met you physically today, I just wanted to be sure there's not a digital twin, he's a physical. Things have changed so much, so rapid, and especially after this chat GPT came, suddenly things seem to be accelerating so fast. Do you think, are you worried about this change at this stage?
Thank you so much for having me first. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's so awesome to see Lakshmanan in person. Thank you so much for having me again, and thank you for your interest in AI, generally speaking. It's been the topic of the decade, I'm guessing. Well, to set the stage first, look, 100%, everybody's scared, everybody's worried, which is very fair, and everybody has to be in that specific position. However, if we're being honest, whenever we talk about jobs, whenever we talk about technology, it's always a two-way sword. So you have opportunities and you have also, let's say, threats or concerns. And this is no different. The only difference is, like back in the day, AI has been covering, let's say, a very specific, let's say, vantage point, for example. So you have this physical, let's say, robots and such. But however, now with this new advent of AI, you got things that are covering our cognitive skills, the things that we value the most, like intelligence, learning. These were never the case before. This was never the case that an AI solution was going to be able to cover, let's say, your typical employee sitting in an organization. But now I can fairly, with a very straightforward face, say that you can replace a regular human being, at least in the corporate space, with a program, and it does the job multiple times better.
Very true, Amin. I was just reading if you're not thinking of AI, you're not thinking. That seems to be the case these days. I just wanted to check with the audience, how many of you are using AI either at work or on personal level? Right, seems to be a very low percentage. But interestingly, if you look at today, on the global agenda of the leaders, AI is on the top of the agenda along with governance and sustainability. I'm sure all of us are using AI in different avatars without realizing it. I'm sure if you're having a smartphone today, most of the smartphones are having the AI, features. And accordingly, we look better in the pictures when, you're using those smartphones. I was looking at, from a business perspective, what the GCC governments, various governments have done. And particularly from 2017, there has been a significant acceleration in terms of AI in the governments. And I think each country has chosen a different model. Qatar, I think, had its own policy. UAE went ahead and had a minister for AI. Saudi, launched some of the initiatives, particularly looking at the data and what is the authority to be sort of looking at that. Another country, Bahrain, is looking at AI from a different perspective, how it impacts the economy. So there has been an interesting journey by these governments doing that. Do you see that the governments at G2G level today are, particularly in the region, are collaborating on some of these initiatives, or these are standalone initiatives of the respective countries?
Okay, that's a very good question. The thing is, to be quite honest now, since AI is now coming in with a new shade, it has a different cover. And I'm not sure if you know this, but AI is not new, has been there since the 60s. However, it comes every 20 years or 15 years with a different new shade. And this specific shade, that you've got two different things that are driving this whole force. The first one is what we call data, and data is becoming super important. We're not talking about your usual Excel sheets and such. As we chart into this world, we generate so much data in terms of our tweets, our Instagram posts, our Facebook, even our position. Whenever we move and we have our phone with us, we log our location down the road. So all of these things turned out to be one of the most important ingredients in driving the whole process. The second thing is compute. Now, nobody really thought that the cloud was going to be as essential as artificial intelligence, or the other way around. And so those two things are the two main axes that governments as of today are working against. For example, if you go to Saudi, I'm not sure if you heard this, but Saudi just did a very big partnership deal with a company called Grok, if you know the company Grok. Now, Grok, what do they do exactly? They bring compute to your data center. And they do it so well that you can run ChatGPT, but instead of waiting for these words to pop up every now and then, you get the whole thing in one shot. Now, this might not seem that interesting if you're just doing your typical, let's say, draft me an email or such. But there is a segment of AI now that we call agentic workloads, if you heard about it, where AI can understand your sentiment, it can break it down to multiple intentions, and then it needs to talk to multiple systems to get things working. This is where you really need inferencing speed. And as I said, government of Saudi understands that challenge, and they're already tackling it head on. So they got one of the biggest companies, probably as of today, the second in the world, or the second fastest in the world in building AI hardware. They got them in Saudi Aramco Digital. So this really tells you about the way they're thinking forward, this is the first thing. The second thing is, confidentiality/sovereignty. They want to run these workloads not on the cloud, they want to run them directly at their premise, which is not something that every government appreciates. So most of the governments that I've personally interacted with, they're very fine going and putting all of their workloads on commercial clouds. Let's say Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud Platform, AWS, and whether you love them or hate them, eventually they're commercial entities. And in a government setup, you need to have that sort of thing running on your own place. So this is Saudi, Qatar has their own thing. UAE as well, tackling this conversation from a different vantage point altogether. For example, they worked on their large language models. There's one called Jace, and there's another one called Falcon. These are significant contributions to the AI space, and they're doing really well. So they're covering that, software side, where, let's say, Saudi is working on the government. So there's plenty of opportunities. There's a lot of fragmented initiatives, as far as I can see. But as of today, I haven't seen a collaborative, cooperative sort of initiative, to be honest. think it takes some time before it works. We definitely need AI, huh? There you go.
Very interesting points. I mean, you talked about data centers. Today, I think countries have adopted 5G, some of the countries. We're going to 6G and many other things. The amount of data we are consuming today is probably about 5 GB level, and that probably with all of these new technologies coming, the speed is, the essence. We are looking at consuming even probably 20 GB. So that would require a huge opportunity in creating data centers, especially for AI. You need high-speed processing and all of the stuff. Very interesting what you talked about Saudi Arabia. And on a related point, when I look at UAE, when they created the Arabic LLM model for the Falcon project, it was very significant for the region, for I would say the Middle East and Arab region, because it was done in Arabic, because otherwise all of this was done in English. So I see, some of the governments taking a lead. Maybe they would collaborate at some stage. I was even thinking whether like a GCC electricity grid at some stage, for the AI. A point here, to get your perspectives. Data protection. So far, the GDPR standards have been heavily used. You referred about Saudi, having their own standards, having, data to be within Saudi and the cloud. Are we going to see a GCC standard coming up in play because some of the businesses are within the pan-GCC entities?
Yeah, that's actually another fantastic question because, compute, AI, data, they all go in one big salad, right? And so what has happened now, again, coming back to Saudi, because I personally feel that it's a great model. Love it or hate it, they're doing a lot of things really well. For example, they have a specific authority that drives the whole AI initiatives, SEDAIA, if you heard about them. Now, SEDAIA is made of multiple engineers that are, multiple people who understand AI from an engineering perspective as well. And in my humble opinion, these are the best people who should regulate this sort of technology. And even the word regulation, it's very debatable, to be quite honest. Do we understand the full technology to begin to really go and regulate it? And so, yeah, so there are a lot of things, especially in the regulation side. And you can see this, like if you talk about capitalism, let's say, if we're being honest, everybody's going to do it for profit. So there might be some contraventions that you're going to do. However, you need a solid regulator that can have that sort of balance between openness, where you can still exercise business without those harsh limitations, but at the same time, you want to do it very fairly for the individuals and for businesses and for government citizens. For example, I wouldn't trust any application that touches your regular citizens and that application is hosted on the government by a third party unless it's really scrutinized, because you can change people's fates with that sort of thing. You need to scrutinize the data, you need to understand how these models are behaving, because believe it or not, we don't understand the full technology yet, so you don't want to put anything in production before you test it really, really well. And you can sense the maturity across the GCC, where you have different countries pushing stuff all the way to production without proper vetting, and then you have other people who are completely on the other side, where they're really slow, but they're trying to do it very, 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 very carefully. I like being in the middle, where you got to be pragmatic and elevating. Now, you want to introduce stuff, but at the same time, we got to be very careful of what we're introducing, especially that we're impacting people's lives.
Absolutely. This AI is empowering people, and it's going to have a huge impact on lives. Let's talk a bit about Bahrain. Bahrain has been a financial center, as people can remember. So obviously, the Central Bank of Bahrain, as a regulator, and the banks which are here, how much have they progressed on AI? Have any banks successfully implemented AI, any particular model? You have a use case. Can you talk about it?
No, that is really great, because this is the crux of our business. Now, what we do in InfiniteWare, because I actually worked in banking for the last 15 years, after working for a couple of people there and a couple of companies in the US. And the one thing that really struck me the most is that banks are sitting on a huge amount of data. You're talking crazy amounts. You store people's habits, the coffee that they go to, where they get, I don't know, their grocery and all these things. And so it's a huge amount of data and carries a lot of value. The number one problem is because, in your typical corporate space, and I can say that with a straight face, is that they don't understand how to unlock that data. And so AI now with the power of open banking, all of these, pedals that are tagging along, they're really putting a lot of pressure on businesses, especially banks and financial institutions, to up their game, otherwise they're going to be left in the dust. For example, open banking really forces every bank to open up their APIs for the public, for enterprises and startups, and you cannot compete with startups. Startups have nothing to lose. They can just go crazy full on, pursuing an idea. If it doesn't work, they can go somewhere else. Where banks have a lot, at stake here. And so coming back to Bahrain, I've seen a lot of banks covering the essentials, let's say, which is sentiment analysis, understanding, let's say, reviewing comments, doing your TTS or, text-to-speech sort of use cases. However, I still feel that there's a huge amount of opportunity not being unlocked, especially when you talk about personalization. Like I always tell this joke to everybody that I know. When I was 15, long time back, my mom got me a saving account. And I still remember I got an SMS from a very notable bank in Bahrain that shall remain nameless that says, it is time to go for a mortgage loan. And I was 15 years old. I was like, what the heck is so? What is this? What is even like a mortgage?
They were harnessing their data, not efficiently.
If it was that, I would appreciate that. The thing is, they use SMS in a bulk fashion. And so users and customers appreciate personalization. They want to feel special, and you can do that now. You understand what I mean. Has his own coffee fix every single day. Why wouldn't you create a specific tailored package for a reward system that keeps me hooked in my bank? Now you can do that, but the $1 million question is, does management understand the goal? Do they understand the value? And this is where training and awareness really come in. Because to be quite honest, if banks are not going to pick up fast, startups are going to kill them. And you can see all these payment systems, that are coming in now, Revolt and all these, and they're taking market share because the banks have been dinosaurs, if we're being honest.
Absolutely. That brings me to another point. You talked about personalization in AI.
Yeah.
And when the organizers asked me to, connect with you, the first thing I went to LinkedIn and looked up on your profile, and I saw that you have something, personal AI assistant.
Yes.
I was a bit intrigued by that.
Yeah.
Can you throw some light? What do you do with that?
So when I worked in banking for the last 15 years, the one thing that struck me the most was that, look, you have a lot of data again, but you can't introduce AI experiences because generally you will have to do with the public cloud. So we have offerings from AWS, Azure, and GCP, and they're really great. However, you don't control the infrastructure, which means for anything compute heavy, let's talk about ChatGPT, for example. In case you haven't noticed, ChatGPT actually runs on Microsoft's infrastructure. And they have that sort of a deal, OpenAI and Microsoft, because Microsoft offers the infrastructure, and ChatGPT or OpenAI does the actual hard research. However, think about it if you were a government. Now, would you trust your data with a public offering on the cloud? I wouldn't, if you ask me. And so what Noura knows, Noura is actually my daughter, which is our solution that we created more than 3 years ago, brings the same experience, but it does it in an offline fashion, which means it reads your PDFs, it reads your Excel sheets, it reads data from your ERP system, your HR system, and you can talk to it in English, in Arabic, even dialects. Like I come from a region, from a specific place called Muharraq, and our dialect, trust me when it's hard, it's very hard to understand. And so it understands the sentiment, the Arabic, and all of that, and it does it in an offline fashion. This is the key value. And our complementary solution now that runs on actual devices allows it to even do this, okay? And I actually use this in production. Like sometimes I don't want to listen to what my wife says, so I say, okay, what did my wife say about meeting in the Avenues Mall? Oh, 7 p.m., sure, I'll be there, without even listening to the voice notes. So this is the power of AI. It understands the sentiment, the content, the dialects, and you can put it to use in very cool use cases.
That brings me to another point. There are a lot of married men here, and I'm sure they've been used to AI, in their lives. Just coming back to the point about resources.
Yes.
Obviously, these models have to be trained. You need to put the data.
Yeah.
And you would need, of course, people to sort of do that.
Yes.
And eventually, these people may get replaced. That's a different, like unless we retrain ourselves. But coming to that, GCC has got a limited population, and place like Bahrain has got, a very small population. Is it not challenging for some of these countries to have the talent pool, and especially a neighbor like Saudi Arabia, which is, growing very fast, and UAE as well? Is there, people from the GCC are moving elsewhere, looking for opportunities. Is it difficult to get resource here, particularly on the Arabic side? And even you talk about dialect and all of that, it becomes even more challenging.
100%. These people are getting paid loads of money on the outside. However, here, even when you have the same liquidity, you can't offer because people are hard to come by. And this is why we do a lot of our outsourcing and contracting maybe in the US and Germany, where we have most of our staff, and then we bring that experience here. But what I'm trying to say here is that it's not too late. We can still pick up our pace really fast. For example, Singapore is a great example. It's a small nation. They picked up really fast across the last 30 to 40 years. And Bahrain can, I mean, we can still the same, we still can follow the same model. We have very great people who understand math, who understand engineering, but you don't want them to be scattered across the board. You don't want your typical web developer to work in machine learning and when they come back from work. You need them to be very focused on one thing and they do it really, really, really right. And this is how we can build a specific niche in an industry. You can't just be, you know, a generic. And take Taiwan, for example. They have TSMC, which is their semiconductor business. They've done it across the last 30 years. I honestly believe this is the model to go forward. We got to make sure that we pick something really important in AI and we perfect it. Because if you think about it, like AI is giving us a new way to start. I always tell my friends, like, look, I was not in a position to compete with the likes of Google and AWS. However, I can build a product using large language models and I can steal some of that market share in this geography. Because it's a level playing ground. It was never this case before. So yeah, just harness it.
Absolutely. I mean, is it made sort of easier for people, traditionally people were doing a lot of programming and learned that. Today, I think to become an expert in AI, probably you don't need to learn so many languages.
Look, the funny thing is that the people don't talk about, when you hear somebody say, like, I'm an AI expert, most likely they learned about ChatGPT yesterday. And so, yeah, I mean, it's challenging to really put your fingers on such a thing, but I would always feel that it's not about the AI part specifically. Look, when Google started bringing their own product, you know Bard, remember Bard? Bard. Yes, Bard was the older name for Gemini, their AI offering. I mean, if we put it bluntly, it used to suck. It was horrible. And you would think that this was crazy. It's coming from a big company such as Google. Now, why is this case? Because building a proof of concept is not hard. You can jump on LinkedIn, put something really fast, and show the world that you know what you're talking about. But good luck putting it in a proper product. This is what happened with Google. Google, when they introduced Gemini in their search, there was a moment where people saw this example where it says, it is actually healthy for you to eat rocks every single morning. To eat rocks. And this shows you that introducing it within a proper product is not an easy job. So coming back to my last point before I close here, you need people who understand the surroundings of AI, infrastructure, deployment, product development. These are not easy. So it's not just about focusing in your cocoon and saying machine learning is what I want to do. It's about how you connect it.
I mean, that means to the next point. Today, we are addressing the finance professionals here who are working, who are in practice. How do you see that AI impacting the professional services provider?
Yeah, look, I don't want to sound very pessimistic, but I want to be very realistic. And every discipline is going to be impacted. Look, when I got my access to ChatGPT more than 10 years ago, I got the researcher access from OpenAI long before it was public. And I remember I was in a coffee shop and I had glasses back then. So I was doing this to my glasses. Like, seriously? Like, seriously? Like, it was not just the content. Like, I was asking it about programming stuff. And the second you understand how to program, it means that you understand how to do logic. So it understands logic. This was never the case before. And so coming back to professions such as the accountants that we have here, you got to understand that AI is not the enemy. AI is just a tool, at least for now, without motives. And so you got to make sure how to augment your work with AI, how to complement it, whether we're talking about user experiences and products such as the things that we have here on the left, or whether you use it as a harsh consultant to give you another second pair of eyes. We got to understand it's not the enemy. It's here to complement our experience. It's not here to replace us, at least for now.
Thank you. Moving into a bit of the GCC to UAE, for example, recently the UAE government, has entered into a partnership, particularly the Dubai government, with the IIT Madras, and the Institute of Technology Madras, which is, a leading institute there. And they are forming a collaboration for research and innovation. Now, that to me gives a signal that they want to build the capability of research and innovation, and also that, at some point in time you will have research, you have research papers coming in, you have, intellectual properties, then you can monetize them. Yes. And then with the view of, moving away from an oil-based economy to a non-oil-based economy, exactly. I think it's going to have a huge impact. What is your view on that? Is that the model, some of the other countries are looking at?
It's very rewarding. Now, a lot of people don't understand that when you get to ChatGPT, there's a huge amount of work that have been done in the pack. So, for example, you have data cleansing, you have model training. So this full roadmap, let's say this full journey from your raw data sitting in an ERP system all the way to an actual use in the end as an experience requires a lot of stages. And this is where you need people who understand how to tackle every stage. You need machine learning engineers in the last part. You need data scientists in the beginning. You need infrastructure engineers who are going to run this whole show. And so it's very important that we invest in people across those domains, not only a single domain and we call it a day. No, you need people who still understand how to run infrastructure in their own house and all the. So I think it's going to be beautiful. What UAE is doing is really smart. They understand AI is not a small part, it's the surrounding, thing. Right. Exactly. And so investment in all of those is really equal in terms of importance.
That brings me to the next point. If you're at the private sector, looking at AI projects, ROI is a measurement.
Yes.
Some of these projects, can we really measure ROI? Or is it going to be there? How difficult it is once you've already gone and spent a lot of money into this?
That's actually a legit question, because some of the board directors that I worked with across the board in Bahrain for banks asked exactly the same question. It's like, look, I know it's beautiful and I can write a poem for my son and for my daughter, but I don't care about that. I think about ROI every single day. And I say that's fair. What you can do is start with the customer. There are low-hanging fruits, small projects that you can introduce that can have a lot of value. Take sentiment analysis. A lot of people now don't understand what their customers are saying about them. Right. And apparently everybody talks about this on Instagram and social media, right? Why don't you have an AI system that can read all of that, understand the sentiment, and it can get you a real-time dashboard of what people are saying about your product? Right. Now, this can really drive ROI. If you have something that people don't like, change it directly. You don't get that experience. Like, take your traditional conventional banks. Where they introduce something, you gotta wait for a week or probably a month to take those letters from the feedback box and read it. Now, who does that in this age? So ROI is very closely tied to low-hanging fruit projects that you don't need to invest much in. Just test the waters. Can we introduce value? Then invest in those projects.
Understand. Having lived in UAE and also been traveling to Saudi on work basis, I somehow felt these two countries, the governments are, driving the technology initiatives much faster than the private sector.
Yes.
It also puts pressure on the private sector to catch up, and sort of having their technology, much faster, at least, and catch up on the speed. That comes to a question in terms of which are the sectors, currently you see in the GCC.
Yeah.
Adoption is there.
Okay.
Can you talk about it?
Sure. So customer service across the board is going to be impacted big time. Like every startup now directly goes to customer service because you can deal with language. You can help out people and support. I know everybody has their own pessimistic take on chatbots, but believe me when I tell you chatbots are really transforming. You don't need to treat it like an exchange where you say 0 to do this, 1 to do that, 2 to do this. No, you can explicitly say whatever you want in the language you like, in the phrasing you like, in the dialect you like, and then it can get you exactly what you want. This was never the case before. I'll tell you an example. Like my mom likes to chit-chat before she gets some stuff done. Right. I'm a very direct person. I like to be very directly to the point, you can tell. And so chatbots can change themselves. They can mold themselves to give you that personalized experience. So it was never that case before. The medical space is very slow, which is understandable, because you need to be very vetted before you get into that space. Banking is changing under the pressure of startups and open banking and all these regulatory changes that are changing the landscape. But all in all, there's a lot of fragmented things, which is really beautiful for business, if you ask me.
I think retail sector is one, because you deal with customers,
Retail,
the adoption seems to be quite distinct.
Yeah, retail.
Are governments using it in urban planning and other areas?
Oh yeah, so we also, again, not fishing for business, but nonetheless, we have a product called ArcChain that helps people to build blueprints for their houses just by explaining what they want. And this was actually when I was building my own house. So I was looking for ideas and such, and I never found one in Bahrain. And so what I've done is we built this application that is now commercial, and we're trying to finalize a few deals with the government. But you can say, I want 4 rooms in my ground floor, 3 rooms upstairs. It needs to be big. I don't need the kitchen to be close to the bedroom. You can say it like that, and you can have multiple generative ideas out of thin air, and you can even tweak it a little bit more. It's beautiful how you can do that. Now, for government, this really helps them because you can upload your sketch, you can upload your blueprint. It can be validated according to the government rules without people manually, blowing their eyes doing it manually.
Got it. But just moving on to, which again would interest finance professionals here and of course bankers here. I was reading the other day, NVIDIA, which is one of the most valuable companies today in the world, and BlackRock, which is a global asset manager, have partnered together and they've created some knowledge graphs and vector RAG using a hybrid RAG.
Yep.
And that's quite amazing because when you're doing analyst briefings and calls and etc., there's a lot of data, financial data, which is required. You need to retrieve those data and then you need to analyze those and answer those. All of this today, the system would do. And also, I think, apart from voice, which is being used, you can have graphs coming out.
Yes.
You could possibly look at your competitors. What have they done or announced? It sort of goes and scrapes wherever from the web, gets you all the information. And then you have a presentation when you're going to do an analyst call. You already sized your competitors and you're talking about. That's amazing.
That's what I'm saying. Look, in this current age, the faster you are, the better you are. You got this competitive advantage. And sadly, most companies have a lot of untapped knowledge. You've got so many systems. There are few tabular, rows sitting out there that can get you a lot of advantage, but you don't get access to them. And this is the power of AI. You can exactly explain whatever you want. It's going to go to the deepest doors and the deepest rooms, to get that information, which is very powerful. And as you said, RAG is very popular in the industry.
Fantastic. Which other areas you think the AI is getting used more? Telemedicine is something which is happening in Bahrain?
Yeah, but I mean, look, the second you touch medicine and the medical space, you got to be extremely careful because you can impact people's lives, not necessarily in the best way possible. But to be quite honest, there's a lot of room. And again, I don't want to say say something I'm not sure of, but I feel that there's a lot of interest. However, execution is going to be the most important thing.
Right. I think I would like to open it up for the audience here. Maybe 2 questions we can take before we wrap it up. Is that okay from a timing perspective? Anybody has questions?
Because of the paucity of time, we can take only 1 question right now.
I think there's somebody waving their hand. 1 question. Lucky question. You're going to have a raffle right after this.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for the insight about the AI, which is the hot topic. I just wanted to know, there are a lot of initiatives being taken by various governments in GCC as such, and all over the world. Specifically in Bahrain, because we are right now in Bahrain. And for myself, I can speak, I am of a generation which is reaching the dinosaurs. For me to imbibe technology in my day-to-day life and to even learn at the pace which the Generation X, Generation Z, I say A to Z, is at. How do we cope with it? In various sectors, you spoke about financial, try to collaborate with it. It's not your enemy, it's your friend, but the fear is still there because I am aging. AI is very young and fresh. How do I cope with that? Because I try to reach out to various institutions, organizations to understand this AI in various sectors, not only pure financial, so that I can collaborate and be still useful till the time I am 6 feet under.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
You're very welcome. So to be quite honest, one of the things that I always tell the people that I'm surrounded with is that if you want to do yourself a favor, you got to make sure you pick up Python. Python is a programming language that is extremely easy to learn. You can actually learn it in 2 hours over the weekend, over coffee. And it's going to do you justice and it's going to do you fairness for a very long time. Because most of everybody has had this take that you had to be a guru programmer in order to be in the AI space. Well, you don't, honestly. Python is really contracting that sort of, barrier. And within 2 hours, you'll be able to understand some of the use cases. You'll be able to experiment. Like even something such as ChatGPT, you can programmatically deal with it with 5 to 7 lines worth of code. Think about that for a second. It's beyond crazy. 5 to 7 lines, and you can have a small project to experiment with, not necessarily commercial yet, but that hands-on experience is only because you can learn Python, and you'll be able to understand what people are talking about and such. So do yourself a favor, pick up Python.
I think, you referred earlier about Singapore. Singapore government is looking at training people of 40 years plus in sort of AI, this is what I understand. Google has got its LB where, you can create your own book, in terms of voice and etc. With that, very insightful discussion. Other day I was at a conference. When I came back, I had an email which said, if you have a selfie which you've taken, just put the selfie back into the slot wherever they've said, and then it'll sort of give all the pictures, wherever, whichever event you've attended, and etc. I don't know whether the organizers have done something like that for us, but definitely there's lots happening on this space. And I'm sure by the time we discuss it, maybe in a year or so, things would have advanced further. Thank you very much for having. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jalal.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
As rightly mentioned, and as rightly mentioned by you, that AI has changed my AI avatar also, that people is looking me like, is this AI Keta or real Keta? Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask our chairperson and vice chairperson to please honor Mr. Amin Al-Tajul. Now, with this wonderful sessions, and I would like to invite our Vice Chairperson, CA Vineet Maru, for the sponsors felicitation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As we gather today, it is important to take a moment to acknowledge and express our heartfelt gratitude to the sponsors. This year, our team, CA Vivek, Vinod, Ankush, Sumit, Chintan, ESCOM team, our previous past president, member and friends in industries, helped us a lot and put a great emphasis to onboard them. And a result of this is this screen and this mega conference. A huge round of applause for our sponsors. The sponsors' commitment to our vision has inspired us to strive for excellence. We will take this opportunity to recognize them and celebrate our partnership. I will start taking the sponsors' name now. For first, I will start with our annual sponsor, SSPL Middle East. Mr. Kapil Batra, Nishish Seth, BVS Pratap from SSPL. Now I will invite our chairperson for the mementos. A huge round of applause for SSPL Middle East. Their showcase in the morning, the amazing performance in the morning was a highlight. Thank you, SSPL, for the performance also. Yeah. Vivek, you stay here, please. Our next sponsor, Cube Innovators. Representative from Cube Innovators, please come to the stage. BCICAI. Yeah, I asked Cube Innovator team to come on the stage for the felicitation. Yeah, I asked them.
I would like to take this opportunity to thanking the entire ICA Bahrain team for giving Cube Innovators this opportunity to present in front of all of you. Once again, thanks a lot from our heart. Our next sponsor, Zoho, Platinum sponsor Zoho. Dinesh, please come on the stage.
I will go to gold sponsors. EK Kanu, Mr. Gopakumar. PwC, Mr. John Malloy, Vivek Mandovra, and PwC team. Solidarity team, Mr. Chanaka and Hussain Fahmi. Please do visit the Solidarity stall. They have a raffle for Apple Watch. Anyone who put a visiting card in the Solidarity stall will get an Apple Watch in the raffle today. Visiting card. Our next sponsor, KPMG. Any from KPMG team? Please. Grant Thornton, Mr. Sandeep Thakkar, D. Chandrasekhar, can we have you on this team? Grant Thornton. Our next sponsor, Protivity, Mr. Gaurav Radhakrishna, Hafsa Jada. Can we have you on the stage, please? We will request our previous President Sharmila also to come on the stage to represent Protivity. their Managing Director Arvind Benani is one of the model pan-rater in the evening. Our next sponsor, Devji. Do we have anyone from Devji team here? Huge thanks to Devji for being a gold sponsor for us. Our next sponsor, Lulu Hypermarket. Anyone from Lulu team who's here? Huge thanks to Lulu Group to sponsor us. Our next round of sponsors, Fab. First Abu Dhabi Bank, Mr. Dinesh Sharma, proud member of ours. Our next sponsor, Flues. Can we have Flues team, Nitin sir? Flues has a very creative stall. Please do visit it. Our next sponsor, Seco Bank. Can we have Shyam Krishna sir and the Seco team come down stage? Yes, Joseph sir. Now we will move to our silver sponsors. First, I would like to invite VShore, Anish, Maheshwari and VShore team to come on the stage. All our AI avatars has been made by VShore and they have given a special raffle. If you go to VShore booth and put your visiting card, then they will give you 3 avatars with recorded script. So please put your visiting cards in the VShore stalls. Our next sponsor is Khaliji Bank. This time the chairperson will give the memento to himself. Can I request Chintan Ankush also to come and give the memento to Vivek? as a representative of Kaliji Bank. Thanks to Kaliji Bank for sponsoring us. We request it continues in futures also. Our next sponsor, Baker Tilly. Can we have Mr. Anshul Devbhakta and Sethu sir and Baker Tilly team on the stage? Huge round of applause. Our next sponsor, AM Consulting. Can I request Mr. Ravi Mehta, Shwetank and AM Consulting team to come on the stage? AM Consulting has been very generous and they have announced a raffle. Anyone who visits this stall and put their visiting card on at the AM Consulting stall will get a raffle of 25 PD, 4 raffles. Our next sponsor, Yusuf bin Ahmed Kanu, YBA Kanu. Can I have Mr. Rajesh Kinshan and Panchu on the stage? Our next sponsor, American Express MX. Can we have Mr. Arun Kotwani on the stage, please? Any other representative of MX, please? And Abhinav also, please come on the stage. Our in-kind sponsorship from them. Thank you, Amex, for the sponsorship. Tennis tournament is very close. Our next sponsor, GSPU. Can we have Mr. Sumit on behalf of Mr. Prince to come on the stage? GSPU. Can we have our next sponsor, ARC Advisory, Abhishek Gupta, to be in line. Abhishek Gupta, ARC Advisory. Should we say sponsor and chairperson or Gupta brothers? Our next sponsor, APMH, can we have Mr. Mitesh Kataria on the stage? Can we have our next sponsor, Pi? Can we have Mr. Nitin again for the Pi, to represent Pi? Thanks again, Nitish ji, to have a double sponsorship. Thank you again. SBI, Mr. S from SBI. SBI is one of the largest bank in India, and we are honored to have them as one of our sponsors. Thank you, SBI Bank. We will move to conference support category. First, Europcar. Any representative from Europcar is here? Europcar, Mr. Ms. Sara, can you come on the stage, please? I think they are on the tour to Muscat. Their generous sponsorship, the Raffle to go to Muscat, was very a super hit. We look forward to much more Raffle in next year coming next Muscat. Thank you, Europcar. Homebox, any representative from the Homebox are next sponsors. Rishabh. See Rishabh, please, can you come on the stage? First Motors, any representative from First Motors are here? Thanks First Motors for the conference support sponsors. Foursquare, anyone from Foursquare? We thank Mr. Pascal and Jaideep for the amazing display of our ICI Bahrain banner at different petrol stations and the totem which they supported. Thanks to Foursquare for the support. Budget car rental, anyone from Budget here? We'll move ahead with Ecovis Al Sapti. Can we have Ms. Chandana on the stage, please? Can we have, if Ecovis team, whole Ecovis team is here, they can come on the stage. Ecovis team. Our next sponsor, Mega Contracting. They helped us a lot in our office development. Can we have Mr. Manish Janged, popularly known as MJ, on the stage? Epic Cinema, anyone from Epic Cinema? कोई आ रहा है? Next sponsor, Xerox. Can we have Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram on the stage? Xerox has generally given Raffle for us. We are waiting for those Raffle to unleash. Our next sponsor, NAS Group. Can we have Mr. Hemant Joshi on the stage? Mr. Hemant Joshi. A wonderful presentation yesterday which helped us in remembering names. Now we will move to our partners who really helped us in making this event. Our first logistic partner, Tashilat Car Leasing. Can we have Najib Hussain and Chintan Seth? Najib is here. Huge thanks to Tashilat Car Leasing. They have given us 4 GMC Tahoe and they have put a proud CA logo of ours on their cars. Thank you, Chintan, for the gesture. Sadhguru, travel partner Sadhguru, can we have Mr. Rafiq Mohammed and his team? Jacob. They have also announced 2 raffle cards, of one of 100 BD, one of 50 BD. When you, if you visit their stall and give. It was our committee member Sumit helped in getting Sadhguru on board. Thank you, Sumit, also to bringing them on board. If you notice, this year we have put a great emphasis on our design color scheme. Our next partner was really instrumental in doing so. Our design partner, Paletio Design, represented by Rashid, who has traveled from India just for this. His contribution has been immense in choosing colors and making this a new age. Our technology partner, Tally, can we have Mr. Prayesh on the stage? CA and Tally is a match made in heaven. Thank you, Tally, for being our technology partner. Our airline partner, Air Arabia. Thank you, Air Arabia, for the support. Thank you. Thank you again to all the sponsors to help us in making this reality. Thanks again to all the members, friends, past presidents, industry who help us in getting the sponsors. Thanks again. I would love to invite now our Raffle Master, CA Vicky, to the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, CA Vivek. We have CA Vicky as a Raffle Master. Thank you all.
Hello. Thank you, Vineet. It's almost noon, but can I say good morning once again? Well, I thought I just have the power to change your fortune with a click of a button. But I'm so fortunate that I also have the power to put a smile on your face. I can see that white smile. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier the raffle was scheduled after the break, but the reason why I had to prepone it because During the break, I'm supposed to go and get a truck full of more raffles, because there are so many raffles to give away in the second half of the day. Let me take this opportunity to announce the next set of raffles that we have, which are sponsored by Homebox. Let me check, where did I keep it? Well, the raffles are not just in my hat, but all over. All right, the next raffle that we have is from Homebox, which is a 20 BD voucher. And this raffle will be given to those members who have visited the Homebox stall and have scanned their names and filled up the form. To give away this raffle, can I have a representative from Homebox? Rishabh? And can I invite our Vice Chair, C.A. Vineet? C.A. Vineet, can I have you on the stage, please? Are we ready to roll the wheel? Are we ready? All right, can we have the winner, please? Clifford Antau. Congratulations. Congratulations, Clifford Antau. Thank you, Rishabh. Vinita, I'm going to request you to stay back. We have one more raffle from Homebox. Can we have the winner, please? C.A. Jagdish. Congratulations, C.A. Jagdish. Thank you. The next set of raffles we have from Air Arabia. This is a mega raffle. The first one being a ticket to Russia. And this raffle will be picked up based on the attendance. To present this raffle, I'm going to invite the Air Arabia team who's present with us. Mr. Bikramjeet Ghosh, Commercial Manager. Ms. Sara Ahmed, Sales Manager. And Ms. Dhwani Sheth, Sales Executive. Let's welcome Team Air Arabia with a round of applause. So we have two raffles from Air Arabia. One is Almaty, Kazakhstan, and one is for Russia, Moscow. Which one do you think we should give first? Russia? All right, we'll pick up the winner for trip to Russia. Can I request the IT coordinator to pick up the winner? CA Craig D'Souza. CA Craig D'Souza. Yeah, he's with us. CA Craig, you have won a trip to Russia. Congratulations to you. Congratulations, CA Craig. I'm going to request the Arabia team to stay with us for the next prize, which is a trip to Kazakhstan. And the lucky winner is CA Abhishek Tiwari. Congratulations, CA Abhishek. You've just won a trip to Kazakhstan. Congratulations, Mr. Abhishek, and thank you, Team Arabia, for your generosity. Up next, we have many vouchers from Tashilat Car Leasing Company, and to present these vouchers, I'm going to request CA Chintan to come up on the stage. Let's welcome CA Chintan. All right, can we pick up a winner, please? Can we pick the winner? Congratulations, Arun. Congratulations, Arun. Thank you, Chintan. We'll have one more raffle, which is from YKL Moid, which is a pass for couple for BIC off-road experience. Can we have the winner, please? CA Arun Samuel Matthew. Is he here? Oh.
From the previous committee, CS Tanu, Jagdish, Arun Rajgopalan, Bhuvna has already won the raffle. There are 3-4 remaining, hoping for the best day for them.
Congratulations, Arun. Thank you, Vineet. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to come back after some time, and now it's time to hand over the control to the very talented CA Kaushal to take forward the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CA Vicky, for the wonderful raffles. Let's hope you get more in the future. So, good morning, all of you. Today, I would like all of you, today I would like to invite all of you for a journey from our past to the future. So, in the past, being a fellow chartered accountant, we all must have done meticulous vouching. The vouching through green tick marks, all the inverted tick marks, being the vouching through big corporate giants. So the future of our profession is undergoing a dramatic change, which is driven by a lot of digital transformation and ever-changing business needs. So from our panel of experts, we have the team PwC who would take us into the future. We have with us Mr. John Molloy, partner PwC Middle East. We have with us Mr. Vivek Mandora, director PwC Middle East, and Ms. Feroz Hammam, manager assurance transformation. So I would like the stage management team for the digital levy, please.
John Molloy has been in the Middle East region since 2010, initially in Qatar and from 2014 in the UAE. He relocated to Bahrain in summer 2021 to be the country assurance leader. Prior to moving to the Middle East, John spent 18 years with PwC UK, including 2 years with PwC Houston. John has broad experience of over 29 years and is passionate about sharing his experience with colleagues and clients in Bahrain and the region. In addition to his role as an audit partner, John has leads the UAE Energy, Utilities and Resources Business Unit, Qatar Assurance, the People Agenda for Assurance Middle East and PwC Business Development with international companies operating in the region. Mr. John Molloy, we extend our heartfelt welcome to you at the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right? Okay. I've spoken to many of you over the last 24 hours, and you've all come up to me and said, are you okay? I'm not a boxer. I'd like to say that I had a very robust conversation with the client about an audit matter, and the client was very clear about their view and punched me in the face, but it wasn't quite as dramatic as that. I did have a paddle tennis accident, crashed into the net, scraped a load of skin off my nose and bruised my hand and everything. So yesterday I was shaking your hands with my left hand. Today I can just about shake it with the right. Delighted to be here, and although I'm not a CA, I wanted to say thank you for such a warm welcome that you've always extended to me on the occasions that I've met with all of you. I really do appreciate it. Delighted to be here, and I'm joined by two of my colleagues, by Vivek and Feroz. I'll invite them to introduce themselves briefly.
Am I audible? Okay. So, I don't know, it's good. Yeah, it's still good morning, everyone. I am Vivek Mandora. I work as a director in assurance practice in PwC Bahrain. To give you a bit about my journey, after completing my articleship and qualification, I joined PwC Mumbai back in India in 2010. I worked there about 4 years. Before moving to the region, I joined Dubai since 2014 to 2018. I worked majorly with EY before moving to Bahrain in 2018. And it's my 6th year. I love the country. It's amazing. I lead here various and several large and iconic clients. About my personal life, I'm happily married. I have a lovely daughter. I love to explore and visit different countries and cultures. I'm a big fan of cricket, so I do play cricket. Today morning also I have a match in the morning. So that's about me. I hand over to Feroz.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here with you. My name is Feroz Hammam. I'm an ACCA professional at PwC. I have been with the firm for 9 years. I joined as a fresh graduate in the external audit profession, and recently I have been working with the assurance transformation, which is basically focusing on digitizing our audit profession and preparing ourselves for the next generation and the future of audit. I'm delighted to be here, and I hope you find this session informative and insightful.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to the slides. We recognize that you have a special guest speaker coming shortly, so what we'll do is we will continue with our presentation. We'd be delighted to take any questions that anybody has if we have time at the end, but please do come and see us in our booth afterwards. We'd be delighted to come and have a chat. Okay, I should have put the future of auditing question mark, really, shouldn't I? Because a lot of people say to me, well, does audit have a future? Is there really a future for the audit profession? And my answer, perhaps not surprisingly, is yes, of course it does. If I look around the room today, and with all due respect to people in the room, there is a variety of age groups here. And one of the things that I think characterizes our profession is the ability to continue to develop despite what is happening in the world around us and in recognition of what is happening in the world around us. I'm going to use a four-letter word just to characterize that. I don't normally use four-letter words, but that word is grit, G-R-I-T, because I think that to be successful in our profession, we all need to demonstrate that determination, that resilience to respond to the world around us and continue to develop new ways in which our profession, whether we are accounting, analyzing the information, internal audit or external audit, driving deals, is responsive and is driving that change. We'll talk a little bit about some of the things that have happened in the past. If we can move on to the next slide, please, Vivek, before we then talk about what we're doing in the present as well as what we're doing in the future. Can I ask the AV team, please, to run the video, just a short 2-minute video, please. Thank you.
Audit. It comes from the word audire, meaning to listen. And from the beginning, great auditing has always been about great listening. In the mid-1800s, PwC founding partners Samuel Price and William Cooper established the modern standard for accountancy and assurance practices anchored in listening and building trust. Since then, PwC's audit practices have evolved, earning trust globally and implementing award-winning tech innovations to give our clients quality audits that they rely on. So what's next? Our vision for your next generation audit is fueled by our experience and dedication to listening. PwC's Next Gen Audit will fundamentally change your audit experience by reinventing how we communicate and share data, all to enhance quality and reduce burden on your teams. Today, an end-to-end audit is made up of thousands of individual tasks and hundreds of data requests between PwC and client teams across the globe. It's time to modernize this process and cut through the complexities to bring your team one integrated global view of your business's audit, enabled by AI and cognitive technologies that deliver radical transparency. The Next Generation Audit will also unlock deeper insights by analysing thousands of data points and bringing you visibility across a broader spectrum of your business priorities. Since 1849, our goal has been to give you the tools and information you need to feel confident. And Next Generation Audit is our roadmap for the future. A future in which your audit experience delivers a holistic view of your business. PwC's Next Generation Audit, human-led, tech-powered, data-driven.
Okay, so that is a vision of what's to come. It's not necessarily all coming in the future. A lot of it is being developed today and being rolled out across our network clients over the course of last year, this year, next year. And all of our clients across the Middle East region will start to see increased levels of change as a result of the application of Next Generation Audit. Just one quick slide on the journey that we've all gone on as a profession. And you've heard a few comments in the slides, but they went back to 1850. I think audit profession goes back many, many more years when you think about the word audire, to listen, to hear. hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, those in authority needed somebody to go and look at the numbers, and they would come back and report to whether it was the king or the owner, the landowner, and they would come back and report, and the owner would listen to the results of that audit. So that profession is as old as any other profession. Over the years we have developed, and many of us around the room here will have joined the profession in the very, very early days of technology. I, for one, started my career without a laptop, and I'm sure, or any form of computer, and I'm sure the same applies to many of you. We have all developed, and our profession has developed. The briefcase on the right-hand side is an old Pricewaterhouse briefcase, which you can buy on eBay for $100 now if you really want to. And then if you reflect on the way in which society has needed the profession and the accounting profession to respond, the cube on the middle line there is the representation of the COSO framework, which many of you will remember from introduced by the Treadway Commission. And that was driving a standardized, structured way to focus on controls. Clearly it's been evolved over time since then. But each generation brings about a new way of looking at the control environment, a way in which those people who are responsible need to demonstrate their responsibility. Sarbanes-Oxley resulted in a fundamental change in the way audits of US companies and international companies with US listings need to be conducted, and a substantial increase in the responsibilities on management as well as auditors for controls. So, as I said earlier, we continue to evolve. We're not dinosaurs. Our profession does evolve over time and drives the capital markets to respond as well. We'll talk a little bit now about some of the tools, technologies that we're already using today that help to ensure our audits are the right quality, they're compliant, and they're as efficient as they possibly can be.
So as John mentioned about the past of the audit, how the audit used to be done in previous days, I'll be talking about where are we now and where are our clients as at present. And we all know that technology has played a key role in the accounting system or blockchain supply management of any organization. The audit process are also integrated with the current technology, although the AI is not fully integrated in all the systems and accounting or auditing. I will just walk you through what are the tools and technology we have as of now in PwC. The first one, Aura. Aura is an amazing technology. Aura we use for audit documentation. This is a tool which shows us a real-time dashboard of the status of audit. Who are the assignee? What are the pending tasks in the audit process? It helps us to effectively and efficiently manage our audit. Aura also connected with all our other software which we use during audit. I'll talk about the next software, Extract. Extract is a very efficient platform which safely secure the transmission of data from client portal to our portal. It helps client because nowadays the data which the client provide is not only limited to the Excel sizes, it's huge amount of data which Extract helps us. Next tool we have is Hello. What the Hello does, we receive the data from the Extract, Hello process the data and analyze it. And when it provides the output, it gives a meaningful information for us as an audit and for the management and board of director. Next tool we have is Connect. Connect is a platform which we as an auditor and our client use together. It provides a real-time view of the current status of audit in terms of requirement sent, requirement received, and their current status. It's a tool which our client use and we can see on real-time basis what is the status of audit. With the Connect, I hand over to Feroz to talk about innovation.
Thank you, Vivek. So in PwC, we strike a synergy between people-led innovation and firm-led innovation. While we empower our individuals and teams to innovate and share their innovative ideas and creativity, we make sure that we have the infrastructure and the resources needed to scale these ideas into workable assets. And speaking of people-led innovation, I would like to take you through a case study that I personally worked at PwC. Part of a project that we call Breaking the Audit Cycle at PwC, we have worked on a technology called RPA, which is robotic process automation. Robotic process automation takes repetitive manual tasks that are normally done by human beings, and it makes the machine does it. So it mimics the actual human interaction with the machine to do repetitive rule-based tasks. What we wanted to get out of this project is making sure that our auditors focus on value-adding activities and remove that burden off of our auditors. We have built scripts and automations that helped actually get data integrations, enhancing budgets, and contributed to our staff well-being. If we move on to the next slide, please.
Okay. So that was a little snapshot of what we've done as part of our Breaking the Audit Cycle program. That is real. We're doing that today, and we're doing that across a range of activities. Fairouz would be very happy to talk to you in more detail if you have any questions. Perhaps feel free to come and talk to us at the booth about it. But that affects all of our people across the whole of the Middle East region, and similar activities are being conducted across our network firms. All of our network firms are focused on ways in which we can apply this type of technology to drive change. Because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're focused on the ultimate objectives of the audit, which is a compliant audit, is a high-quality audit, is also an audit that is providing value to our clients and value to the capital markets. As Sanjeev, you said yesterday, the search for truth. Truth and fairness is an important mindset, but under the umbrella of quality and making sure that the audit is conducted to the right quality standards, and upskilling our people to ensure that they understand what they are doing. As I said to you earlier, when I started at work, I was given a pad of paper and a pencil, and you say, well, what's the object of my test? You have to think about what it is you're doing rather than simply following by rote. Briefly going to mention non-financial assurance here, because as I said earlier, initiatives such as, and regulatory changes such as Sarbanes-Oxley, the COSO framework, resulted in fundamental changes to the control environment, and they presented challenges but further opportunities for the profession to provide value, insight and assurance to the capital markets. Non-financial assurance and assurance over ESG is another area where there will be significant changes that will affect every single person in this room, whether you're an auditor like me, a preparer, an analyst, an investor, because you will be thinking about the impact of ESG, whether it is in terms of the reporting obligations of the company or the investment decisions that you might be making, the investment decisions that your company might be choosing to make as well. And so we firmly believe that the skills that have been developed by chartered accountants such as yourselves and around the world, external auditors, are extremely relevant to ensuring that the capital markets and markets more broadly, society more broadly, understands the implications of the ESG initiatives that each of their companies is adopting and obtains that appropriate level of assurance. There is a lot to do. A lot of work is already happening in this space, as we all know, but I do believe that the financial skills and the skills around controls that are part and parcel of what each person in this room is doing are going to make you extremely relevant and will make your successors extremely relevant for the decade to come. The ask for everybody clearly is to upskill yourself and upskill your colleagues on both the technology as well as the appropriate frameworks that need to be considered when you're providing assurance or understanding what your reporting obligations are. So here in Bahrain, if you're registered with the CBB, certain categories are required now to present an ESG report in relation to 2024 during the course of 2025. So it's here to stay. The sustainability standards, S1 and S2, they are applicable in many countries around the world. There will be increased focus on that, so watch this space. Our survey that we're conducting indicates that a lot of companies are gathering the momentum in this space, but we see that there is more to do to ensure that the right skills are in place in companies. Briefly, we'll talk about next generation audit and keep on moving, mindful of time.
So we discussed about the past and present. Now we are talking about the future of audit and what does this mean for you and what PwC is doing for the future of audit. PwC investments in future. PwC is investing $1 billion for generating AI, next generation audit tool, and AI initiatives. We have AI-based platforms and partnership with Microsoft and OpenAI. PwC is the largest enterprise use of the OpenAI in the region and first reseller of OpenAI. For the AI, we have some pilot projects going on. One of the example we want to mention about assistant disclosure checklist. So when management prepare the financial statements, it needs to be confirmed with the IFRS. The assisted disclosure checklist, they scan the financial and find out if there are any gaps with respect to the financial statement of respect to the IFRS. If there are any disclosure gaps, presentation issues, classification issues, they generate a report. And it helps the audit because as an auditor, we are issuing our opinion whether financial statements give true and fair view. It improves the quality of the financial for the management, for the stakeholder, for the stock exchange. Now everyone knows that there is a technology advancement, but there is also a human element, and there is a lots of data. The PwC's next generation audit is built on 3 pillars: human-led, tech-powered, data-driven.
That's right, Vivek. NGA is building cognitive technologies that include automation, AI, and data analytics to provide greater insights and help human decision making. We will be able to process larger sets of data and processes to bring richer insights to our clients. And we will have confidence in what matters, making sure that our clients, that we focus on business areas that our clients are currently interested in, such as diversity, climate, and cybersecurity.
Okay. Just briefly, there are a number of benefits for you as a client or an investor from this initiative, this investment in next generation audit. Okay. So number one, it provides enhanced quality. It's providing more productivity. It's more efficient. And also importantly, it's going to provide deeper insights throughout the audit cycle. Number two, it's improving the connectivity between our systems and your systems as a client, which ultimately will lead to a more efficient process. And an earlier interaction will result in better quality, better planned audit for everybody. We recognize that our clients are making significant investments in technology, and so we need to make sure that we are working hand in hand in aligning your digital investments with our own. As that moves forward, we should be able to have continuous auditing access rather than a sampling approach, which should drive better quality and better insight. Often we find with audit cycle, it's important to get ahead of the issue before year end. So this type of investment enables us to work with clients to understand what the issue is so that we can work together and resolve it during the course of the interim audit rather than right at the end. We've called it here communication stress. Your job is difficult, our job is difficult, and it can be a very stressful environment. And we're trying to do our part to make sure that the interaction and the process between client and auditor is as frictionless as possible over the course of the cycle. That's not to say technology replaces humans or AI replaces humans. We still need to interact with our clients on a one-to-one basis, and a human interaction is so much more powerful. And that's how you get the issues resolved, but we're leveraging technology to enable that. And finally, for those of you who have operations around the world, what we're delivering here would be consistent in all countries because we have a common platform, we have a common methodology, and a common benefit from that investment that we're making. So that's really what next generation audit means for you. In terms of what we wanted to share with you today, can we go on to the next slide? We've covered a little bit of history, not a great deal, because I know a lot of you are very familiar with the history of your profession and very proud of it. I have to say, listening to you over the course of the last 2 days, one of the things that I find really, really quite impressive is the way in which you introduce each other as CA Vivek, CA another name. And I think that is so important to demonstrate the pride that you are demonstrating to yourselves and to society as a whole. I don't do that as an ICAEW member. It's a bit more of a mouthful to say ICAEW John, but I commend you all for the pride in which you are carrying yourself as a chartered accountant. There is an annual day, an auditor proud day, and one of the things that I think is really important is that we should be proud of the profession that we represent. We've got a couple of minutes. We can happily take any questions. We can also then take questions outside in the booth if you like. We've got one question just here, please.
My name is Joseph. I work with SICO, internal audit. I just had a question relating to your Halo solution. Are there actual insights? Can you give examples of actual insights that it gives itself, that it finds out, uses its own basically scripts to come out with insights? So what insights does it give you? What kind of analytics does it give you without you having to code it or to set rules? Or is it all based on what you set in the system? So that's my question.
I'll start and others chip in if you like. Halo was originally developed probably more than 15 years ago as a smart tool to make the testing of journals more efficient. So it was an ability to access all of the client journal information, standardize it, codify it in a way in which it could be then read through a database system. And over time, we've developed that tool. So the idea is that you can then interrogate all of the data for the whole population of journals throughout the year, and you have all of the information on the debits and the credits. So what are the entries? Who did them? What date were they undertaken? Was it day, date? You can then map that against days of the week, weekends, public holidays, for example. If you wanted to run a test, run a script to say, give me all the journals that were processed on a public holiday. Or you could also run a script that says all the journals that were issued by people of a certain grade. So you would expect journals to be done by certain people, but probably not the CFO. So give me all the journals run by the CFO, or journals that are prepared and reviewed by the same person. So it's a very powerful tool to interrogate the data, and we have a standardized script of recommended tests that we would run. Over time, then, we would then be able to provide that to the client to say, do you realize that you've got X number of people who are actually preparing journals or reviewing journals? Is that efficient for your organization? So it might not just be a fraud test, it might be efficiency insights to the company. And there are visual tools that you can demonstrate the information that's coming out of it. Do you want to add anything?
I think you covered, John, already.
Okay. Happy to talk to you, Joseph, separately if you'd like. Okay.
I think we have one question from
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi, here.
Hi. Hello.
Thank you so much to you, your team, and in general the PwC, the auditing firm. Your team mentioned that there is a change in the audit process, and over here in the hall, most of us are from the audit profession. You said human-led, tech-powered, data-driven.
Correct.
This is the mantra of
Correct.
this new age as such.
Yes.
But not all the organizations are ready for this so-called technology change. How do you incorporate as PwC to help the client? Because you said technology is being used to eradicate the repetitive processes, and the technology is being used to first thing is to eradicate the repetitive process and take the data, whichever is relevant and then come to a conclusion with the assistance of human, humans as such. But not all the organizations, and I can talk about Bahrain as such, are ready for this. So how do you, PwC, cater to this gap? Do you provide the clients with the technology? Do you guide them to implement that kind of processes in their organization, enterprises? Are they willing to invest into this technology? Because change is not taken very welcoming. So how does PwC assist in this audit process where so-called technology is not there?
Thank you for the question,
Thank you.
and quite a broad range of topics within that question. Thank you for that. Everyone is on a journey, every organisation is on a journey. Some of the larger organisations are more equipped from a financial resource point of view to drive ERP implementations. And maybe some of the smaller ones are looking for a different application, and there are other service providers who can do so. If we're the auditor, we have to maintain independence, and so there is a role for us to play as auditor in providing insights to the client and the board of directors around maybe the control environment and recommendations that the client should reassess its IT environment to ensure the right systems are in place. We would not, as auditor, then be able to implement that. Somebody else would need to come in and do so, and there are other service providers who could do so. So that would be in the situation where we're the auditor of a company and we think they are underinvested in this space. We can, if we're not the auditor, obviously help them with the implementation or provide some form of assurance over that implementation process if somebody else is undertaking it. And the important point is to ensure that when a company is going through a complex change, that the change management over whatever is being undertaken, if it's a systems change or another organisational change, that the right level of assurance is wrapped around the whole project to ensure that the right decisions are made but also challenged during the course of that. So I would then say that governance is an area that we can provide guidance over or feedback to those clients. But it is important that we don't cross that bridge of undertaking something that we should not do as an external auditor from an independence point of view. But happy to talk to you afterwards. I know there's a keenness to move on. Any other questions? Aaron.
First of all, general comment. It's great to see you even after your injury, talking here and also at the booth. So my question is around the new recruits that you take on board. Yes. And with respect to AI and this phenomenon where they put data inside, how do you control the risk in terms of, because in practice what we see is that at the starting level, most of them are using these AI tools and making decisions based on them. How do we go back to our fundamentals and say that, okay, this is how we need to conduct audit, and then maybe shift to an AI-based system? Is there any process that you adopt when taking on new recruits? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. So here in Bahrain, we at graduate level take on in assurance Bahraini nationals each year in our part of the business in assurance. In our tax practice, we also recruit Bahraini nationals. They all go through a structured program of training, whether that's a core curriculum on day one when they join us, a professional qualification journey, and our strong preference is a ACCA program of professional qualification. Apologies to ICAI, but that is the program that we ask people to undertake. Given that this is an IFRS market, that's decided that that's most appropriate across the region. So there's a core curriculum training. The important point, though, is that's not it. That you need to ensure that there is an on-the-job review and coaching for all of our people. As I mentioned to you earlier, at the start of my career, I'm writing down on a blank piece of paper, what am I doing and why am I doing it? And really that's the key question that everybody should be asking is, I've followed a nice script, pre-printed program, work program, but do I understand why I'm doing it? And that's where the coaching comes in, and the right level of oversight and review, self-review, and then challenge. It is so important.
So we thank the PwC team for the wonderful session. We are sure the future of auditing is no longer a question mark, but a long journey ahead. So I would like to invite our young and dynamic chairperson and Mr. C.A. Balasubramaniam for facilitating the guest.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vivek told me earlier that he was glad he videoed me before I had my paddle tennis injury. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Now I would like to invite our Vice Chairperson, C.A. Vineet Maru, for our next session.
Yeah.
Thanks, CA Kaushal, for the introduction. The last topic was on future of auditing. Our next topic is on future of India. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow members, distinguished guests, my friends. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has often articulated his vision of India as a global economic powerhouse, emphasizing the mantra of reform, perform, and transform. According to PM Modi, achieving $5 trillion economy is not just an economic milestone, but a mission to create a prosperous, inclusive, sustainable, and confident India. India currently boasts a GDP of $3.9 trillion and growing at 7% as per IMF data. India has made huge strides in the field of digital economy with UPI and Aadhaar, startup ecosystem with its budgeting ecosystem, Make in India, and other notable schemes to achieve this vision. To shed light on how India can turn this vision into reality, it is my privilege to introduce our celebrated speaker, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. I request the AI avatar to display the profile of our distinguished guest. A huge round.
Sanjeev Sanyal is currently a member of Prime Minister Modi's Economic Advisory Council. He was the principal economic advisor to the finance minister for 5 years till February 2022. He has represented India on many international forums, including as co-chair of the G20's Framework Working Group. During his time in government, he has been responsible for several key reforms and was part of the core team that managed the Indian economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. He was also one of the key architects of the G20's Global Action Plan that kept the world economy functioning during the pandemic years. Prior to joining the government, he spent over 2 decades in financial markets and was global strategist and managing director at Deutsche Bank. An alumni of Sri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi, Mr. Sanyal later attended Oxford University as a Rhodes Scholar. He was awarded the Eisenhower Fellowship in 2007 for his work on urban dynamics. In 2010, he was named as Young Global Leader by the World Economic Forum in Davos. He has been a visiting professor fellow of numerous institutions such as Oxford University, Royal Geographical Society, Institute of Policy Studies, Singapore, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. He also chairs the Board of Advisors of the Delhi School of Public Policy and Governance, Delhi University. Mr. Sanyal is the author of a number of best-selling books including Revolutionaries, Land of the Seven Rivers, The Ocean of Churn, India in the Age of Ideas, The Incredible History of the Indian Ocean, and the Indian Renaissance. He has also published around 250 articles and columns in leading national and international publications. His writings have received many awards including the Kalinga Book Award 2023, the International Indian Achievers Award for Literature 2013, the Art Carrot Award 2018, and so on.
After such illustrious introduction and profile, we are left with no other option just to welcome Mr. Sanjeev Sania with a thunderous round of applause. Can we please set up the laptop?
So while we set up the systems, let me say that I'm very pleased to be here. One of the things that I'm particularly pleased to see here, unlike most similar organizations, I'm not just talking about chartered accountants organizations, but organizations of similar kinds, whether they're alumni organizations or they're industry bodies and so on. What I'm really struck by and very pleased to see is how young the leadership is. So please give a round of applause to these young gentlemen who run this, who are running this whole effort. And it's absolutely fabulous to see this because in many ways, it would be wonderful if we see this more often in organizations, particularly in India, where doddering old people very often squat on such positions for decades and don't allow a new generation to take control. So here, I'm pleased to see, at least in Bahrain at the ICAI, the leadership of the Bahrain chapter seems to be firmly in the hands of a much younger cohort than myself. So congratulations. Now, what I'm going to talk about today is about how the process of process reforms is done in a large system. Just a second, if you give me one more of those, please. Can you give me back those as things keep slipping? Yeah. So the point I'm making here is that all large systems from time to time require significant reform. Governments are no exception to this. And of course, as I mentioned yesterday, this is now something that is being recognized much more. Just a minute, for some reason this has gone off kilter. Yeah. This is now being recognized worldwide that there is a need to begin to clean up governments. Huge amount of accumulation of processes, departments, and so on have ended up making governments inefficient. This is true in India, this is true in the US, certainly true in the European Union, I'm sure. This is also true of large bodies like large companies, international bodies, and so on. And the need to begin to clean them up has been now recognized, particularly in the US very famously with the initiative under the incoming Trump administration, where there is a discussion about creating a Department of Government Efficiency under Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. There is this big effort also happening in Argentina, where the new president is carrying out very radical changes. Now, what I'm going to talk about is how, in India, we have been already carrying out some effort in this direction. We have been doing it now for many more years than the other two have. So we have certain experiences which I thought will be interesting. Our effort has been to do it much more systematically than the sort of way that others have done. So the effort, at least from the rhetoric with DOGE in US, is to pole vault and solve the problem. We have been doing it more slowly by feeling our way across the stream, pebble by pebble. But as I will show you, the impact of that, the cumulative impact of that is just as drastic. So here goes. Now, for some reason, it doesn't show up here on the screen. Here we go, okay. So the question now is, what are process reforms? Now, process reforms, the first thing I want to make sure is that there are many, many kinds of reforms that you can do. And usually the the types of reforms that attract a lot of attention tend to be large structural reforms, like, for example, introduction of GST, or the original reforms of 1991, of insolvency and bankruptcy code. So what is structural reforms? Structural reforms are things that change the structure of whatever activity happens to be being attempted, okay? But in fact, a very large proportion of the changes you actually want are much more nuts and bolts, everyday kinds of reforms. The kinds of things that many of you have to deal with, you know, rule number 43A, subsection D, and so on. Or some body that is defunct for a generation, but for somehow has survived till today. So looking at these and cleaning those up is called process reforms. And India has for several years been carrying out a major effort to clean up old, outdated laws, processes, and so on. And I'm going to talk to you today about quite a few that I have personally been involved in, so that, so you have a sense of why we did it, how we did it, and so on. Now, one of the strange things about this entire area of doing process reforms is that while in common sense, in everyday conversations, people understand how important they are. And yet, there is surprisingly little literature on this whole issue of doing process reforms in the government. Why is this surprising? Well, because there's actually a huge amount of literature on doing process reforms, i.e. business process reorganization in corporations. Any of you who did an MBA probably had to do a course on this. And yet, in there's now proliferation of MPA degrees, Masters of Public Administration degrees, and none of them teach you a course in doing the same thing in government. None. In fact, there is very little literature on this, of doing process reforms. You will occasionally find some sort of a report or case study on a specific process reform, but there is almost no literature on process reforms as a group. And if you go into Google and just search it, you will see some 90% of stuff on this issue is written actually by me. So it is quite shocking. So since there was no literature on it, I began to create it. So what I did is I simply borrowed from the business process outsourcing literature, material they have, and turned it a little bit. So the first question that arises, how do you go about doing process reforms? Well, the first and obvious thing to do is actually to decide that certain process needs some reform. You can arrive at that conclusion in various ways, because by comparing this process in one country with something similar in another country or another state, you can see that there is a lot of time or money that gets spent on a process. There are various ways of coming to figure out that something needs change. Then the second and very important part of this is to do an as-is process mapping. I take whatever the process is today, as is, map it out as truthfully as you can, so that you know the amount of time in each stage, how much money, and so on and so forth. Now, once you've done this, actually the next step, which is in some ways the most important step, becomes actually quite obvious. What you do here is to identify the exact issues in that process that you are trying to resolve. Where is the blockage? Now, since I have now done literally hundreds of these, let me tell you that you will by and large find a 90-10 rule. 10% of the process causes 90% of the problem. So in fact, you don't have to solve the whole thing. Most of the time, one small part of the system is causing most of the problem. Simply targetedly solving that will resolve most of what you try to do. So finding that and identifying it is key. Then obviously you need to reform it. And then you need to carry out one last step, which is important, is to monitor whatever it is you did to make sure you actually solve the problem. Very often people do all the previous steps and they think that that is all they need to do. It's a one-time activity. No, it's an iterative process. You can do it. Very often you may find that you've not managed to solve the problem. Sometimes you'll find, yes, you have solved the problem, but you've actually unintendedly created some other problem somewhere else in the system, and so on. So this is an iterative process. So what I'm now going to do is to give you a typology of the different kinds of these process reforms that you can do, and then I will explain each one. So type 1 is to simply revisit defaults in the system. There may be lists, there may be precedents, and so on. This requires no effort at all. You just change it. There is no reason why that default is there. It just happens to be how a bureaucracy happens to do things. You change it, it shifts. It's very simple to do. It's just that people don't do it. 2, streamlining an existing administrative process. So there is an administrative process. Somebody has created that process for whatever reason. Nobody has revisited it. So this is a changing of conscious administrative processes. Then there is changes of regulations under a given law. Then changing the law itself, where we have to go back to the legislature. Adding capacity at some level of government. Sometimes we actually need, while much of my presentation is about the blockages they create, but there are times when you need to add some capacity somewhere. Then removing a requirement of state mandated activity. So it may not be in the government itself, it may be somewhere elsewhere in the system. And then there is merge, close, restructure outdated government agencies. All of these things, I'm sure that the US DOGE will do, but we have already got a bunch of experiences which may be useful. So the first, in the simplest form of reforms that you want to do, is to simply revisit the default lists of any system. Now, there can be all kinds of default lists that governments and bureaucracies end up with. This is also true, as I said, of corporate systems, of any large system, think tanks, anywhere. There could be simply the list of people that you invite to your events. Nobody has ever gone back, maybe, typically you take an embassy somewhere in the, say, Indian embassies abroad or foreign embassies in India. They have an invitation list. Very often it has been inherited over decades and not been updated properly. And the same thing just carries on forever. The same thing happens with many other things. So here is an example of something that I have been involved in trying to clean up. It's called the list of monuments of national importance. So these are India's national monuments. Okay, India has about 3,695 national monuments. Whenever you visit a national monument in India, many of you will remember the blue board, which essentially threatens you with dire consequences if you even breathe hard next to that building. Yeah? So these are those buildings, and there are 3,695 of them. Now the question is, where on earth did we get this list? How did we end up with this list? Why are they there? So it turns out that 2,585 of them were simply inherited from the British. So the colonial government had a list, we just inherited it. Then there were another 1,000 odd that we inherited from various princely states. So the vast majority of our national monuments are simply monuments we happen to inherit from the colonial period. Now along the next 75 odd years, we added a few more, but the bulk, as I said, is still from the colonial period. But what is extraordinary is that we never looked at this list to look at whether or not these national monuments should be there or not. So at some point I decided to have a look at this list. It turns out that this list is full of strange things, including obscure British officials who happen to be in that list for reasons that nobody today remembers. But they're still in the list 77 years after independence, and nobody is bothered to remove them. Similarly, there are dozens of national monuments which are gone missing. Nobody even knows where they are. There are parliament questions where the Archaeological Survey of India has stated that it doesn't know where these lists are. So it's officially on record that it doesn't know where it is, but that list has not been corrected. So let me tell you the story of something that I decided to look up. Can I have a bottle of water, please? Yeah. If you can open it and give me a glass. Yeah. So now what happens is that when I began to look at this list, I found all kinds of strange things. So let me tell you the story of just one of these monuments, which is completely hilarious. So this is the story of somebody called John Nicholson. Now, John Nicholson was a British brigadier general who was the key character who in 1858, when the sacking of Delhi happened after the revolt, he was the key character who carried it out. Even by the standards of the time, he was considered an absolute savage. And he carried out a big massacre in Delhi, now Old Delhi. Tens of thousands of people were killed, and he was clearly a brute. Now, the British, of course, thought that he was a wonderful chap, and they, in his memory, they put up a statue at Kashmiri Gate in the old city, and they also gave him a great burial not far from Kashmiri Gate in the John Nicholson Cemetery. The cemetery itself is named after him. And both the statue and the grave were put in the list of national monuments of the colonial period. Now, I understand why the British would do this. The funny thing is that they were never removed from the list. Even worse, in the 1960s, John Nicholson's hometown in Northern Ireland heard about this statue in India, and they said, look, maybe you don't have any use for it. Why don't you send us this statue? So somewhere in the 1960s, this statue in front of Kashmiri Gate was wrapped up and sent to Northern Ireland, where his village put it up and where it is regularly commemorated, worshipped, or whatever else they do there. Even then, the list of national monuments did not delist John Nicholson's statue. It continued to be listed in front of Kashmiri Gate as a national monument. Now, why is this important? It's important because, you see, when something is a national monument, large amounts of money are spent to look after it. There is a 100 plus 200 meter radius around that building that is protected, and you have to actually go to the Archaeological Survey of India to get permission to make any changes. So this non-statue in the middle of Kashmiri Gate area, which is an extremely crowded area in Delhi, continued to be considered a national monument, and you needed, if you lived in that area, to go to Archaeological Survey of India to ask for permission to make changes even inside your own house. And you can imagine this led to, bribes and harassment and many other things that comes with some rule like this. So finally, after I made a big fuss about it, because I gave a list of these missing monuments, etc., we are finally beginning to do something about it. So just a few months ago, 17 missing monuments are finally listed. They are now getting relisted. John Nicholson's statue is finally getting delisted, in fact, has been delisted. I'm now trying to get his grave to be delisted. There it is. It still has the blue board threatening you if you go and breathe next to it, what will happen to you. I'm telling you all of this because this is the kind of reforms that you need to do. Routine reforms that don't get done because nobody goes and basically does a basic check. Now I'm going to tell you about another kind of reforms. This is about administrative streamlining, where some process has to be looked at. This is not just a list. Slightly more difficult, slight more work has to be done, but something I thought you would find interesting because you guys actually do this, which is shutting down of companies. And I'm not talking here about insolvency and bankruptcy code, which of course is a story in its own right. I'm talking here about voluntary liquidation of companies. So these are companies, everybody agrees should be shut down, the owner wants to shut down, nobody disagrees they have to shut down, they are being shut down voluntarily, they may be actually profitable and perfectly decent companies. In fact, in any country, about 85 to 90% of companies that are shut down are voluntarily shut down. Some old guy was running a company, he's now old, his kids don't want to do this, he wants to shut it down. Or there is, a subsidiary of a large company, they don't want the subsidiary anymore. Whatever the reason, voluntarily companies are shut down all the time. Now in India, there are two ways of doing this. One is through Section 248 of the Companies Act of 2013, or you can do it under Section 59 of IBC. I'm going to focus on the first because that's used by most people. Now, how many of you have attempted to shut down a company in India? Yeah, there are quite a few people here who have done that. And you will know that it was a real headache. It used to take years to shut down a company. Yeah. Now, ease of exit is just as important to the healthy creative destruction of an economy as the ease of entry, right? And yet it took years to get rid of it. And by the way, till you have actually shut it down, as you all know, you still have to do all the paperwork. It's a real painful, annoying thing to do. And mind you, these are companies, everybody agrees that nobody is saying that don't shut it down. Now, I began to look into this when I was still in finance ministry about 2 years ago. And I discovered that the process of shutting down a company voluntarily required you to first of all go and get a bunch of NOCs, the no objection certificates, from tax, from labor, from various other people, maybe your regulator of your industry, various, etc., etc. Now, there was no reason why these had to be got in a particular sequence. No, it was not written anywhere, but there was a convention that you had to get an NOC from X, then from Y, then for Z. And then after that, once you'd got all the NOCs, you had to go to the registrar of companies to get your company shut down. The registrar of companies would take months, if not years, to actually publish your name in the newspaper to allow you to shut it down. Now, I investigated the whole matter. And in fact, I discovered a very large part of the problem was just the registrar of companies, who after you got all the NOCs simply wouldn't publish your name in the papers, and you had to pay up a certain amount of money to the official, usually some junior official there, in order to get your name on there. And I got one of my colleagues to pretend to be such a person trying to shut down a company, and I got a full rate card, which I presented at my presentation in the finance ministry as well. Now, it used to take on average 499 days to shut down a company in India. So what did we do? We took that process, and we have, as of May 2023, we have created a dedicated entity called CPACE, which is entirely online, where you just load in your request to shut down a company. The system auto-generates a notice to the relevant ministries, and it does it in parallel, not in sequence, but in parallel. And then in 21 days, if the relevant ministry does not raise an objection, then the system itself generates a no objection certificate for the whole lot and then sends a list to the registrar of companies. The registrar of companies does not have a choice about publishing or not publishing them. If they have an objection, they are supposed to raise the issue. So somebody has to actually make an effort to stop this. And look at what this has happened. Now, we have run this for a full year, and look at what has happened to the amount of time it takes to voluntarily shut down a company in India. It now takes on average 90 days to shut down a company in India. This is, by the way, the fastest in the world. This is faster than in Singapore. And this is an average, so there are companies that shut down even faster. So just to give you a kind of flavor of the kinds of reforms we are doing. Now let me move on to another kind of thing. This is where you need to change a regulation under the law. And I'm going to give you the example of something called Revised Terms and Conditions for Other Service Providers 2008. By the name itself, you can see it sounds like something out of 1984, George Orwell. Now, this other service provider is essentially legal speak, essentially for anybody who was using, in the telecom parlance, anybody who was using telecom systems to run a business. Now, technically, the way the definition was set up, anybody working from home could actually be considered an OSP. So anybody before 2020, when they changed these rules, if you were working from home and doing some business activity, technically you were in violation of this OSP regulation unless you had specifically got yourself a permission from the telecom ministry. Okay? In reality, the telecom officials were clever enough to know that if they made too much fuss about the average guy working from home, they would get caught. So they actually mostly imposed this on the IT BPO sector. So the IT-enabled services, BPO, anybody of you who are involved in that before 2020 November will know that the BPO company had to go to the telecom ministry and specifically get yourself permissions for using the IT system to run their business. And it wasn't just that. They were expected to specifically have an EPA BX machine in their basement at every location. Now the young consultants who helped me put this reform together were in their late 20s. They didn't even know what an EPA BX machine was. Then they required separate regulation for each OSP location, which meant that if you, for whatever reason, got all the other permissions and then you happened to work from a cafe, you were expected to get a registration for that desk in the cafe. And then they would have restrictions that you couldn't share domestic and international OSPs. Now just imagine, if you happen to be Singapore Airlines, you have got a BPO operation in India. There is an Indian national in Singapore buys a Singapore Airlines ticket, flies to Delhi, and then has a ticketing problem and calls the system to ask for some help. Now, how does the BPO know whether or not this is an international or domestic case? You can't. In any case, why should it know? What is the benefit of it? So all of this garbage was in this law that was being used, and as you can imagine, it led to mass-scale harassment of businesses and, of course, large amount of rent-seeking. Now, I happened to discover this entirely by chance. You see, when the lockdown happened in 2020 March, the telecom ministry issued a notification stating that it was holding in abeyance this regulation till December in order to allow businesses to function, and kind of made it sound like they're doing a favor to everybody. So of course, I've worked in government long enough and I'm a very suspicious sort of chap, as you have realized. So I looked at it and realized what the telecom ministry was really doing was signaling to its victims that, yes, we are letting you off for the time being, but remember, in normal times, these laws, absurd as they are, they still apply. Okay? So I began to investigate this matter and we began to unwind it. So we then, in November 2020 and then in June 2021, we did a series of reforms and we have got rid of most of these regulations. There is now a clear definition of an OSP. It is only for voice-based services, which basically is no longer used anyway. The interconnectivity of infrastructure is allowed. There's no need for EPA-BX machines. You can work from home. Distinction between domestic and international OSPs has been removed. Essentially, this OSP regulation has been made mostly toothless. Yeah? And look at the benefits you get from it. In December 2021, NASSCOM did a study and asked companies of the IT BPO industry, did you benefit from these reforms? And 92% of them came back and said, yes, their compliance burden went down. Even more interestingly, 28% of them said that it went down by 50%. So imagine the benefit of just doing this reform. We have this massive IT BPO industry, and it was held back by these absurd, outdated rules. Now they have been gone for about 3 years, almost 4 years now. Has anything bad happened? No. It tells you that those rules were completely not required to start with. Now, I'm going to tell you about another area of reform. Here, I'm going to talk about an area that I am still battling, so that you know that these reforms are in the pipeline and we will get them done. But this is about changes where we need legislative changes. Okay? Now, I'm going to give an example of the Legal Metrology Act of 2009. Now, how many over here know what the Legal Metrology Act even is? Anybody? Nobody in this room know what it is? Now let me tell you that after traffic rules, this is the second largest source of small-time bribe taking in India. Okay? This relates to rules relating to weights, measures, and labels. Okay? Anybody who does anything to do with consumer goods or runs a supply chain, wholesaling, all of these will know about these rules. Now, I'm not saying that such rules are not needed. You do need weights, measures, and label rules, yeah? But the way the rules are set up in India, they are set up essentially to be misused by the legal metrology inspectors. For example, look at the, so for example, under this act, if you happen to have done a violation, in the first instance, you can be given a small fine. But on the second instance, you can be sent to jail for as much as 7 years. Now, the difference between the two is very interesting because basically what it means, you can see in the table below, I should actually update it now, we have got more data. The number of cases you can see on the first instance go into almost 1 lakh. In fact, the last one, 2021, was during COVID. If the newer one is back to over 1 lakh. So over about 1 lakh cases every year are under this. But the number of second cases, 12, 5, 3. So what is going on between them? Very obvious. In the first instance, for a very small infraction, you will be made to pay a fine. After that, you're a lifelong slave of the legal metrology inspector. And of course, the legal metrology inspector has no interest in sending you actually to jail. He will just extract a rent along the way. So only like in 2021, only 3 people were deemed to have done something bad the second time. Very often this data is very proudly provided by the legal metrology department to prove how effective they are by saying, look, nobody ever dares to do a second mistake. So we are beginning to look at this. The Jan Vishwas Bill of 2022 removed some of these anomalies, but sections 30, 33 and 36, which account for 80% of the cases, are still criminalized, and in the second Jan Vishwas Bill, we'll try and get rid of them. But I'm just telling you about this because so that you have a sense of the kinds of things that happen. By the way, this is not the only kind of reform. You can also do another reform, which I'm trying to do as we speak, is simply that, for example, for labels, to introduce a change where the changes in labeling laws are only announced once a year or twice a year on a stated date. Why this is important? Because you see, labels are published in very large bulk numbers. And very often what happens is just the day after you have published a huge batch, some minor change in the font or something will be made. And the entire batch will now be defunct. So that is another change that we are trying to do in the labeling laws. Trying to give you a sense of the kinds of changes that you need to make. Now, so far I'm talking about cleaning up the system. Now I'm going to get into the issue of where you actually need to increase some capacity. Okay? Now you all know that India wants to play in the knowledge economy, which means we want to be serious about getting into intellectual property, particularly into patents. But for all our talk about doing this, till as recently as 2016, which is just 7-8 years ago, we were not even giving 10,000 patents out a year. At that time, already US was doing 3 lakh patents a year and China was doing 4 lakh patents a year. Okay? So again, we studied the whole process. There were many problems with the process. One of them, of course, was the fact that we found that we allowed the oppositions to these patents to be done at any time. So one of the problems is that, you work very hard, do all the paperwork, and your patent is about to get its grant, and then your rival, basically on the last day, puts in an opposition, and it's like snakes and ladders, you have to go back to the beginning. And as you can imagine, this too led to a great amount of uncertainty, rent seeking, all kinds of other problems. We have now changed the process in many ways, but a major part of the process, problem was this, which was that there weren't enough people in the patent office. So they were, in a system where the Chinese had about 13,500 patent officers. The Americans had 8,500 patent officers, and we had 500. It's like playing a cricket match where the other team has got 13 players and you have half a player. Right? So you basically, no matter how efficient you made it, effectively, as you can see, if you sped up the first examination level, all you did at the disposal level, they bulked up. If you sped up if you moved people to the disposal level and sped that up, they added up in the, they just increased at the examination level. You just needed more people. And so we are now in the process of recruiting large numbers of people into the patent office. In fact, as we speak, 500 more people are being deployed. So we are going to now have a few thousand people in the patent office. And you can already see the changes. Yeah. So in 2023-24, that's the latest year for which we have data, you can see we did about 1 lakh patents. That's a 7 years we have increased the number of patent grants by 10 times. Of course, the competition has also moved forward. The US is now giving 3 lakh plus patents, and the Chinese are now giving almost 1 million patents. Of course, to be fair, you have to take the Chinese patents with a pinch of salt, because most of this is utility patents of low value, but even then, I think decent patents, they are doing about 3-4 lakhs in our estimation. So we are still behind the others, but at least we are in the same ballpark of, magnitude. We are at 1 lakh, the US is at 3 lakhs. And we are creating capacities which will be able to do in the next few years something in the range of 2-3 lakh patents a year. Our problem now is, in fact, that the inflow of patents is not fast enough, because we are rapidly clearing up the backlog. So if any of you want to do patents in India, please remember we are already among the faster patent granting systems in the world, and as our capacity grows, we will become the fastest. So if you want to patent in India, please come. Now I'm going to talk about type 6. Here, this is about removing a state mandated requirement. Okay? Now, mostly I've talked about government requirements, but I'm deliberately going to talk about one here where it's not inside the government that the mandate is, it's outside the government, but the government has created that mandating. Now, this is basically about, the example I'm going to give is that of mandatory mediation before litigation for commercial cases. Okay? Now, you all know what mediation is. It's a pre-litigation process where you bring together two parties to try and thrash it out. In theory, this is a good thing to do because we have a clogged legal system and you want them maybe to try and sort things out before they get to the legal system. However, what we did in 2015 was to introduce a clause which meant that for commercial disputes, mediation was mandatory. Moment we did this, what happens is that even in the cases where there was no chance of any mediation, they have to still go through mediation. And of course, the mediation lawyers have no incentive of working hard because everybody has to come to them. So nobody is working hard at this. So what we did is we got hold of data from 2 commercial courts in Mumbai to see how effective mediation is. And what we have discovered is that percentage of cases that have failed or non-starter is somewhere in the 99 to 97%. In other words, for between 99 to 97% of the cases, mediation just doesn't help. And yet, all the cases have to go through this mediation process and waste at least 6 months of time, not to mention money and so on. Now, when I put this point up, many mediation lawyers got very annoyed with me. But of course they will. This is a free pass, right? And so therefore, what we have to do is to change the law again and make this voluntary. This is a battle I have not won, but a change in this is in process. An amendment is being looked at. But it is important to do this because I'm not against mediation, let me point out, but unless we make it voluntary, the mediation process has no incentive of delivering services. This is the equivalent of a license permit Raj for the lawyers, right? And when you have license permit Raj, you will get ambassador cars. Now I'm going to get into the last category of such changes, which is getting rid of outdated government agencies. Now any large system will have outdated government agencies of various kinds. Even large companies have, many of you are working for large companies, there'll be, you know, the gentleman from PwC was here before him. I'm sure in his organization that's full of these obscure, half-dead segments which just can't be shut down. There'll be others from other large companies. There'll be 100%, there'll be all kinds of units which are shut down, should be shut down, but can't be. So this is also true of government. This is true of the American government. This is of course clearly true of the Argentinian government, as you know. And it is true of the Indian government as well. So a few years ago, I did a small study of how many such departments, etc. are there. In fact, the departments and ministries are the smaller problem. The real problem is something called autonomous bodies. It turns out the central government of India alone has 849 autonomous bodies. Now, how do you find out where these autonomous bodies are? Well, the way to do it, in case you guys are interested in carrying out this very painful exercise, look at the mainline papers of the government annual budget. Not the budget at a glance, but the main papers. And then you will see under all the ministries there, it lists out these bodies. Now, there are lots of obscure ones, and nobody knows many of them what they do. Even the ministries don't know. Okay, they were set up maybe many decades ago for some use. That use has probably ended. Sometimes they were set up to satisfy some political purpose. Sometimes they were set up by the then secretary as a post-retirement gig. Many such things have happened. But they are there. They still exist. They still get budget support. More importantly, in order to increase their importance, very often they get in the way of the process also. Now, this doesn't mean that autonomous bodies and such bodies are not needed. There are some which are obviously useful, the Reserve Bank of India, the SEBI and so on. So, you know, it's not like every one of them needs to be shut down. But surely out of 849, there must be several dozen, if not a few hundred, that can be shut down or merged. And exactly this is what we began to do. As a result of which we have in recent years shut down quite a few already. So let me name a few of them. The Tariff Commission, the All India Handloom Board, the All India Handicraft Board, the Central Organization of Modernization of Workshops, Rashtriya Mahila Kosh. We have also merged a bunch of them. For example, Films Division, Directorate of Film Festivals, National Film Archives of India, Children Film Society have been merged into the National Film Development Corporation, and so on and so forth. Now, whenever we do this, of course, those who are incumbents always will make a big noise, make the story that, oh my God, the government is fascist, they don't care for whatever the subject it is that they are doing. But of course, we do care for them, it's just that we think that this particular body is not the way to deliver that service. And I'll give you an example of this. There was something called the All India Handicraft Board. Yeah? It's not that we don't care about handicrafts, it's just that there are many other bodies that do help the artisans involved in the handicraft department. For example, in the case of handicraft, there's the Khadi Udyog, Gram Udyog. They do Khadi and other things. There are many other silk board, this board, that board. They're doing stuff. Why do you need, the thing that we care about is, why do you need this particular body? Yeah? So when we shut it down, the lady who had for some couple of decades been its head got very annoyed, and she wrote an article in a newspaper. I won't name her, but you can quite easily figure out who it is. Wrote an article about how this government was fascist and didn't care about poor artisans and so on. So Smriti Inari, who was then the Minister of Textiles, under whom this body came, she then published on Twitter a rejoinder basically stating that she was willing to re-establish the All India Handicraft Board if the said lady could provide the minutes of any meeting held in the previous 16 years. We are still awaiting the response. So, the point I'm making is, cleaning up of governments and making them more efficient is serious business. It requires dedicated effort. It's not about the really big structural reforms, but about doing these efficiency gains. The cumulative impact of some of these is very, very big. In fact, even to make structural reforms work, you need to keep doing these nuts and bolts iterative reforms. For example, GST may be a structural reform, but getting it to work requires you to keep doing this sort of thing. And we are doing hundreds of these. I just told you of a bunch that I'm personally involved in. There are many other parts of the government that are doing other such reforms. And it is absolutely critical to do this, because this is what essentially makes systems a lot more efficient. This is what gives you long-term growth. And of course, as a profession, you need to also participate with us wherever you are to try and help us clean up these processes and make them more efficient. In the previous presentation, for example, we heard about the ESG. I have nothing against ESG. Who could have any problem with some environmental, social, and governance norms? However, for example, the way the ESG is currently set up, the methodologies, etc., I am sorry to say, are quite dubious. As a profession, you please have a look at how this is being set up, because it will end up as one of those slide presentations in the next round of doing this if we don't clean it up. And then don't be embarrassed by it. I have written extensively about how the ESG norms, methodologies, etc. are being rolled out without wider discussion, how they do not reflect many of the goals and aims of those ESGs. And I'm sorry to tell you, the next Enron scandal that will happen somewhat related to ESGs. So, with that, let me stop. I'm quite happy to answer questions.
This is working. Lovely presentations. I love each slide of it. While we were laughing, we were appreciating it. I have a question for you. When you try to collect this data or the information, it's not easy to collect these informations from all these government departments and bureaucrats. How do you handle that? Do you feel stress when you're doing it, because it's not easy to get these informations? How do you do it, and whether you carry that stress at home, and does it impact you?
This is no problem for us. We are the Prime Minister's office. We get what data we like.
Super.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. This is Deepak here. I came all the way from Kuwait to attend this conference, and you made it worth attending. Thank you. My question is, for a country like India and so many laws and institutions, how big is your team? And I'm sure if your team keeps growing, India will benefit more.
The Prime Minister's, full-time members of the Prime Minister's Economic Council are about 3 people. One of them just passed away, Vivek Devroy, so there are now 2. And each one of us has about 5 people, consultants and officers working for us. So my personal team is 5. And since we are lecturing everybody about government efficiency, I have every intention of not growing it beyond 6. You see, things like this, the moment you begin to increase the numbers, I will become entrapped by the same problems I'm trying to solve. This I'm able to do largely because we are very, very agile. So the agility is, this game is about flexibility and agility. It's not about bulk brain power. And most of the changes I talked about, as I said, I have published many of them, by the way. So it's not, I'm just telling it here. when we attempted to, before we attempted to do many of these reforms, we published a paper, working paper on this. You can read them on the Prime Minister's Economic Council website, or even in newspaper articles I had published some years ago. And you will see that, for example, the thing about national monuments. When I began to look at them at the urging of the Honorable Prime Minister, you see, we first published an article in the newspaper to test the waters to see anybody. Then we published a formal working paper. And so that, you see, we could gauge if there were any objections to delisting of certain things. So far, we have not received any pushback in any of the things we were doing. So we make things public. See, we are not doing any of this for personal gain. So I am quite forthcoming about telling you the kinds of reforms we are going to do or are thinking about. Sometimes we have to keep it under wraps for whatever reason, but by and large we are quite transparent about the kinds of things we wish to do. And you know, while that team that works for me is small, the fact of the matter is we can draw upon the resources of the entire government. So in that sense, the team is not small, it's a large government, large number of people. There are many of these reforms, for all the mocking I do of the Indian bureaucracy, let me say, there are a very large number of these reforms happened because of support and ideas from the system itself. There are excellent officers who want change in India, and many of them came up and gave me advice on how to go about doing this, because do be clear, there is resistance to many of these changes, but then it is because people inside the system have told me which particular thing to change or how to go about doing it, that I have been able to do all of this. So yes, it requires two things. One is obviously to the intellectual part, which I did, is to identify the problem, etc. But it does require collaboration with insiders of the system to do this. And of course, the other thing you need is political backing, because none of these changes would be possible unless the political leadership is keen on doing it and is willing to push them through, despite the fact that there will be interest groups who will be unhappy about many of the changes being made.
Hi. Yeah.
Thank you, Sanjay, for the wonderful presentation. What are your views on the Indian education system? Because as Prime Minister has said many times that we are the largest population in the world, and if we don't have the right education system in the place, we will not be able to generate any leaders. Now I give one example. My son is in first grade in the Indian education system, and he was asked, name 5 body parts. And he wrote the 5 body parts, yet he didn't get the full marks. So I asked the teacher, why? And she said that it is because he did not follow the process of writing the following are the 5 body parts. Now, we have the best curriculum which we have now implemented, but until the people who educate or impart the education will not be having. So what are the processes?
So one of the problems, as you can see, our system is basically set up to create civil servants. And yeah, I mean, this is why the NOC has to be in a certain sequence for no particular reason, is what your child in class 1 is being educated to do. Now, I'm not an expert, by the way, on education. It's mostly a state subject, as you may be aware, in India. But I do have a little bit of idea about higher education. I happen to be the chancellor of a university in India as well. And so I have somewhat radical views. This may or may not be, so don't take this necessarily as the government's view. It is my view of the matter. I personally think that the way higher education is delivered in the world, not just in India, is about to go through such a radical change that most of the debates we have about it are already irrelevant. So let me explain. One of the areas that will be completely disrupted by artificial intelligence is tertiary education. Today, tertiary education is delivered in a particular way worldwide, but particularly India, through the system of lecturing. Let me tell you that it already is the case that artificial intelligence can do a better job of delivering the lectures, answering the questions, and correcting the papers than any human being can consistently do. You can one time set the parameters, if you pay attention to it and you get the best guys to do it. But it makes no sense for thousands of professors around the country to deliver the same lecture year after year, when all you really need to do is to get the best guy to deliver it once, put it on YouTube, and let AI essentially do the question answers and interpretations and provide all the links and other things. This is going to happen worldwide. If you have kids who are already at university, you know they are already doing this with ChatGPT and other things. So this is already going to happen. Now, one is to look at this as a problem. I don't think it's a problem. It's a massive opportunity for India because it will allow us to deliver high quality tertiary education essentially for free to everybody. We no longer will need 200-acre campuses to basically get people for 4 years to listen to lectures when they can sit at home and do it while working. Why do I think this is a good forum to make this point? Because that's how you guys became CAs. Did the fact that you basically, at least the younger ones, did most of your training online or while you were working. Yes, you occasionally do need to go to a certain location, make friends, sit in a forum, do projects, but you do not need to sit in for 4 years in a campus to do this. And I think the future of education will be that you learn along with working. Why should you spend the best years of your life essentially wasting time in classrooms when you could be already working and learning at the same time? Second, the way today's education system is set up to be not meaningful for the world in which we already live in, where basically the demographics is such that we are all now living routinely into our 80s. Most of us in this room will be working well into our 70s, not because we have to, but because we are fit enough to do so. The problem with the current education system is that it provides a certain amount of inputs into you till the age of about 25 or thereabouts, and then it expects you to live off that for the next half a century, because as I said, till your 70s we are working. Now today, if you just went with the current system, the most outdated guy will be the most senior most guy in the system and taking all the decisions. But if you create this AI-based system, then we can get rid of all this. We can force people, or people can upgrade themselves along the way, because you're not having to abandon your career, your family and other things, move to some remote location for 4 years, which is set up for some sort of a 20th century way of life in the 21st century. You may be a doctor, but you want to be an accountant, that's fine. It could be the other way around as well. But there is no reason why a doctor who along the way now goes up the value chain into the administration shouldn't want to do accountancy, because that's what he actually deals with on a day-to-day basis. Today's system wouldn't allow him to become a chartered accountant. But in the future, at the age of 50, if he decides to become a chartered accountant, he could and would. Because that would be the routine thing to do. He has another 25-year career ahead of him where he'll be managing these facilities. The good news is the chartered accountant's system probably still allows him to do this, because you are still not based on, you're still an apprentice-based system to a large extent. But this should be possible to do it in any profession. Yeah, if I decide that I want to be now a doctor, I could go back to university, spend the next 6 years or whatever it takes to get an MBBS, and then even if I come out at the age of 60, I'd still have a decent career of doctoring ahead of me. Why shouldn't we do this? So to answer your question, I think that we are going to go through this very radical change in the way tertiary education is being delivered. This is going to happen whether we like it or not. It is great for India because it means that we don't have to spend a lot of effort trying to build all those universities and so on. We can take whatever our existing system is, leverage it up and max it out in the next decade while we go through the demographic transition phase. Thank you. I'll answer one more question from this gentleman, and then I think maybe my time is up as well.
My question is on execution. You mentioned of cases where you received opposition from the people who are there. Number one is, what do you find best in terms of convincing people? Is it a mandate that comes direct? And in terms of experience of the staff, you deal with various industries. How do you kind of quickly learn, and how much time do you spend on execution versus planning, on knowing that this is the right decision to take? Thank you.
See, the point of the matter is, obviously this is bespoke. It depends on the particular circumstances. There are ministries, departments, etc., which are open to change. There are others that are extremely resistant. You just have to play along with the way. Obviously, you need strong political backing to be able to do many of these things. But I have also found at the same time that there are good officers inside the system who want to have these changes be made. It is important to make the intellectual case for whatever it is you are trying to do as clearly and as transparently as you can. These kind of things cannot be done if you are pussyfooting, trying to be polite about anything. You have to put the data out in a stark way and show that, look, this is the only sensible solution to do whatever you're doing. Or at least these are the three options. That after having done those changes, you also need to demonstrate that whatever objective you wanted then, making the patent process smoother or whatever it is you wanted, are getting achieved. So that's why I told you right in the beginning that the last step is very important, of iterating to see that you achieve whatever it is you want to do and that you did not have any unintended consequences. This iterative process is very important. This is not a one-time effort in that sense. And that's why I don't like here to separate this idea of planning, implementation. That is not a meaningful way of thinking about policy making at all. That's a good way to make a bridge or a car. It is not a good way to make policy, because you live in a continuous world, not in build and then roll out world. So if you live in a continuous world, it is an iterative process, and so you have to carry it out, see what happens. Sometimes you may do part of it. Some places you don't have to do the whole thing in the first shot. You can do part of it, see if it works. As a result of that initial success, you may now get more support to do the next step, and so on and so forth. So it depends on the case. There's no hard and fast rule. What matters is that you're intellectually honest throughout that process. Of course, you have to put in a little effort to create a support base for whatever you're doing. That support base may be in industry. That support base may be within the bureaucracy. And of course, at every stage, you need the support of the political class. With that, let me stop. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
In life, it is important to know what you want, but it's more important to know what you don't want. Thank you, Mr. Sanyal, to work in that particular direction. We look forward to more streamlined process to India to achieve $5 trillion dream. India has already envisioned a $7 trillion dream by 2030. We look forward to it. A great round of applause for our celebrated guest, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. I will love to invite our ExCom team for photo and presenting the memento to Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. I would also request our past presidents of ICI Bahrain after the photo to come to the stage for photo with Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. Now I invite the past president to come on the stage for the photo. I would also like to invite Mr. Shwetang Bhushan on stage. He has been very instrumental in coordination with Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal's office and making this possible. Thank you, C. Shwetang Bhushan. All the past president, please come on stage. All the past chairpersons. मैंने क्या बोला? Thanks again to Mr. Sanyal for the eye-opening session. Now I would love to invite my young friend, subcommittee member C.A. Vamsi for the next session.
Thank you, C.A. Vineet, for that warm introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we move on to the next segment, let me share a quick personal experience. When I was around 15 or 16 years old, I developed my fascination towards equity market and started trading. But one day, my father came to me and asked, "Why don't you invest in fixed deposits? They are safe and provide you stable returns." As we all know, both equity markets and fixed deposits have their own pros and cons. However, in today's uncertain times, it's important to ensure that at least your future remains certain. That is why fixed income products play a pivotal role. To guide us through this critical topic, it is my privilege to introduce a true expert in the field. He is the Group Head of Fixed Asset Income Management at CICO, Mr. Ali Marshad. Mr. Marshad will share valuable insights into fixed income investment products and discuss the investment opportunities currently available for retail investors in Bahrain. These opportunities include bond instruments, treasury bills, and equities, both in the secondary market and the ever-relevant IPO market. Now I'd like to request our stage management team to play the AV of Mr. Ali Marshad.
Ali Marshad has over 18 years of experience in asset management, investments, treasury, and brokerage. After joining SICO in 2008 as an analyst in the investments and treasury division, Ali then headed up the newly established fixed income desk in 2012 before being promoted to head of fixed income in 2015. Prior to joining SICO, he worked in the UK as an analyst with Mercer Investment Consulting and as a performance analyst with UBS Global Asset Management, London. A chartered financial analyst, Ali holds a Bachelor of Science honours in Banking, Finance and Management from Loughborough University, UK. With utmost respect, we welcome Mr. Ali Marshad to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Ali Marshad.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll try and stick to the schedule. I think we're behind schedule, so everyone can catch their lunch. So initially I'll start by giving you a brief about where we are in the cycle for investing. So in terms of where we are, as we all know, we've been we've witnessed the peak of interest rates. We've seen the first rate cut in September, 50 basis points. Subsequent to that, we had a 25 basis point cut in the month of November. So where we have reached is interest rates have peaked and we are decelerating. The pace of deceleration continues to be data dependent, although what economists have proven to us in the past, economists have been a failure in forecasting where interest rates are going to be, where inflation rates are going to be, and this is a lesson that the market has learned. So in terms of the trajectory, we basically see at least another 3 rate cuts from now till 2025. And the reason for the shift in the market perception of rate cuts is the new administration in the US. And the new administration in the US is forecasted to have tariffs implemented globally. And these could potentially resurrect higher inflation down the line. And therefore, the path of lower interest rates will be slower than forecasted previously. So setting that scene, the picture is very clear. The picture is interest rates are going to decline. So how can we benefit from that? A dear topic to my heart is saving. Everyone in the crowd here would like to save, whether for education, or whether for a car, or whether for schooling for their kids, or whether for a house. So it is vital that we set up plans to save. So once we have our savings, everyone would take these savings and would like to invest them. Where would we invest them today? So we have multiple options. The plain vanilla investment vehicle for investors is investing in fixed deposits. If we go to the bank today and try to place a fixed deposit, the amount of interest rates we would achieve on a fixed deposit with a small sum of money would be neither here or there. Banks, unfortunately, treat retail, small customers at a disadvantage. However, what is available today in the market in Bahrain is the availability of alternative investments to fixed deposits, such as, I think the mic is off. Can you hear me now? So in terms of alternatives to deposits, what you can invest in is treasury bills issued by the government of Bahrain. These are available for investors to invest in either in Bahraini dinars or alternatively in US dollars. So for those of us that fear the FX risk of the Bahraini dinar, although the Bahraini dinar is pegged against the US dollar at the rate of 0.377, you can invest in US dollars. These come in short-term nature. You can have 3 months treasury bills, 6 months treasury bills, or alternatively 1-year treasury bills. The differential with a live example of someone I recently spoke to is drastic. So I recently spoke to someone who went into a bank and tried to place 5,000 Bahraini dinars, and they earned an interest of 1.7%, compared to a treasury bill that could earn that same investor at a rate of 5.6, 5.7%. So treasury bills are interesting short-term instruments for investors that want to lock up their money short-term, be it in Bahraini dinars or in US dollars. If we are trying to capitalize on the opportunity of interest rates, they are where they are, and we forecast that interest rates are declining, then what I would invest in is in long-term instruments and not short-term instruments. So by long-term instruments, we look at fixed income securities with maturities of 3-year all the way out to 30 years. These fixed income securities that are denominated in US dollars are minimum denominations of 200,000 US dollars. However, what we've seen recently is a lot of entities within the region, including CICO, offering the concept of fractionalization. So instead of maintaining a minimum lot of 200,000 to participate in these instruments, you can participate with smaller lots. And you will see in the future, I think, more of these fractional concepts coming through, even through digital platforms or through tokens issued by crypto-related entities, tokenizing anything from fixed income all the way to even real estate. Hence, giving the investor base the opportunity to participate in smaller denominations and to lock in these interest rates. Because interest rates, as I said earlier, are going to decline, and you could capitalize on a recurring income. So fixed income securities offer investors every 6 months an income stream throughout the horizon of the instrument itself, and therefore serving as an income stream for investors, for them to invest this either further or to utilize it to reach their goals or whatever they saved for. So these are basically what I call safe, low-risk investments within the scale of saving and investing. Obviously, you've got the capital markets, the equity space, the IPOs. The IPOs in the region have been very lucrative. We've seen IPOs from the UAE, from Saudi, offering high returns in the range of 50%, 60% within a short space of time. But not all IPOs are obviously attractive, so investors need to be selective. Another area which is higher risk and has been garnering a lot of interest in the global space is investing in local currency issuances from outside of the region. A lot of investors have been looking at carry trades from Egypt. Egypt today, in Egyptian pounds, assuming that I'm comfortable taking the currency risk, offers returns in the 20% context. Turkey, on the other hand, offers returns in the Turkish lira, which are in the 40% range. However, investors investing in such an investment need to be comfortable with the currency risk, because although the return on local currency instruments is extremely high, you can lose a lot of that return if the currency devalues and depreciates. So these are some of the ideas of saving and the available instruments to investors. I would like to leave the leftover time for questions from the audience. Can we have a mic here?
Thank you, Mr. Ali, for your presence here today. I have a question regarding the interest rates only. We are talking about the interest rates going down. So what do you think? See, next year there are expectations that interest rates will go down for sure. But is it expected to remain low or going further down, or it will come back up again? Because the government has changed, the political changes are there. So what's your opinion about it?
Sure. So in terms of the interest rate, the trajectory is definitely down. What we're seeing globally, and you've seen the just recently published figures, the Indian latest GDP figures are at the lowest ever witnessed in terms of the growth. China has been slowing down. So globally what we're seeing is a natural slowdown. And a slowdown basically is not yet witnessed in the US. The economy remains resilient. The US equation of interest rate is a matter of two factors. One is inflation, and inflation was at extremely high levels, and we have brought inflation levels back to closer to where the Fed usually targets. And the last mile is the toughest mile. As we approach the target, then the Fed will be under less pressure to decrease interest rates. The other equation that the Fed focuses on is the employment, and the employment in the US still remains resilient. I don't think the US is immune. The US will follow suit the rest of the world. What creates the uncertainty on the interest rate trajectory is the new administration and the tariffs. So the path is definitely lower from here. The question is how low will we go from here? So in the past, it was much lower figures than what we're forecasting today. And the reason for the adjustment is factoring in the new administration and the plans of the new administration when it comes to tariff. And then the real question is, when it comes to tariff, is how deep and aggressive will the new administration deliver on these tariffs? In my opinion, my personal opinion, I don't think we will see a lot of aggressive tariffs from the US on the rest of the world. We would see some tariffs, but not as aggressive as indicated in the past. So to answer your question in summary, rates are definitely going lower from here, and hence why fixed income globally offers an opportunity, because where fixed income sits in terms of yields is very close to equity markets, and what we see usually is a rotation from equities to fixed income and vice versa. And what we've regained recently as well is the correlation of equities and fixed income has moved back to what we are used to from a textbook perspective, whereby they're negatively correlated as opposed to what we've seen as an anomaly, both being positively correlated.
Mr. Ali? I mean,
yeah. Go ahead.
No, since you already said interest rates is going to go down and fixed income is a good opportunity compared to equity. But if you see the US equity market, it's doing very well. So you expect some correction in the US equity market because of the attraction for the fixed income?
Yes. So the US equity market has been doing extremely well. However, the resilience and the growth and the momentum for it to remain from an equity perspective, what you need to see is a positive picture. What we're seeing globally is not a positive picture. We're seeing a slowdown in demand, and therefore our valuations at this point in time, warranted or not. And once yields on fixed income markets are in excess of equity markets, what you'll start to see is a shift from equities into fixed income, because fixed income obviously as an asset class is much more risk averse. Again, I'm not an equity guy, but equity markets in the US specifically has proven extremely resilient. Throughout the rest of the world, we've seen equity markets sell off and come off. Even in India as a space, we've seen the Indian equity market, which has remained resilient for a very long time, it started to show a sign of weakness.
Hi Ali, thanks for the presentation, your views. On the fixed income side, as you know, the spreads are at the lowest level right now, whether you talk about GCC or any other regions as such. One thing, what we are assuming that oil will remain at this level for a longer time, but with the new administration coming in from the Trump side, whose logo is drill baby drill, you know, and Venezuela oil coming out, maybe a region will more stabilize, so more oil supply will come in. So there are good chances of oil prices going down. See, no can exactly predict it, but there are chances of under the new administration the oil price can go down. And I feel that the current spreads are not, you know, valuing that kind of spread widening which can happen in the region. So what's your thoughts? You know, if suppose oil prices goes down and we see like 2015, 16, when oil price was around 2000, was about $40, what kind of spread widening you can see in those scenarios?
Yes, look, I mean, overall globally spreads are at the tightest levels because the demand has been huge for such instruments, and as a result, the resilience of the economy, specifically the US, has been extremely resilient. The big elephant in the room for the GCC region, in my opinion, is lower oil prices. The GCC obviously does not want to see oil prices reach a certain level, and OPEC and OPEC Plus have been very reactive in terms of their stances and their oil cuts, and Saudi has taken the brunt over the years when it comes to OPEC Plus and the oil cuts. So I don't think the region would like to see oil prices lower. From a spread perspective, do I believe spreads in the region would widen? I believe yes, definitely spreads could widen from here because we're trading at extremely tight levels. But the biggest risk to the region, be it on the equity space or even on the fixed income space, It is oil prices breaching a certain level because the international investor and the perspective of the international investor to the region at a certain level of oil prices views the region as a safe haven. And once we breach that particular context or level, then the international investor base shuns the region and it's no longer viewed as a safe haven. So as long as we remain in the range we're in, the region is comfortably there, and then issuances from the region will be limited. And therefore you don't have much supply and you have maturities coming up, and the supply-demand balance will help maintain the credit spreads. However, if we drop significantly to lower levels, then the amount of supply that would come from the region would be huge, and that in itself will result in spreads widening further and further as a result, not only from the drop in oil prices, but and also as a result of the wider budget deficits for the region overall and the amount of issuances we would see in the region. But forecasts globally for oil prices to be within the 70s context, so fairly close to where we are, and that would be supportive for the region. And I think gradually you'll start seeing demand coming up from China and the other EM parts, because what we've seen is we've seen a slowdown in the rest of the world. The US is resilient, but then the rest of the world started enacting fiscal policies to boost the economies and to supplement the economy, as we've seen in China, and the Chinese engine, I think, gradually will gain back the momentum. Any other questions?
Hi, Ali. Thank you for the presentation today. So I wanted to discuss about the yield curve. Now, what are the risks to it? We've talked about the duration, 3 to 30 year securities. In my opinion, especially with Trump coming in with the clean sweep over House and Senate also, he's a pro-growth president. All his policies, we talk about tax cuts or we talk about tariffs, are all inflationary. He's pro-growth. Inflation is already more stickier than where the Fed wanted it to be. Already we were talking about 9 to 10 rate cuts by next year, and now we're talking about 2 to 3. It's already reduced the rate of this thing. Let's say if the rates are around 3.75 to 4 bracket at that time, what I see is the yield curve steepening and the 10-year going to probably 5.5, especially with the inflationary pressures of his policies. Anything he comes up, even with a small amount of rate cuts, small amount of tariffs and even rate cuts being introduced in this manner. So do you think that gives substantial risks to duration at this moment if you go in for especially 15, 20-year fixed income and bonds in that scenario?
So, good question. So in terms of yield curve positioning, I totally agree with you. So where we are is the yield curve was inverted. It kind of re-inverted. However, the differential between 2s and 10s, and I don't want to go too technical for the sake of the crowd. So the 2s and 10s, what we've seen, are extremely close to each other. So where we're going to go from here is, yes, definitely yield curves will steepen, and where I would position myself in the short term until I get more clarity is in the short end of the curve, within the 2-year space. And then I would rotate from the 2-year once rates go to 5% or 5.5. And the 5 and 5.5 it's not just a matter of Trump and policy and inflation. It's also a matter of supply of treasury bills from the US government. That in itself will put a lot of pressure and push the US treasuries. But once we reach that context of 5 and 5.5, this asset class will be a screaming buy relative to equities, which we've discussed earlier on. And you'll start seeing the demand rotate from equities into fixed income, supporting basically the move in the asset class. So over the short term, yes, there is a lot of pressure on the longer end. However, someone with a long-term horizon, medium to long-term horizon, interest rates will eventually go down. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. What a classic demonstration, including Q&A session from our audience. I am confident that this session has provided you with a deeper understanding of capital markets, encompassing both fixed income and equity securities and strategies to manage your wealth more effectively. I'd like to request our beloved past chairperson, CA Mani Lakshman Murthy sir, to felicitate our honorable speaker, Mr. Ali Marshad, along with CA Vivek Gupta, our current chairperson.
The risk is controlling everything since Aman left.
Thank you, audience. We kindly request our audience to proceed for lunch. Don't miss the exciting raffle session coming right after. We will be starting exactly at 2:20.
Thank you.
Requesting all female CA members to join us on the stage for a group photo, please, along with our chairperson, CA Vivek Gupta. Female members. All ladies in the hall, please join on the stage. On and, yeah, down and up.
So yes, I think it's an auspicious sign to have all the female members here to take a photo with the chairperson. So it's a, for us, for me actually. It's an honor. I am just still gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a gift. I think I was just ensuring whether my wife is around or not. In addition to that, for all the members, please be aware that we have requested your family members as well to join for Padma Shri Murlikant Petkar session. So you can ask your family members to join by 4:40 p.m. for the session. Thank you.
That was this very little talented man, Sai Karthik. Let's hear it for him. A thunderous round of applause. हाथ टूटने तक तालियां बजनी चाहिए. Sai Karthik, can we have you on the stage, please? May I please invite our chairperson, CA Vivek, if he's around, or a vice chair? Yes, come on, come on, come on. He's son of CA Karthik. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations, Sai. Vivek, can I request you to stay back? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a quick round of raffles now, very quickly, as we are running short of time. Can I request our IT coordinator to show us the wheel? These raffles are based on attendance. And these are BIC off-road experience voucher for a couple. Very quickly, can we have the first winner, please? Can I request our treasurer, C. Ankush, to come on the stage and present the vouchers? Abhishek Gupta. Can we have the next winner? Congratulations, Abhishek. CA Jonathan. CA Jonathan. Can we have the next winner in the meanwhile? Let's hear it for Jonathan. Congratulations. Can we have the next winner, please? CA Dhawal. CA Dhawal Shah. Congratulations, CA Dhawal. You won the BIC off-road experience voucher for a couple. Can we have the next winner, please? Congratulations, Dhawal. CA Balakrishnan. I believe he's gone home. Yes, I think he's gone home. He'll be coming back. Can we have the next winner, please? CA Ankush Malhotra. Congratulations, Ankush. Can we have the next winner, please? CA Bharat Venkat.
give a big round of applause to CA Bharat. Congratulations, Bharat. Can we have the next winner, please? Himanshi, congratulations. This is a moment to capture. Let's give a big round of applause to Himanshi Malhotra. Alright, the next raffle is from YK Almoy, which is a BIC F1 ticket which will be picked up based on the attendance. Can we pick a winner? She's coming, she's coming. Let's give a big round of applause for CA Subhashri. Congratulations. Our next prize is a mega raffle, which is a 100 BD voucher from YK Almoy. CA Panchu. Let's give a big round of applause for CA Panchu. And one more raffle based on the attendance, which is a 100 BD voucher from YK Almoy. Can we have the winner, please? CA D Chandrasekhar. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. Thank you, Ankush. Alright, before I move on to the next set of raffle, there is one very important announcement that I have to make. Most of you would be aware that ICAI Bahrain chapter also has a club with a name called iCamp Toastmasters Club. For the benefit of those who don't know, this club is dedicated for Indian Chartered Accountants working and residing in Bahrain, and this club is dedicated for development of public speaking skills and leadership skills. Well, I'm a living example. Most of you would compliment me for being a good MC, but this is result of this club, because most of my mentors who are sitting here in this conference room, whether it has to be CA Raghu, CA Meenakshi Sundaram, CA Mahesh, even I won't be able to recollect all the names, even CA Panchu. So I have learned so much from each one of you, and we are announcing the next Speechcraft program, which is a 6-week program for those who want to develop their public speaking skills. And we have the contact number flashed here on the flyer. For all those who are interested in joining this program, do reach out, because this is a program which aims to create leaders. We also have our past chairperson, Mr. Uday, who was also part of the Speechcraft program, CA Mahesh, who is a perfect example. I have learned so much. I have learned the art of diction, vocabulary. CA Ajay Kumar, who is a past chairperson of our chapter. So do reach out and take advantage of this program. Thank you very much. On that note, we will move on to the next raffle. Can I please invite the team from Solidarity onto the stage? Can I request the stage management team to get me the raffles of Solidarity? All right, what we are going to do is we have collected data from all the members through a Google form. So we have 5 raffles with a value of 50 BD each. So we are going to pick up the winners from the Excel sheet. And then we have the mega raffle. I'll talk about it a little later. Can I request our IT coordinator to pick up the first winner for the 50 BD voucher from Solidarity? It's Marwa Al-Ahmed. Is she here? I think she's not here. Can we pick the next winner? Mr. Sagar Shah. Congratulations, Sagar. Let's hear some noise for Sagar. Congratulations, Sagar. Can we have the next winner, please? Prakriti Sharma. Are you there? Let's hear it for Prakriti. I hope all of us have had lunch. Let's make some noise for the winner. She just won a 50 BD voucher. Your balance sheet is heavier than 50 BD. Congratulations, Prakriti. Can we have the next winner, please? Mr. Rashid. Rashid, are you here? I think Rashid is not here. Can we pick up the next winner? Shruti Mohta. Shruti is not here. Alright, can we pick another winner? Fatima Abdul Rahman Mohammed. Fatima Abdul Rahman Mohammed. I think she's not here. Can we pass the prize to the next winner? Himanshi Malhotra. That's a hat trick. Congratulations, Himanshi. Can we have the next winner, please? Sanat Agrawal. Mr. Sanat Agrawal. Is he there in the conference room? Yes, he's very much there. Let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Sanat Agrawal. Congratulations, Sanat. Alright, we have one more raffle which is to be picked up from this set of information. Can we have the next winner, please? Jitendra Sharma. Congratulations, Mr. Jitendra. And now we have a mega raffle from Solidarity, which is Apple Watch. Yes, and they are going to pick up the Apple Watch winner from the visiting cards they've collected yesterday and today. Let's see who is the lucky winner. Rashid Khan. He's on the counter. Yes, Rashid. Come on, run. You won an Apple Watch. Thank you, Team Solidarity, for your generosity. Up next, we have a raffle from Tally. Can I request the representatives from Tally to come on the stage? Priyesh from Tally, can I request you to come on the stage? And Tally has decided to pick up a winner again from the bowl, and they are giving away again Apple product, an Apple AirPod. Let's hear it for Vivek Gupta. This is the fairest raffle pickup.
Okay, so while announcement is being made by me, by no means I've picked the winner. The winner has been picked by him, so if there are any grudges, you know who to catch hold of. It's Mr. Russell Bedford, it's a company, Russell Bedford, and the person who's got the Apple AirPod Generation 4 is Mr. Vamsi Krishna Paluri. Congratulations, Vamsi.
Congratulations, Vamsi. A wish fulfilled. Thank you, Priyesh. Thank you, Vivek. And congratulations to you, Vamsi. Ladies and gentlemen, my truck is on the way. It's going to reach here after 2 hours. So I'll be back after some time. Now to take forward the proceedings, I am going to hand over the control to CA Ankush Malhotra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vicky. Good afternoon, everyone. When I see the day today, we started the day with great food for mind, which was knowledge, followed by great food, for our stomach, that was the lunch. And then Vicky's raffles have been food for my heart as well. So it has been a sumptuous day on all fronts. Now, all of us live in a world which is no longer traditionally followed. We live in a world where our reliance on technology, digital frontiers is immense. Right from when we registered for this conference, followed by our payments, by our payment gateway, and followed by our dinner today, for most of us, which will be through Talabat, everything is kind of digital these days. My mom used to tell me, Ankush, when you leave your house, make sure it is locked. But unfortunately today, our house is no longer the concrete brick and mortar. It is a digital world we live in. And unfortunately, the keys to these houses or our digital world is in the hands of hackers, which are probably sitting halfway across the world in their pajamas on the beach. Now, I kind of get worried, but guys, to kind of help us understand and to let us know how to keep these digital doors bolted and locked, I have an expert amongst us. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Nishit Saxena, who is a partner in technology consulting at Grant Thornton, Bahrain. Let me ask my AI friends to kind of introduce Nishit.
Nishit is a partner and head of technology advisory business with Grant Thornton, Bahrain. He is a senior executive and management consultant with 20+ years of experience of assisting clients with their IT consulting, business operations improvement, risk management and advisory and IT transformation initiatives. He brings with him 15 years of consulting experience, process and IT. in Europe, the Middle East and Africa regions. Additionally, Nishith has operating experience in Africa, Southeast Asia, Asia and Europe. Nishith is an SME in IT governance, IT security, cyber risk resilience and IT-enabled business transformation areas. We are delighted to welcome Mr. Nishith Saxena to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
So without any further ado, Nishith, the stage is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Heavy sessions after lunch, but thank you for making it easier with the raffles. Felt as if half the hall was felicitated in some form or the other with the awards and raffles. Good to be amongst all of you CA colleagues once every year. We don't get to interact that much, but yes, we look forward to these sessions every year. Move around. Do you have a while we fix this up, we've been doing this for almost 2 years now, and an exercise which keeps on building. Don't lose it all. So continuing the same momentum, we thought, okay, yeah, still we will again focus on don't lose it all. But let's see, right? Let's see what more can be done. So any specific expectations this year? What else? We heard of hackers in pajamas, so we will see some fun in the presentation further. I hope Ankush did not see the presentation beforehand and could take clues from what was put together in the presentation. I'll just get our speaker's mic. Just allow me a few seconds, please. Can you hear me well? Hello? Hi. Yeah, so continuing our journey from where we said, don't lose it all, we said this time we are going to engage minds with all people and all finance colleagues. I think the best use that you can make of is your brains. You guys are all good with numbers. We thought let's give you some puzzles during the day. So as this unfolds, you will see that we're going to cover cybersecurity, right? But cybersecurity through a case study and a small exercise. Why I exercise? I exercise that because we got to engage, learn, keep ourselves abreast with what's happening across the globe. How can we be in some or the other fall in the traps for frauds? And with that comes also the time for vacation. You know, we all know it's December time. Tomorrow is 1st of December. Can I have hands of people who are thinking of traveling? What plans have you made? India? Where else? The most beautiful, closest destination where all people go from Bahrain. Any guesses? Okay. Good guess. And how many going to Georgia? Thailand. Now I see some naughty people sitting here enjoying the session. Right, so one such fellow, right, amongst us, one of our CFO friend also starts planning for his vacation, right? It's December time, and then what he does next is, while he thinks, and what we all think. So when you're actually planning your vacation, what do you usually do? Some sounds, please participate. This is a case study, so you will get more meat if you participate. Okay. The gentleman resembles Vivek, so let's hear it from Vivek. Is that your beach? Right. Most of us do, right? It's not right and wrong, but in today's digitally connected world, as Ankush mentioned, what comes to our mind is ask people, right? So that you can plan it better. How do we do it? Mostly through social media channels. There was a time when we all started with Orkut. Orkut went to Facebook. Facebook, we all are forgetting. We have moved on to Instagram. We have moved on to WhatsApp channels, and we still keep somewhere or the other asking people on digital channels. So that's what our friend did. What did he say? He said, give me recommendations. And fortunately, he's also going to Georgia. And these are all the channels that he used. So we have got tech-savvy CFOs, right? These days, we call our finance guys, all of them when I meet, most of them comes across tech-savvies, and it's good. It's not bad. Point is, how much do they use and what do they explore? I hope all of you are familiar with the icons, at least that you see here, and that's what they explore. So after planning his vacation, thinking mountains, valleys, skydivings, beaches, comes the day of travel. So what do we do when we go for travel? We post. Right? How do we post? We create hashtags. This is a new language that all of us have learned. No spaces, no blanks, only capitals. But yes, most of us post. Right? We want to share our happiness. We go on. We're going on a trip. Right? So the CFO thinks, yes, I've planned it well. I'm traveling from Bahrain to Georgia. I'm traveling on Wednesday. He got an extra day off. Right? The Thursdays that you would expect that you have to work, after that you have to leave, you're always in rush, closing your business, going to the airport. The guy was lucky. He could make it on Wednesday. So here he mentions his Wednesday fun, he talks about Georgia rocks, and then he also comes and tells where he's going to stay, right? What happens? So he reaches the airport. What do you expect when you reach the airport? We expect our flights to be on time. Unfortunately, his flight is delayed. Right? What do you do? When you reach Bahrain airport, sometimes when your flights are late, what do you usually do? Go to lounge? How many of you are platinum card members here and have got access to premium lounges? Wow, nice, fantastic. At least 2/3 of the crowd here. And the challenges of travel. So, of course, he gets stuck, his flight is delayed, and then he realizes he has run out of battery on his phone. Right? Most logical is thinking of a lounge which has got facilities, going there and then charging your phone. Right? While he does, it was 2.5 hour delay. He was on a Wednesday, so he sits down. Ultimately, he is made to open his laptop and he works. Right? And then the most logical things of being able to charge his phone so that when he lands in Georgia, he has got battery, sufficient battery available in his phone, and then he has responded to the mails that he could have. Right? So 2.5 hours ahead, delayed flight, but then finally he takes off, and then we reach Georgia. Is that a CFO's nightmare? Most of the time, do you guys get stuck with it? You travel, you land, you take SIM cards, and then what happens? Office mails. How many of you resonate with this? What do you do? So his accounts team is following up with him, right? It's been 12 hours, right? 2.5 hours at the airport, then transits. He finally reaches Georgia, thinks he's here to celebrate his vacation, but he gets hit by an email. Right? And then something which is critical. Looks like he did not pay sufficient attention while he was here and he missed approving an invoice. Right? No problem. We're all connected these days. We feel comfortable. We get data. He approves the mail. What does he do next? Goes to his hotel. Right? So he's connected and he goes to hotel. Fast forward, as he is now getting out of the airport, he realizes suddenly his phone is pushing in authentication to log in. But you know, all hardworking chartered accountants, no problem. I've got fast speed data which I picked up a tourist sim. He approves. How many of you have done this? How frequently?
Every 14 days.
Do you know why these authentications are for? Are these real safeguards? Are these blockers? What is your perception of authentications? No one? Block from the official mails? Perfect. So it's a kind of mechanism which has been instituted by technology providers, wherein just to identify yourself, there is some mechanism, right? So that we know as businesses that you are the person who is supposed to use this service and you can authenticate yourself. So he sees this, he approves, but this continues. So once approved, twice approved, thrice approved, 4 times approved. But why this happens, right? So why was he pushed into that circle was because as he left on the Wednesday afternoon, suddenly one vendor started following up with him, asking, saying, the accounts team, please, one of our invoice has not been paid. We're passing the timeline, I'm going to stop the service. Again, a question to the forum. How many of you guys really have come across these situations? These urgent mails coming through at the last moment for approvals, businesses doing whatever they can, but we all sit with last minute requests which we have to approve, which we have to do something about. Do you often face it? Okay, fantastic. So that's what our friend did. He went and approved it. Next action at accounts team. Oh, quickly paid. I got paid off. And it went on becoming a beautiful Thursday evening for everyone. The accounts team felt they have paid, they have done, everything looks fair at their side, services will continue. The CFO has done his job, we have taken the approval, and of course our CFO starts enjoying at the Lee Meridian. Fast forward to Thursday, fast forwarding Thursday to Sunday. What do you think happened on Sunday? Any clues? Make a guess. One from this side, one from this side. Mahesh? Something. Happens very frequently. One from this side. Anyone? Mahesh, Sumit? Yeah, excellent. Same vendor sends a mail again. What do you think happened? And to the nightmare, after those MFAs started, the IT team started investigating. It was a genuine issue. And that continued over the weekend, but people kept approving. Every time they received authentication requests, they approved. Right or wrong, difficult to say, that's what the business guys will do, but your suspicions starts coming up. So the vendor mail received, and simultaneously you see the IT team starts coming up saying, we are noticing malicious activities. It's the notifications that have been set up as a part of your IT policy procedures. And then after a little bit of investigation, they come back and say, yes, there is an external cyber attack and some data has been lost. Right? Comes the next part. It's not that simple. It was not just data lost. There were some systems that were also encrypted. Right? The biggest nightmare of any business, where you're sitting with systems which are encrypted. And worst of all, there was a ransom request. Now, how many of you have really experienced a ransom attack, and what actions did you take? Anyone? All of you are sleepy after lunch now. Have you been in past 6 months or past 12 months, anyone who has gone through? I know not most of the people would like to say, but this is reality of today's world, right? Where you sit with these things and you don't know what to do when you get hit with these situations. But still, let me call Ankush at this point. We're going to take a small step and see how our director friends will react to these situations. Okay, I'm going to hand this over to my colleague Shams and Ankush for 2 minutes. We have got a wise a director of finance coming from an institutionalized hospital. Ankush, all the best. All the best for the negotiation. So what you're going to see here is a small tool. It gives you a real-time simulation and experience of how gruesome the ransomware negotiations can be. We all think systems encrypted, we'll receive a mail, we will negotiate, but they're not so easy, right? You'll actually experience it here of how good, bad these negotiations are and what can go right, what can go wrong. Oh.
Hello. Hi. How are you? Very good. How are you feeling? Are you ready for the negotiation? Are you ready for the negotiation?
Yeah, always. I'm the president.
Yeah, nice.
Fantastic. That's the spirit we need to see. Are you all excited to see the conversation that is going to happen between the so-called external threat actor or someone who has actually hacked into their systems, right? What you're going to see is a kind of a conversation that will happen between, we really appreciate you coming forward and volunteering for this. So Mr. Ankush and the external threat actor as well. Now, if you can, there will be a simulation that will be run around.
Yeah. Don't look there, look at the bigger screen.
You have to look at the bigger screen, right? And
Let me come this side, I think so, for the audience.
You can read it from everywhere, don't worry.
yeah, I think Nishit, maybe you can guide him further. I will help him. Whatever you say as a message, I will be a kind of a teleprompter for you. I'll enter that message and you'll get a response automatically.
So with all the surprise element to the exercise and how usually these ransomware negotiations are, here is our director of finance, the best negotiator that we feel in the world, always asks for discounts at the end of each year from all vendors, is hit by something where he has got limited options to negotiate, right? His systems are encrypted, they're trying to recover, but then yes, he is expected to pay. Will he pay? Any clues? Will he pay? Will you pay? Okay, so Shams, you can move forward. Going forward, right? Looking at this screen.
Yep.
Right? If you have not experienced it, experience it now.
Yeah.
The CFO has been given 5 iterations, right? You have to conclude your negotiation in these 5 steps, right? It's not that you can keep chatting. It's not a sabji mandi negotiation of hours. So no, 2 dinars, 1 dinar, 1.5 dinars, 6 dinars. He's just got 5 iterations. Let's see if Ankush gets it right in 5 iterations.
So,
it will play. You have to keep participating. It will keep play. It will keep responding. What you say, we will write, and the ransomware, the threat actor will respond.
Well, so we are a state-owned hospital. We really don't have any money to pay.
Okay. Is that true?
I'm in the US. I moved to US a week back, so yeah.
Good. You got 5 chances, huh? You're using one.
Yep.
You sure? Okay. He's giving you options.
No. 2 days. No, we cannot.
Does anyone want to help him?
Yeah, you can take that.
Yeah, I think
please.
so. I have. No, okay. So I have to respect my seniors and, no.
It's not, it's your business. He can give you advice. Ultimately, you have to use your own brain.
His money is being used for the state. So, So, no, we cannot. We cannot pay.
Adamant CFO, huh?
Response, you just left with 3 iterations. Maybe Jay will just put this entire data of yours on the dark web. So be careful.
Okay, I need to involve my lawyers here.
Okay.
They have the copy of my cybersecurity policy actually. So they will be able to tell me.
Lawyers?
Cybersecurity policy, so yeah. Why don't you release the whole system while we discuss and negotiate with you? That's my counter. Can you please release the full system? Give me the full access, and we can definitely carry on our honeymoon talks.
You got two iterations for the honeymoon talk, huh, Mukesh? Next is your lifeline. You will make it or break it.
So you have an option now. He's saying he can give you chunks of information while you pay. You want to ask him what kind of mode of payment he wants to have the payments in cryptos or how? Or what information? Do you want to see that? This is the only chance that you have now. They might just interrupt.
You want to ask information, you want to take a decision, this is it.
Yeah. Can they share more information about
anyone wants
what
to
kind
support,
of... Yeah.
Anyone wants to help? You want to consult? This is the last. Either you pay or you leave.
Let's take an audience poll here. Can I ask the stage management team to hand over to Mani sir?
Yeah, please feel free. There's nothing right and wrong in this, but this is how it is. This is the last chance.
Okay. $250,000.
That's about it.
You got nothing. Your iterations are gone.
Now, based upon how you responded, there is a score that you've got out of 100. So far, you have done good. But I would suggest, please give him a round of applause.
I think so. My mother would be happy. I always scored 40 only out of 100. This is, a double of that, so I'm very happy.
Thank you. So what do you think our finance friend did good and what he did wrong? Right? It's time for self-reflection. Right? This is how situations come up and this is how we react. Sometimes we find them funny, sometimes we say, okay, let's test them. But we all sit with this. In Bahrain, there have been occasions where businesses attempted and they said no, their data was actually leaked into public domains. Right? We all have seen, and we have seen them struggling really hard from there to what happened to their businesses. So a time for reflection. What did you do good to get a score of 85?
No, I think so. It's important about not giving up, not just giving up so easily. There has to be a dialogue, and all dialogues may not yield the appropriate result, but it's our duty to kind of look at all corners and take a decision.
Yeah. What we did good, we attempted at a positive note, we said, you're not going to pay. Right? Why did we give up? On the third iteration, we started panicking or we started taking support from all, we forgot the policies of the business. And then you started and tried involving the lawyer. What does your policy say?
Yeah, so I think so my policy was having a cybersecurity policy in place. It gave me the leverage to shell out some money, which of course I'll not be paying, my policy covers.
Involving the lawyer and involving bringing the legal team, the most difficult portion is to keep your composure, don't worry about it. You should have measures in place so that you know your data will not be lost, but ultimately not give in to the negotiation. The 15 points were lost because most of the cyber insurance policies today say we will not pay. And if we pay after a long round of negotiation which comes through legals and our insurance is not through directly by us. Right? That's what you paid your policy for, the premium that you pay for. Right? But this is a live example, right, of how good, bad these negotiations can be, and this is how these are run. Thank you, Ankush.
Thank you, Nishit.
We will move into the root cause going back to our case study. Right, so of what we saw on the previous slides, and we said, comes a time of reflection where we say, let's analyze, why did this happen, why are they asking? And the realization at this given point of time was something has gone wrong. Some payments have been made, but they haven't reached the vendor, and then here we sit with a system which is encrypted, right? What clicks in? What clicks in from here? As you get hit by these situations, what do? All the businesses today somehow or the other have formed committees, steering committees, cybersecurity steering committees. Regulated organizations are easier because there is someone enforcing on them what they should do when these situations come in, but most of the businesses proactively learning by their mistakes have come up, and they all come to table. And also joins our CFO. Of course, not in pajamas, in shorts, sitting at the beach. Ankush will relate with the situation. Here is our CFO friend attending remotely, now from the hotel. Right? A difficult situation, you would see, you will realize, and then starts the analysis where we say what we know and what we need to find out. So, what do we know by now? We know what happened. Our systems are encrypted, and IT has concluded there has been a cyber attack. Where has it happened? We know the business which has got impacted. We know when it has happened. It happened on the Thursday, or it happened on the Wednesday. And what we don't know, how it happened. We don't know why it happened, and we also don't know who is at mistake because of which you are now sitting in this situation. Right? So, they are all brainstorming, and as they brainstorm comes the difficult questions in mind. Is it actually a cyber attack, or is it a fraud? Because most of the time you will start looking at your accounts team and say, you paid, you must have made a mistake, you must have done a wrong transfer, and investigations start, right, around people. But yes, IT said there is a cyber attack, so possibility of cyber attack. How do we conclude? It could be a social engineering where someone's information was stolen. Could be a man in the middle attack. We spoke about this 2 years back. If you all remember, man in the middle attack is what we contemplated, and we are seeing a live example here where a business sits with it. MFA fatigue attack, right? Constantly authentications coming in through. How did it happen? These are robust systems. How can someone really initiate a MFA fatigue attack? Was this an identity theft? Someone used someone's credentials to do something? Ransomware? Why ransomware? How can our systems be encrypted? We have spent so much of money. We are here sitting in a situation where now everything is encrypted and we are being held responsible for ransomware. And comes the last part, which again was confirmed by the IT team, that there has been a substantial data breach. Can you all participate and come up with 3 options that you should really investigate? Everyone is silent. What do you think this is? Where will you start your investigation? Something has to be done, right? And that's what steering committees are for. So, what's your guidance? Ransomware? We'll take 3 and then we will go from there. Or cyber attack? Data breach. Okay, so we pick up 3, right? Not fraud. Could it be a fraud? Right? So these are difficult questions that the steering committee may sit with, right? But yes, okay, we have been able to shortlist 3, let's move forward. Now we know how, right? And then continues the root cause. Now looking at those 3, the IT and business keeps investigating and they comes up with some more conclusions where they say the threat actor actually had access to all the credentials. Though initially it was thought it's a cyber attack and the systems had been encrypted, but how the threat actor could do it was because he had access to the credentials. Simultaneously, the business team also came up with, they started looking at invoice was not received from a registered ID, it has come from a almost same ID. And you see those differences, it's just a dot, sometimes gets missed by all of us. Approvals were provided in time, right? You know, the CFO was in rush. So they could conclude that, okay, it might be something, but why did he approve it over the mail? We have a system where we process invoices and then we go forward. Still that was missed. System enforced controls around your three-way matches into your systems, right? The payment was made directly through instant transfer. Instead of being processed through the system where approvals could have been taken, a file could have been generated and uploaded to the bank. That was also missed. Last but not the least, all of us go in vacations and we want to be available 24/7, right? We all are dedicated employees, we know we work hard, but there is a reason why these delegation of authorities have been designed, and that's why it is said that when you're traveling, you hand over your responsibilities to someone who is in a secure place, can take wise decisions, right? So this answers the why, but does it really answer the why? Or is there more to investigate? So some questions still remain unanswered, where we say, okay, it was the user credentials, but how could someone get access to someone's user credentials? And on the other side is, second is a replica of our vendor invoice, a replica of our vendor's registered email ID. How did they get access to all these? Any clues? Internal threat, yes. What else did I hear? There was a second answer also. Human error, okay. Yeah, human error is something that they have already identified. So, an email ID which was not watched and was not deliberated properly, right? Ooh, how did they get it? Social media? Sure. One more option we have got. So it happened, right? It happened. To answer, let me answer this for you. It was simple. And you know where we are getting back to? The first slide where our CFO friend was preparing to fly. What do we call this? Free Wi-Fi and charging facility. Do you use it? How often do you use it? Very often. At the airports, at public places. What happened was he connected his machine to a rogue access point. So maybe he was trying to pick up a Wi-Fi at the lounge, which was not secured. Someone was sniffing around, could get access to his emails. He also plugged his phone into a cable without checking if it is a genuine charging point or was this just a cable lying there, and where his phone was cloned. And happened that our CFO friend actually ended up giving all the information. Right? While we deal with it, it was nothing is free in this world. The fees was paid through the data that they got access to. Right? Do you relate to this? And someone said insider threat. So while we all acknowledge and we say cyber era, cyber era, cyber era, cyber era, and we deal with cyber attacks, what we are also dealing simultaneously is insider threat, which is usually ignored. External sources are considered more common, and all tools and technologies focus on protecting you from the outside world. What you need to know is insider threat is more dangerous compared to a cyber attack. Cyber attack is something that you are predicting. Insider threat is something which you sit with and you may not know. And though we say cyber threat, it can be into multiple forms, and not necessary that the CFO was a bad person and wanted to do something bad. It was just his negligence, which also these days gets classified as insider threat. What are businesses doing about it? And what are the indicators of insider threat? Sometimes these are genuine, and you can look at direct indicators which are knowingly left open. And then there are indirect indicators that also businesses should be watchful about. People walking in at odd times into office, what are they doing and why should they do? Do they go to their room? Are they roaming around in the office space somewhere? And then last, we all deal with risk control employees. 60–70% cases you will find when employees are about to leave, they will try to copy data, they will try to do something into the system. So be careful. And if you look at the stats coming from 2018 to 2023, it has doubled. Right? Think of the speed at which these threats are growing, and look at the cost, which has also doubled. Right? Lastly, I will leave the floor with saying what businesses are doing to protect these insider threats and cyber threats. These are all tools and templates which are being used by the businesses, but yes, be careful. So I leave today's forum by sharing a case study which we participated with, and knowing 2 more techniques where you might be conned. Without any fault of yours, you may end up impacting the organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nishit. I think so I should thank him more for taking me through that cycle and letting me know that where I lack those 17 marks. So that next time if it really happens, I know how to navigate it. But again, on a serious note, this session has just kind of brought to light how interconnected our lives are with technology. The issues which we face and the cybersecurity threats, more than being security issues, the issue behind this is personal and ethics. Now, Nishit, thank you again for your time. I'm sure if the audience has any questions, they will be able to connect with you offline. And now I would like to invite on stage CA Vivek Gupta to facilitate Nishit for this great session. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause.
You're back from your vacation?
Yeah. After years? Yes, after your session, definitely yes. Please. Ankush, please join.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Everyone is silent, huh?
So Vivek, I would request you to be on the stage because I'm told that I'm handing over the control to you. So over to you, Vivek.
Thank you. No, it's all, this is a customized one.
Good evening all. I think we are a bit low on energy as of now. I'll say again. Good evening all. Let's get that energy running through our veins again. Good evening all. Good evening. Now it's time that we are entering into the final session of the event. Though I'm MC for one session, however, I will give you a brief of the 3 upcoming sessions which are going to happen after this. We are the chartered accountants and compliance is our bread and butter. So today we have our experts from compliance and business field over here, and soon you will be listening to them. A huge round of applause for them. But good things takes time. So before we move that, we have another good thing coming up. And we have a duo, the power couple from India. And it's truly an honor to introduce 2 remarkable storytellers who have been a source of inspiration for millions. Abhi and Neo. Together, they have redefined it. Hold your claps because there is much more. Together, they have redefined digital storytelling, content creating, and sparks conversations, inspired actions, and drives meaningful changes. Before I request them to join us, can we have the avatar speaking about them.
Abhi and Niu, India's first national award-winning creators, were named New India Champions by PM Narendra Modi in 2024. This husband-wife duo creates solution-oriented content on economics, geopolitics, climate change, and more from an India-first perspective. Their content has inspired impactful initiatives, planting over 160,000 trees, building toilets, and supporting social causes. With 6.23 million YouTube subscribers and over 4 billion views, they aim to inspire change through constructive criticism. Abhi and Niu have received numerous awards, including Forbes 30 Under 30, GQ Most Influential Indians, and Lokmat Best Travel Influencers. It is with great pleasure that we welcome Abhi and Niu to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
So with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Abhi and Niu.
Hello. Hello. Okay, I'll use this one. Sorry? And the clicker? No, I'll operate from here only. It's okay. I can use this. Hello. Okay, so I have a confession to make. I am not an accountant. I don't belong in the finance world. So I feel completely out of place over here because I am surrounded by some of the brightest minds in India. Actually, scratch that. Some of the brightest minds in the world. But I'll tell you who I am. I am a storyteller. And unlike my wife, who is a chartered accountant, by the way, we tell stories about India. But today's story is about these two pictures. So this is us, where you can see this one random man editing a video, and that is a train, by the way. So this man is editing a video in a train. And that beautiful lady over there, she is actually writing some articles so that she can actually fund the journey. So this was 2019. And the next picture is 2024, where the same couple is... Thank you. But where the same couple is receiving an award from the Prime Minister. Now this is quite unbelievable to me. So probably we have to watch it to believe it. So yeah, this is the clip. The audio is playing from here. The audio is playing from here. Okay, till the tech team is figuring out, if I may just continue, a lot of people might have watched this video, so we can just skip it. So we can go ahead and you can tell us about what is this new India that everybody is talking about.
So, how did we go from being those two people who were traveling by train to becoming somebody, to becoming people who were awarded by the Prime Minister of India? So, what we're going to do today is talk a little bit about our journey, talk a little bit about New India, a changing India, and also leave a few nuggets for you guys. And we're going to do this in the form of a conversation. Abhi and I are going to be talking. We're going to ask each other questions. We will ask the audience a few questions also. And then in the end, we'll open for questions, so then you can ask us questions as well.
Look, this is a trick that I am playing because I am a husband and I don't get a lot of voice in my own home. So then because Neo will be asking me some questions, so then at least I'll get a little bit of time to speak my mind. So then, yeah. So this is going to be a two-way communication. We will be asking each other a few questions and then we will be opening the session for everybody. All right? No, that's okay. We can skip this. We can skip this. We can go back to the presentation. No, that's okay. Now we already moved ahead. I'll play the next video like that. We can go back to the presentation.
Right, so moving on next, I really want to talk to you about two words. They're called ennui and serendipity. Has anyone seen Inside Out 2? It is a very nice movie that very recently released. So there is one character in Inside Out 2 called Ennui who just sits and he's like, I don't want to do anything. So a lot of people expect that starting stories and how your journey begins is going to be like the Big Bang. Everybody says the universe began with the Big Bang. A lot of times in life, journeys don't begin like that. They begin much more simply. So our journey began with a little bit of ennui when Abhiraj was sitting and not doing anything in particular, and serendipity because we were in Pondicherry in the Matri Mandir. It is this one place where you can go and sit in silence in a very beautiful room, and you just have to sit there and do nothing. And it is at that moment that Abhiraj got this voice in his head that said that we have to do something related to India. Fast forward a few months later, he was sitting again on the bed doing nothing much in particular when he got the idea, where he got a vision for our series 100 Reasons to Love India, where his idea was, all he could see was, I want to start the first line with, this is one reason to love India, and then end the videos with, and that's the reason why I love India. And to be really honest, that's how we began.
But then why was this journey necessary? Why do you feel that making content like that was necessary?
So I'm going to ask the audience a question. How many of you know about India's problems? We have too many of them. I just want, you guys can do a show of hands. How many of you all know about India's problems? I mean, you can raise your hands. So that I know
I can also raise my hand.
So that I know you all are not sleeping. Okay, how many of you know about the people who are trying to solve these problems? Do you know about them? There are very few hands out there, obviously, because the way the internet has, in a way, fooled you or programmed you is to think that all you can see about India are the problems. All you can see about India is somewhat like Slumdog Millionaire. It may be very distant from what reality is, but it will never tell you about, say, Tulsi Gowda, who got a Padma Shri award, who's a tribal lady who planted, I think 15,000 trees was what I heard last time, but she was the only one who maintained 15,000 trees and treated them as her own children. So you will not hear her stories, but you will hear stories about things going wrong. So this is what we really wanted to change. This is what this is mindset we wanted to change, because we noticed that the internet was overwhelmingly negative in its portrayal of India. But nobody told you about the positive things that were happening in India. Nobody told you about the people who were bringing about this change. Nobody told you about the good things that are happening. And as a result, what was happening was everybody whether it was a person who was old or a person who was young, had only one thought in their mind, is desh ka kuch nahi ho sakta. If you all have ever thought about that, please raise your hands. I mean, I have also thought about it, so I'm raising my hands. So, you all have all thought about it, ki is desh ka kuch nahi ho sakta. To translate, it means nothing can happen to this, about this country. It's gone to the dogs, nothing is going to happen, okay? So that's kind of what we ended up thinking, but the problem with that was we were ignoring the people who were doing good work. So rather than focusing on them and their stories, we were focusing on the problems and not giving them much attention. And secondly, people never ended up having any pride about the country. And why I mention this is, today you all are here for the CA conference. You all were there yesterday. We met all of you all, many of you all, and all of you all are dressed to the dime, looking very professional, looking very beautiful, looking very beautiful for all the women. I'm not kind of passing comments on the men and calling them beautiful. But then everybody is dressed really well. But when it comes to India, we don't really think about it like that, do we? And y'all are dressed well, even though you may have some, like a pimple on your skin or dark circles like I do, or any other thing like that. So, a lot of tech issues happening. But you guys, so y'all are dressed well for this conference in spite of the 100 problems that you have in your own body, in spite of how your looks are and what you think about how you look. Why can that thought not be applied to our country? And that is the question that we asked. And that's how we began.
Yeah. So one of the biggest problems that we had when we started making content is that people from abroad would come to us and then they were very excited about India. They wanted to know what is so special about India, what makes India special, where should we go to have food, what should we do, and then we had no answers. And that happens to a lot of us, that whenever a question is asked about our own hometown, we don't know what makes it special. So we wanted to solve that particular problem, and that's how our journey started. I have prepared some videos for you. If those are ready, we can play them. Can I check which slide we are on? Yeah. Go down, go down. Now is the audio fine? Can we just switch to any other slide, so then I'll continue the presentation. We'll come back to the videos later once it's ready. Okay, so what I will do is, this is exactly what I'm talking about, that usually there are a lot of problems and there are very kind people over here who are trying to find solutions. So then let's give a round of applause to them, because you see, I am a filmmaker. All right. In filmmaking, we follow this rule called Murphy's Law, that anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And we had tested everything. We had tested the audio, we had made sure the internet is perfect. But when we are over here, anything can go wrong. And that is the sort of attitude that we need all over the world, because there are so many problems. There is climate change, there is this and there is that. But then unless we try to figure out how we can solve that problem, we will never move ahead. So then let's come back to Neo being, thank you. So let's come back to Neo being a chartered accountant, and everybody asks us this question, that Neo was a chartered accountant and now she's making videos online. So then, Neo, I have a question for you. You say that knowledge never goes to waste. So how has you, being a chartered accountant, helped you right now in making this video?
So first, I'd like to preface, I qualified as a chartered accountant. I worked for 6 months and then I threw my degree away, which means I quit my job and I decided to freelance as a writer, like, you know, miles away from the profession. So I'm going to preface, I was a chartered accountant for 6 months.
No, you're still a chartered accountant, it's just that you don't practice it.
I don't work as a CA anymore. So how it helps me is to basically, I've had the fortune of having very good professors who taught me very well. And their idea was that whatever you learn is never going to go waste. So I was taught how to read laws very accurately. I was taught how to decode numbers very accurately, and that's the sort of reasoning we use today. Because one of the things we did in 2023 was make a video about the union budget. Because as it stands, even though all these budget numbers are public, there are very few people who actually end up reading them.
Champion. The award goes to.
समझ में ही नहीं आता कि पैसा कहाँ पर जाता है. Where does all the money go?
Everybody keeps asking this one question.
They are pioneers.
I'll tell you.
का पैसा कहाँ जा रहा है? And the answer to that, at least for the central government's perspective, is in the budget documents, but nobody reads them, and that's when I scripted a video about budgeting, where I spoke about capital expenses, revenue expenses, and decoded the government's revenues and the top 5 ministries where money is actually spent. And that was one of our videos that went quite viral, so to speak. It got, I think, about 3 million views, which is quite big for a video on a subject that is as dry as the union budget. I mean, for people who are not from finance, it's very dry. But we still had people who are interested in it, so that's kind of where my accounts helps, which is I can read a lot of stuff without getting bored, but that's just me. Right, so hopping back to our journey, like I was telling you guys about the problems that India has. So one way we decided to fix it is by doing a series called 100 Reasons to Love India, which is where the two of us would quit our jobs, travel across India, and find 100 reasons on why everybody should love India. Whether it starts from, I'll give you a few examples rather than that, because we had a few of this in our PPT, but right. Do you guys know what is special about Meghalaya's families? Does anybody here know? I mean, if you've seen the video.
Where we are going everything.
What is special about Meghalaya's families?
If you store in the freeze mode, we will show you this.
Yeah.
What is the slide? What is the slide you want?
Go ahead, go ahead.
It's matriarchal lineage. It's not the patriarchal lineage.
It's not matriarchal, it's matrilineal.
Thank you so much for correcting me, but that's the idea.
Meghalaya's, in the rest of the world, whenever a woman gets married, she leaves her house.
Yes, we are back on track. So we are back on track.
Welcome.
All right.
So she leaves her husband's family, she leaves her house and goes to her husband's house. In Meghalaya, it's the exact opposite. The man leaves his house and goes to the wife's house. So they have a matrilineal system.
But this is so unique. This is something that we did not know about our own country. Because what happens is, just yesterday we went to this amazing museum that Bahrain has over here, where they have preserved their culture since last 7,000 years. And that is so amazing. But what happens is, we are not architects. We cannot build a monument. We cannot build a museum. So through our series of videos, we wanted to create a digital museum so that we can display all of these things, and maybe 10,000 years later or a million years later, when all the humanity is lost and somebody is excavating these digital footprints that we have, some alien finds these videos and then they learn about humanity. So that is what we wanted to create. This is Unakoti in Tripura. This is Nalanda in Bihar, and that is the Khasi culture of Shillong in Meghalaya.
Yeah. Have any of you all heard of Unakoti, by the way? Very few of them have. So Unakoti is this very beautiful park area in Tripura, a state that is at the extreme border and very bottom of our country in the northeast. What's special about Unakoti is most carvings are usually made out of stone. Carvings are actually, the stone is cut down and the carvings are made. These carvings are made flat on the stone. So the stone will be flat and then there are carvings. So I think it's called base carvings, but then that's really special about them. And the very interesting part is there is also a sculpture of Ganesha over there, which kind of speaks to the fact that the Ganesha that you have at your home was also there in a remote forest in Tripura about 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years back as well. So that is the sort of things that we wanted to show. These were the gems that we wanted to bring in front.
But speaking of Ganesha, our first video that went viral came after 50 such iterations of trying different things, figuring out things. So can you tell them about the very first video that went viral?
Right, so while we made videos about a lot of things that we love about India, there was also some things that we did not like about India, but what we really wanted to change was everybody cribs about the problems after they have noticed it. Like somebody will crib about the education system when they are experiencing it or after they got bad marks. Somebody will crib about the garbage after they have noticed the garbage. So what we wanted to change about this was to try and offer solutions beforehand. Is it okay? Is everybody listening? I can't make out. Right. So what we decided was Ganpati is a very holy festival that happens in the month of September. Usually people use idols made out of plaster of Paris, and it causes a lot of harm to water bodies, etc. And usually everybody wakes up after the idols have been immersed, and then they're like, oh, look at this waste. We said, okay, what if instead of saying, oh, look at this waste after the event, we went and spoke to people before the event, about 2 months before, and gave them the choice to change their idol so that they can avoid this waste. And that was one of our first videos that went viral. We uploaded it and slept and woke up the next morning and noticed that it had a lot of views. People were sharing it, and things kind of snowballed. I'll let Abhi take it on from here.
So basically, how did this idea came up? I come from a very orthodox family, and we have been having this festival for the last 50 years in our house. My grandparents started it, so then we thought there is absolutely no way we can make them change. But then when you floated this idea, then everybody was willing to change. And we realized that why not try this at a national level? Why not share these ideas of eco-friendly Ganesh idols to the world, with the world? Just wait, just give me. Yes. So with that, we came up with this idea of showing the changing India to the world. So, and India is changing. Let me tell you about Swachh Bharat. India is getting cleaner. Most of the Western world knows India as portrayed in Slumdog Millionaire, a land of slums, poverty, and crime. But did you know on 2nd October 2014, India launched Swachh Bharat campaign. We decided that we have to build toilets and make India open defecation free. And through this mission, over 100 million toilets were constructed in rural India. World Bank says that India saved $50 billion reducing sanitation-related diseases. And now that is changing India. UPI is a revolution. In 2016, India launched UPI. Today, 75% of all digital transactions happen through UPI. Every month, UPI handles 10 billion transactions seamlessly. We are becoming a cashless economy fast. In 2023, India crossed rupees 135 trillion in transactions through UPI. And the best part, this is free for the consumer as well as the merchant. This is New India. So this is the issue of The Economist in 1991, famously called as the caged tiger, with a statement that said that nowhere in the world, not even in the Soviet Union, is the gap between what might have been achieved and what has been achieved is as great as it is in India. Just 10 years ago, India was considered as fragile 5 economies in the world. Today, we are becoming a global bright spot. These are the things to be proud of, but we can't take them for granted. And these are the stories that we wanted everybody to watch. But even after getting millions of views, what matters to us is the on-ground impact, because as you know that the world of social media, tomorrow all the social media can get deleted and we will have nothing to show for it. So we wanted to create something that actually makes people take actions. And how many of you love mangoes? Can I have a show of hands? All right. So we decided to do something about mangoes in the pandemic, and that's the video that I want to show you. Can we have the next video, please? इस गर्मी के मौसम में हम 1 लाख एसीज आपको फ्री में देना चाहते हैं। ऐसे एसीज जो सिर्फ गर्मी कंट्रोल करने में मदद ही नहीं करते, लेकिन देश की गरीबी भी कम करते हैं। ऐसे एसीज जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पर नहीं चलते और नेचुरली भारत को ठंडा रखने में हेल्प करते हैं।
बात हो रही है इनकी। ये है पेड़, आम के पेड़, और हम आपके साथ मिलकर इस गर्मी के मौसम में 1 लाख पेड़ लगाना चाहते हैं।
ये है हमारा आज तक का सबसे एम्बिशियस प्रोजेक्ट, जो हम अकेले बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकते। हमें आपकी मदद की जरूरत है।
इस साल हीट वेव ने हम सबका जीना मुश्किल कर दिया है। देश के कई एरियाज में टेम्परेचर्स 45 डिग्रीज छू रहे हैं, और अभी मई का महीना शुरू भी नहीं हुआ है, गर्मी बढ़ रही है, और इन हीट वेव्स का इम्पैक्ट हमारी इकोनॉमी पर होता है। कैसे, हमने डिटेल में इस वीडियो में एक्सप्लेन किया है।
लेकिन हमें विश्वास है कि कोई भी प्रॉब्लम सोल्यूशन के बिना जन्म ही नहीं लेता। गर्मियों में एक और चीज हमारे घर आती है, और वो है मैंगोज। ये आम आपको आम से खास बना सकता है, और वो भी आपकी लाइफ में उथल पुथल किए बगैर।
यूजुअली हम आम खाते हैं और आम खाने के बाद ये गुठली कचरे में फेंक देते हैं। अगर कभी समय मिले तो आपके शहर के लैंडफिल में जाइए। आपके और मेरे ही घर के गीले कचरे की वजह से मीथेन रिलीज होता है, जो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के लिए कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड से भी ज्यादा डेंजरस होता है। आपने ये न्यूज पढ़ी होगी कि लैंडफिल में आग लग गई। ये आग मीथेन की वजह से ही लगती है।
लेकिन आज का वीडियो आपको गिल्टी करने के लिए बिल्कुल नहीं है, एक सिंपल सा सॉल्यूशन डिस्कस करने के लिए है, क्योंकि इस गुठली से मुफ्त के एसीज यानी पेड़ लग सकता है। पेड़ जिन्हें हमने सालों से इतना फॉर ग्रांटेड ले लिया है कि हम उनका इंपॉर्टेंस ही भूल गए हैं। आपको विश्वास नहीं होगा, लेकिन एक आम का पेड़ 50 सालों में 217 टन ऑक्सीजन प्रोड्यूस करता है, 81 टन कार्बन एब्जॉर्ब करता है, और इसका कूलिंग इफेक्ट इतना ज्यादा होता है कि मानो आपने 5 एसीज 1000 घंटों के लिए चालू रखे हो। और ये बात सिर्फ एक आम के पेड़ की है, और हम बात कर रहे हैं 1 लाख पेड़ों। Thanks for the ad revenue. पिछले 2 सालों से हमने शुभजीत सर के साथ मिलकर एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया। हमारे व्यूअर्स को एक सवाल पूछा कि इस साल आपने आम खाए जरूर, लेकिन कितने पेड़ लगाए।
हमारे सोशल मीडिया के फॉलोअर्स को रिक्वेस्ट की कि आम खाने के बाद गुठली कचरे में ना फेंके, इंस्टेड हमें दीजिए। हम इन्हें कलेक्ट करेंगे, पेड़ लगाएंगे, और ये पेड़ किसानों को डोनेट करेंगे, ताकि इनसे कल आम बन पाए और ये फल आपकी अगली पीढ़ी खा पाए।
महाराष्ट्र फार्मर सुसाइड्स में नंबर 1 है। रीजन ये है कि इन्वायरमेंट और इकोनॉमी का बैलेंस बिगड़ रहा है, और हम इस प्रॉब्लम को एटलीस्ट 1% सुधारना चाहते हैं। पहले साल में हमने 8000 पेड़ लगाए, दूसरे साल हमने 25000 पेड़ लगाए, और अब टारगेट बहुत ज्यादा हाई है, 1 लाख पेड़, और ये अकेले करना इम्पॉसिबल।
यूजुअली हम सोचते हैं कि पेड़ लगाना बहुत इजी है, प्रोसेस तरीका आसान है, बट ऐसा नहीं है। एक बीज से पेड़ बनने का बहुत डिफिकल्ट और लंबा कहानी है। एक गुठली को जब हाथ में आता है उसको एकदम बच्चे की तरह संभालना पड़ता है, एंड अगर आम की बात करूं तो 9 महीने तक संभालना पड़ता है, जिसके पहले कि वो एक पेड़ बन सके। 1 लाख पेड़ बहुत बड़ा अमाउंट होता है, बहुत ह्यूज नंबर है। 1 लाख पेड़ के पीछे हमें कम से कम 10 लाख गुठलियाँ कलेक्ट करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि जो गुठलियाँ हमारे पास आती है उसको क्वालिटी चेक करके, जर्मिनेशन करके, ग्राफ्टिंग करके, और 1 साल तक जब रखते हैं तो ऑलमोस्ट 20% ही सर्वाइव हो पाता है।
यानी 1 लाख पेड़ सक्सेसफुली लगाने के लिए हमें एटलीस्ट 10 लाख गुठलियां लगेंगी। नंबर काफी बड़ा है, लेकिन इम्पॉसिबल बिल्कुल नहीं है। इट इज एज सिंपल एज 1 2 3। आम खाने के बाद गुठलियों को ऐसे पानी से साफ कीजिए, फिर उन्हें सुखाइए, और गुठलियां सूखने के बाद उन्हें इस एड्रेस पर पोस्ट कर दीजिए। दैट्स इट, आपका काम हो गया। फिर हमारा काम शुरू होता है।
देखिए, इसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट में 3 टाइप के लोग हैं। पहला, जो पेड़ को बनाने में हेल्प करते हैं, दूसरा जो पेड़ को बड़ा करने में हेल्प करते हैं, तीसरा जो फार्मर्स है जिसको अल्टीमेटली लगा के बड़ा करते हैं।
इस एक छोटी सी एक्शन से 3 फायदे होते हैं। नंबर 1, आपका कचरा कम होता है, आपके ये अनमोल सीड्स वेस्ट नहीं होते और लैंडफिल में कचरा बढ़ता नहीं। नंबर 2, पेड़ लगते हैं जो दुनिया के सबसे एफिशिएंट एसीज हैं। नंबर 3, किसानों की मदद होती है।
आपके लिए मानो ये एक समर प्रोजेक्ट है जो आप आपके सोसाइटी में, आपके फैमिली में एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं।
इंडिया, भारत इस वक्त इतना बड़ा देश होते हुए $200 मिलियन का मैंगो एक्सपोर्ट करता है, लेकिन थाईलैंड जो इसमें 1 नंबर पे है वो लगभग $800 मिलियन मैंगो एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है। इंडिया से इतना छोटा है लेकिन वो हमसे 4 गुना ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट है। ये एक सोचने लायक बात है। आम बहुत ही खास होता है क्योंकि हम सबको आम पसंद है। इंडिया के 80% जगह में आम होता है। कहा जाता है कि इंडिया में 500 से ज़्यादा वैरायटी के आम होते हैं। टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो आम एक एवरग्रीन पेड़ है, उसमें कभी पतझड़ नहीं आता है, तो ऑक्सीजन बहुत ज़्यादा देता है। और बड़ी बात बताऊं, आम का जो एक पेड़ होता है ना बड़ा, उसमें हर टाइप के पक्षी, हर टाइप के इंसेक्ट्स, हर टाइप के लिविंग बींग्स उसमें पाए जाते हैं। टेरिटोरियल होने के बाद भी आम का एक ऐसा जगह है, पेड़ है, जहाँ हर टाइप का लिविंग बींग, सस्टेनेबल बायोडाइवर्सिटी आपको मिलता है। आम सचमुच खास है।
इस पूरे प्रोजेक्ट में हमारा लाखों रुपयों का खर्चा होने वाला है क्योंकि हमें खाद खरीदना होगा, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन अरेंज करना होगा, एक्चुअली 1 लाख पेड़ लगाने होंगे और उनकी देखभाल करनी होगी।
Can we just go back to the main slide? All right. So overall, the idea of this was we wanted to create some sort of social impact through our social media. Because we believe that if 10 people are listening to you, 100 people are listening to you, 10,000 people are listening to you, or 10 million, if you have the privilege of an audience, then you have to use social media for social good. And we want to inspire any sort of action through our social media. So this one, what we realized was the most interested people in this sort of project were school kids. School kids created this as a competition that they wanted to collect as many seeds as possible. And in the last 4 years, just the 2 of us, with the help of millions of enthusiastic people all over India, were able to plant 160,000 trees all over India. So that is the actual number that matters to us. Everything else that has been said in the introduction or the award that Mr. Prime Minister gave to us, all of this is going to go away in the next 10 years. Nobody is going to remember that. But ultimately, that farmer who is going to actually benefit from those mangoes, he will remember that somebody else planted it for us. So we believe in paying it forward. If somebody remembers that somebody has done something selflessly for you, then they will continue this chain some way or the other. And maybe that is how we can make this world a better place. So through our entire projects, moving on, we don't care about 13 million, 14 million, 15 million. These numbers don't matter. What we want to do is we want to use this platform for something good. And we are creating that sort of social impact. And how are we doing it? By building toilets.
Right. So one of the things that I really wanted to explain and round up the conversation I was having before is India is actually a very unique country. We are very ready to believe that the world can do excellent jobs, and we are also at the same time very ready to believe that we cannot do a good job. So because of this unique problem, what happens is pushing people to do something good, something better, something to make their lives 1% better, often ends up being a snowball effect, because that 1% change that people do ends up becoming such a big mood lifter for them, and the impact multiplies. Let me give you an example. We were reached out by a pipes brand who wanted to work with us. And I said that I have no expertise on pipes. I do not know whether this pipe is good or that pipe is good.
I mean, we don't promote pipes. Random
I'm
brands
sorry.
come to us and they say promote pipes. It would look so odd that we are saying this pipe is better than that.
I'm sorry, I don't have the expertise, but what I told them we can do is, let's go in a rural area and let's do some on-ground project and let's make a difference. And they were kind enough to agree. So what happened was, we've been working on it for the past 6 months, and we worked with them to build a toilet in a tribal area about 3 hours north of Mumbai. So we built a toilet block in a school that has about 140 students who don't have proper sanitation in their own homes. So then there are 3 toilet blocks for boys, 3 toilet blocks for girls. So that is the sort of impact we ended up having. And the brand obviously was very happy about it. The school people were happy about it. In fact, the local political person also came and said that I would invite you to do more such projects in other tribal areas that do not have access to enough facilities. So this is the sort of, the theme for this conference was New Age, and the name of our session was New India. So the New India that we, through our work, want to move towards or to inspire people to is the India that knows that it is not perfect, but it also knows that it has come from a line or from very good roots. So all we have to do is tap into our potential and join in to do different jobs. Now, there was a reason why I mentioned inside out, serendipity and ennui in the beginning. As accountants, I know that we are all very trained to look at numbers, at figures, at order, at discipline, and that is what makes us excel at what we do. But I also want to tell you that magic can happen when you choose to simply let go. A lot of the things people ask us, how did you begin? A lot of our best ideas came to us when we were doing nothing. A lot of ideas came to us when we were out there doing things that were not productive enough. Right, when we were out volunteering for a project or going and checking out something or figuring out what can we do to make the country 1% better. So here I would like to use this platform to urge this hall filled with brilliant accountants to embrace ennui, embrace boredom. Ennui is a complicated word. I didn't want to call it boredom, but embrace boredom. If you all are ever in India and you want to do a project like this, like the toilet project we did, or you want to visit the toilet project, or you want to visit farmers for our mango projects, or see the mango saplings, you can always reach out to us. If you want to execute projects like that on ground, you can reach out to us, because who knows, when you are doing something like this on ground in some remote part of the world, and not connected to your systems, you might find that one spark that can change your life. So that is the new India that I want to leave you guys with. An India that is ready to change the world and also ready to embrace the boredom. So, yeah.
All right. Should we open up the
I feel, and once again, we had like a slide and everything, so I really apologize for all the tech issues on the slide. haywire-ness. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, we'll be glad to answer it. Otherwise, we will. Okay. Sorry.
Just one last word. I mean, as we witnessed, so this was a practical showcase of things can go wrong in whatever good things that we have planned. So things not always go as per plan, but I don't want you guys to remember that there was a problem. I want you guys to remember that in the 30 minutes, the tech team was able to solve that problem and at least play that last video. If we had a little bit of time, if we had a little bit of extra time, then I'm sure that we could have just turned back the clock, started from zero and get the half an hour back. But then the bigger thing is next time this will never happen. So I feel all of us have learned something new today. Thank you so much.
So as Abhimanyu mentioned, sometimes we have to let go of the things, and sometimes we have to let go of our mindset, because we were looking at the problems that we've encountered during the session, but due to that problem, we might have missed the good part. We might have missed the good part that we speak about ESG, and the conference theme is New Age. E in the age represents ESG. And by planting, so we get a message today by this session. By planting 100,000 trees, we can replace a huge problem of global warming. A huge round of applause for that. That was one part of it. Other part of it, when you mentioned the Murphy's Law, I was speaking to Arvind. I just mentioned to Arvind, there's a Murphy's Law. It says when anything goes wrong, everything goes wrong. Right at the moment you said the same thing, because this is the case. And however, what happens, we keep focusing on the wrong thing rather than the right thing, which we are actually doing. And we thank you for creating that impact, Abhimanyu, for helping us to understand how we can create that impact. Thank you so much. Can I request CA Vineet Maru, our Vice Chairperson, to join us on stage to felicitate Abhimanyu, the sensational duo. Now, without further ado, as we are also facing the issues of time, we have delayed a bit. But let's make best use of the time that we have. And in the time, I'll just squeeze myself in. I'll use the mic. In the meantime, Chintan, would you want to come on stage and take over the control? Or let me speak. I welcome CA Chintan Sheth, our Joint Treasurer, to take over the control as MC.
Thank you, CA Vivek. By the time we set up the stage for our dignitaries and our guests for the exciting session which we are going to have. Good afternoon, everyone. As we continue, it's my honor and privilege to invite some very special guests to enlighten us on the current trend in the world of governance, risk, and compliance. Sorry. As we are fortunate to have dignitaries who have played a pivotal role in success and growth of some of the most respected corporates in Bahrain. Their leadership and vision have been instrumental in shaping the business landscape in the nation. We are truly grateful for their contribution for this nation. As we know, this theme which is there of ESG, with that the topic which we are going to cover today of governance, risk and compliance, it plays a very pivotal role. It's like both of them go hand to hand. And what further than we have our distinguished speaker over here who are going to take on the stage and inform to us about what is the importance of corporate risk and governance. Without any further delay, I would like our stage management team to play AI avatar for our esteemed guest and our moderator.
Mr. Erwin Binani is the office leader for Protivity in Bahrain and Eastern Province of Saudi Arabia. He has been a career consultant for more than 25 years, specializing in GRC consulting, business performance improvement, and internal audit. He manages clients in diverse industries including financial services, energies and utilities, government services, etc. He has delivered consulting projects across various geographies including Americas, Europe, Middle East, India and Far East. Arvind is also the founder and vice president of Bahrain Internal Auditors Association. We proudly extend our warmest welcome to Mr. Arvind Binani at the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI. Fortune Chigwende, Global Head of Assurance at InvestGov Bahrain. Throughout her distinguished career, Fortune was Head of Audit at Federated Hermes, formerly Hermes Investment Management, Deputy Global Head of Internal Audit at Janus Henderson Global Investors. Further, her extensive experience also includes roles at Ernst & Young, KPMG, MBCA Bank and Deloitte & Touch. Fortune is experienced head of internal audit with a demonstrable history of working in the investment management and banking and financial services industry. Skilled in enterprise risk management, internal audit, external audit, banking, accounting and risk assessment. Strong accounting professional with a master's in business leadership focused in accounting and business strategy from the University of South Africa. It is with great pleasure that we welcome Ms. Fortune Chigwende to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI. Khalid Mohammad Durrani is a highly experienced financial professional with expertise in internal audit, risk management, and accounting. He has a strong background in the banking and finance industry, having worked for reputable organizations such as Aluminium Bahrain, Global Banking Corporation, and Kuwait Finance House. Khalid holds the certifications of CPA, CIA, and CRMA, demonstrating his commitment to professional scaling. On behalf of everyone, we warmly welcome Mr. Khalid Mohammad Durrani to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI. Mahesh Amitha, over 25 years of global experience in the energy sector, having held leadership roles across the value chain with BP and Shell in North America, Europe, and Asia. His diverse background includes senior executive line management roles in finance, controlling, business development, sustainability, acquisitions and divestments, and procurement and supply chain management. Mahesh holds a Master's in Business Administration, MBA, and is a Certified Public Accountant, CPA, as well as a Certified Internal Auditor, CIA. He is also certified in Sustainability Accounting Standards and Environmental and Social Risk Assessment, showcasing his commitment to aligning governance practices with global sustainability benchmarks. Through his extensive experience and leadership, Mahesh is driving a transformative approach to internal audit at BACO Energies, ensuring the function is not only a critical safeguard but also a strategic enabler for the organization's long-term success. It's a privilege to welcome Mr. Mahesh Amitha to this year's 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI. Mohammad Jehad Bukmal, CFA, has more than 16 years of extensive and diversified experience in investment management and corporate finance, holds a BA Honours in International Business from Leeds Metropolitan University, 2008. Prior to joining Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company, Mr. Bukmal was the head of public investments at Osul Asset Management Company, Bahrain. A previous board member and member of the Executive Committee of Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company BSC, BCFC, Bahrain from December 2018, non-executive till January 2022, previous member of the Automotive Board. Mr. Mohammad Jehad Bukmal, we extend a heartfelt welcome to you at the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Without further ado, let us go on a roller coaster ride of GRC with our expert. Over to you, Mr. Arvind.
Thank you, everyone. I hope everybody can hear me. Yes. So, thank you everyone, and let me welcome all of you here. You know, I was just telling Mahesh that, you know, after such, you know, Forbes 30 under 30, we have been given a task to bring them back to the reality, you know, bring them back from social media to the world of governance, risk and compliance. So that is I think a huge task for us now. You know, I hope, you know, people will be able to come back and look at us and hear about, you know, what we are going to talk about, governance, risk management and compliance. So to start with, you know, we have already heard that the guests here with me are basically coming from various different backgrounds. You have people from, you know, panelists from audit, you have panelists from risk management, compliance, and also one of the business leaders also here. So to start with, I'll start with the, you know, the lady here. So Fortune, we just heard about, you know, paying it forward from Abhi and Neo both to do good. And if you saw, you know, they presented that 160,000, you know, trees have been planted, and there's a huge process behind it. So to have the right process, you will definitely need the right governance. So how do you think, you know, you have been on a role which is a very, you know, you have both assurance, let's say audit and compliance coming into the picture. So based on your experience, how can an organization balance the need of compliance and risk management with pursuit of innovation? Like they were talking about innovating the social media. Till date, I was only thinking that, okay, I have to go to social media and like, that's it. That was the only job in social media. You know, put some pictures of holidays or something. They have either used and innovated social media for the good of a country itself. So how do you think that in today's world, you know, of pursuing the innovation, risk management and compliance can, you know, come together and, you know, contribute to that?
Thank you very much. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, thank you very much. That's a very, very interesting question, Avind. So in my own experience, what I found out is that I think to pay it forward, every organization needs to have a view of what they want to achieve. That also achieves social goals. Environmental, social, and governance or sustainability has to be part of the DNA of any organization for us to pay it forward. And one of the key things in governance is to make sure that all the lines of defense within an organization are clearly aligned with those objectives and those goals. And therefore, what you would have, and what we have done in our firm, is to have what we call a collaborative approach to governance, risk, and compliance. And that is to put all the sort of those functions within one umbrella and align the objectives of, or the GRC functions to the objectives of the organization. And from a governance perspective, that has to come from the top. It has to come from the board, and the board obviously aligning themselves with sustainability as an organization, because at the end of the day, every single organization has to operate within an environment. It has to have shareholders, it has to have other stakeholders, employees and so on. And those stakeholders have to also see why that organization is benefiting them. And therefore I think governance is very important, and from the board to the committees, right through to the compliance, risk, internal audit functions, we're all aligned with the sustainability agenda.
Thank you, Varshul, for that. So Mohammed, I'll take it forward from there. She talked about board. You work as a deputy CEO of the organization. You work with the audit committees, the board, the NRCs and everything. How do you see, and what is your role on the board of directors to actually implement the right governance? Governance is something we believe as chartered accountants, as Vivek was mentioning, you know, there's a lot of work on the compliance side which we need to do. You know, there is a delegation of authority which is there. So what do you see as a role of the board itself? You know, do you have any perspective on that particular thing?
Thank you, Amin. I mean, the board of directors sets the tone from the top, and I believe it's very important for a board of directors to have the right tone, and to cascade that through executive management, middle-level management, and bottom as well. what we have seen at Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company is that our first line of defense is actually not risk. Our first line of defense is the frontline officer himself or herself. The second line of defense should be risk, compliance, legal, and the third line of defense is internal audit. Once you set that tone from the top, then you can have an effective organization. An example of that, so I joined Bahrain Commercial Facilities in the first quarter of 2022. There's a very interesting report that is publicly published by the Central Bank of Bahrain on a quarterly basis. It's called the Customer Complaints Report. So when I first joined, one of the first things that I did as a business leader was to open that report. Not surprisingly to me, I saw Bahrain Credit has the highest number of complaints in Bahrain. That was a very challenging moment for me, and especially as a business leader, it was very hard for me to accept, to have that number of complaints. And then when you dig deeper into the process, then you figure it out by itself. So the puzzle keeps building up. We had one risk officer, we had one compliance officer, we had no legal officers back then in 2019. So we had to bolster up all of these support functions, and on top of that, we had to train and retrain all of our frontline staff. As a result, when you open the last issued customer complaints report issued by the CBB, Bahrain Credit is not on the list. So we have 0 complaints.
So either you're not doing business or you're doing something very magical.
So business actually grew 4 times during that period, which is new origination and new loan disbursements. What do I want to say by that is that the board of directors has a very important role in setting the tone for everybody in the organization. They set the policy, but management have to believe in it. And once you believe in it, you implement it, hopefully things can go in the right direction.
And do you think that in your experience when you were doing that, see, customer service is the primary kind of a goal for any organization. If you have the customers, and then only your business grows, then only all your governance things will work, and that's where you need your controls very clearly. Did you use any AI? The theme of this conference is New Age. So did you use any AI or any kind of technologies to actually improve this entire thing?
I think when you speak about AI, and we've been using AI, by the way, for 70 years. Yeah? Since World War II, actually, AI has been used.
Okay.
So, but when we think of AI, we think of deep learning. We think of inference programs. And I think that is what ChatGPT and what OpenAI has opened up for us as businesses. This is new for us. And as a regulated business, when we use AI, it's like going on a plane. You know it's an autopilot, but you don't want to go on a plane without a captain, right? You need a captain, and you need somebody to have an oversight. This is where compliance comes in, this is where risk comes in, this is where legal and internal audit comes in. You need those functions in order for that AI to work properly. But more importantly, you need data, and you need clean data, and without that, then you're basically driving blind.
That's right. So that brings me to you, Mahesh. We have been talking about data governance, and using the data. Everybody must be thinking that I'll go to college, so I just wanted to check if people are awake or people are still sleeping now. So I just jumped Khalid here. So, so Mahesh, we have been talking about data and data, that if you have the right data, then you get the right sets of, output, and it's normally a garbage in, garbage out kind of a, system. So what is your take on the right data to be used for the purpose of governance, and how, Mohammed rightly mentioned that AI has been there. It has been there inside our brains earlier, and now we have been putting it in the systems now. So it has been there for some time. So what is your take on usage of machine learning, usage of robotics, usage of AI in the governance, risk management, and compliance gamut?
Thank you, Arvind, and thank you for my fellow colleagues here. I've learned a few things myself. And before I begin, I mean, it's quite a tough act, I agree with you, following to Forbes 30 under 30. Yes. Maybe we should call ourselves, 50 over 50 or something, I don't know. Not yet? Okay, I was speaking to ourselves.
I would say not yet.
I think, data is fundamental, right? And I think two confluences have happened, why we are talking about digital now. So we have availability of data for the first time, right? Because if you think about the energy business and you think about refining or offshore production, we have millions of sensors in our systems, right? We are collecting data. So we have availability of data. We have computing power now and storage, which has become incredibly cheap. Everyone knows about Moore's law. The rate of computing power is doubling every 18 months, right? So the confluence of those two things is what has given rise to things like predictive analytics, AI, and regenerative. So when it comes to governance, what does it do to governance when it comes to risk management? I think it allows us now to be proactive other than reactive. So what I mean is we are able to, in real time, analyze potential issues. And I'll give you a kind of an engineering issue we use robotics and AI for, and that will give you a sense of what we're using, how we use technology. So we have these offshore platforms, 60 miles, 100 miles in the Gulf of Mexico, in the North Sea, very, very tough conditions. Corrosion is a big problem. So we often used to have people rappelling down the sides of those platforms and checking for corrosion every so many days. And of course, it's a high-risk activity. What do we have now? We have robotic crawlers. They look like little dogs. They're magnetic. They crawl and take millions of pictures every day, and those are being processed so you can see if the steel or something is being corroded over time, right? So you extrapolate that to risk management. You extrapolate that to continuous monitoring. So we're able to now continuously monitor risk, whether it's financial risk, whether it's operational risk, number one. Then with predictive analytics, you're able to predict ahead of time, because nobody wants the board, you don't want to go to the board and say, oh, I told you so, what happened 6 months ago, 3 months ago, this is what we found. They said, come on, tell us something, what we can prepare ourselves for, resilience, right? How do we prepare? So I think this predictive analytical ability, if you have good data, we can see risks ahead of time. We can help the board design controls, or help the management design controls, or oversee management, and we can provide real-time analytics. That's real-time data, and I think that's the real power of exploiting AI, big data, analytics in terms of governance, risk, and controls in the work we do. So the last point I would say is, as auditors, as accountants, we need to be able to we should be looking forward, right? We often are here to explain things after the fact, and our stakeholders are saying, give me insight. Don't tell me something what happened in the past. Tell me what can happen in going forward based on an informed view, not just a guesswork.
Fortune, I saw you taking the mic, so would you like to add something to this?
Yeah, I wanted to actually acknowledge exactly what Mahesh has said here. In addition to just predicting what could go wrong, what the executives and the board are looking for are the interconnections between those root causes that are sort of joining the dots together. What is it that's really going wrong? Because other than whatever the issue is, there must be an underlying cause. I think I saw before someone presenting on root causes. That's what they want to understand. And having data is one of the elements that will give you that sort of what is really connecting all those issues together. What is the thing that management need to take care of? Is it human? Is it process? Is it systems? They want to understand actually the root causes, and data can give you that analytical ability very quickly.
Perfect. So, Khalid, coming to you now, we have talked about data, we have talked about various new age technologies being used. Mahesh talked about robotics, crawlers also. What is your take on what people, let's say when we talk about Bahrain, okay, are we as auditors there somewhere that we are also embracing technology? Are we ready to embrace technology and bring that, governance? We talk a lot about ESG. Somebody, one of the speakers talked about that ESG is the next environment making. So what is your view on that?
Basically, to answer your question, yes, there is huge impact globally across all industries. And if I want to talk about internal audit function specifically, currently, internal audit functions and departments have started years back using audit management applications and systems. And with few number of internal audit functions that started using continuous monitoring, data analytics, agile auditing, based on a survey that was performed by the Institute of Internal Auditors recently, and it was published in the last international conference. The most important IT tool for the internal audit functions in the coming period will be first data analytics, then continuous monitoring, and of course the adoption of AI. So because of the technology advancement globally, it results to an increased volume of complex data available for the auditors to analyze and assess. And of course, I mean, internal audit need to adapt. The benefit of using these tools for the internal audit is to improve the experienced internal auditors' skills to stay relevant, and also help the internal audit function to provide insightful recommendations that will continue to add value to the organization.
Great. So we talked about internal audit now actually coming and providing the right, you'll say, assurances if they have the right tools and technologies in place. So as an overall governance, there is ESG being something which is very new, or let's say it has been there for many times, but it is being talked about a lot now, with all the countries coming and giving a, Saudi Arabia came with 2060, India came with 2070, that will be net carbon zero. So there's a huge push. The G in ESG stands for the governance. There's a huge push we see on the overall governance side of it. So Mohammed, I would like to hear from you that what are the trends in GRC you see as a going forward, or what we should anticipate in future, because you mentioned very interesting thing that AI has been there for 70 years. So that has kept me pondering till now, that, you might have something for next 70 years also. And audience, please get your questions ready. We have an executive panel here. We will make sure that they answer all your questions also. Sorry, coming back to you, Mohammed.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of AI and artificial intelligence, I firmly believe that we're just scratching the surface. Today, we have two schools of thought. I mean, at a very high level. You have the believers and the non-believers. And for some of us, you have to believe it, you have to see it to believe it. And I was certainly one of them. When you see that the power of artificial intelligence and the power of inference and the power of the cognitive intelligence that these systems have, if you want to speak to a doctor, you can speak to a doctor. If you want to speak to an engineer, the system can be an engineer. If you want to talk to somebody who is smart in finance or oil industry or the aluminum industry or even in investments, they are your consultants. But they operate as good as the captain who is in charge.
Yeah.
My belief is that the next age for human being will be the age of wisdom. because we are at the cusp and at the end of the era of information. Information today is a commodity. Anybody here in the conference can know the population of any country around the world in an instant. But next will be what you as a decision maker, what do you make of that information? Yeah? And how do you decide going forward? That will be very important. And that is something that we all have to learn as business leaders and even as CAs.
So how many of you are non-believers of AI here? Non-believers of technology? Anybody here? Anybody? Can you raise your hand if they are non-believers? So, Mohammed, we have a room full of believers only here. We don't have any more non-believers. So all accountants here, kudos to you, that you are all believers of the AI now. So, what are the key matrices and KPIs that an organization should use, as a measure for GRC performance? And I would really want all the panelists to answer this particular question. To start with, ladies first, always.
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot here. So for me, as somebody who manages teams within sort of the second and third line of defense, my measure really is about the risk control culture within the organization. Because once all is said and done, the question is, as your organization moves forward in terms of understanding its risks, mitigating them on a timely manner, and anticipating those risks that are coming through, so that you have sort of a resilient sort of control environment. And the key measure is how risk aware are you as an organization? And risk awareness comes from, first of all, obviously having all the technology to understand the risks around you in a timely manner, and within a collaborative environment, because there's no use each team having its own knowledge of risks. Compliance having its own understanding, risk or its own understanding, internal audit, in isolation, and the business also in isolation. What is it that the whole put together understand as the risks that are running within the firm? And you can't do that using manual spreadsheets. That's gone. You have to have technology, and that's what will sort of drive a risk-aware organization. And obviously, the other KPI, that comes up with that is, how many audit findings and so on. But that's not the important thing. The important thing is how resilient are you from a risk culture perspective.
Perfect. So I'll twist the question a bit. So we talked about risk awareness. So Mohammed, we would like to hear from you from a business perspective, as a business leader, as a key decision maker, what with the KPI for a GRC you would look at? What with that one particular KPI you would want that every individual in the organization should be looking at? Because GRC is not, again, responsibility of risk, compliance, or governance. It's responsibility across the organization.
A mentor once told me that the best feedback that you get is the feedback from customers. So I firmly believe that the best KPI measure is the unfiltered feedback that you get from your customers and from the community and from your shareholders. This is the KPI that we firmly believe.
So you believe in the collaborative information. So all the auditors would like this normally. So because auditors are always looking at the collaborative information.
Again, here we are talking about the new age and technology. So there are, again, answering this question from an internal audit perspective, there are a lot of numbers of KPIs that are will stay relevant even with the new age for internal audit. But I think there are two main KPIs that should be part of any internal audit function, at least in the coming period. The first is the audit plan flexibility, which show you the percentage of advisory services, ad hoc services, versus the assurance and audit services as per the approved audit plan. Again, currently globally,
advisory services represent around 24% of the total assignments that are performed by an internal auditor. It is expected that these advisory services will reach up to 41%. Okay, so this is one KPI that I think it should be measured. The second part, which is related to technology, is the degree of internal audit function utilizing continuous monitoring, agile auditing, and data analytics.
So we talked about risk awareness, we talked about customer feedback, we talked about technology, and basically how you are becoming more usable as an advisor instead of becoming as an auditor. So Mahesh, would you like to add something from, yes, definitely audit perspective, as well as from something from the compliance perspective?
I think as my colleagues have just said, you can have any number of objective metrics, right? You can easily measure how many compliance breaches we had, how many audit findings we had, how flexible is the audit program, what is our stakeholder feedback, as Mohammed has said here. I think, the ultimate objective for us is to add business value, right? In other words, when you speak to the board, our work should say, or our work should speak to the business objectives. Ultimately, we are there to help assure or provide reasonable assurance that we can meet our business objectives. And therefore, I think the ultimate end goal for us is to understand through all of our work, whether it's the number of compliance issues we have identified, the number of risks we have proactively identified and mitigated, or number of audit observations, we have to link it back to business objectives and say, did we actually make a difference and help the company in achieving its business objectives? Because at the end of the day, we are here to help the business deliver, and that should be our motto at the end of the day.
Great. So, Mahesh, one question, and last question from my side, and then I'll open it to the audience. That you have worked across Americas, you have worked across Europe, you are now in Middle East. What is that one reason you see where you think that there can be, or that's one particular reason which is basically can result into failure of governance, risk, or compliance function? It's basically the failure of GRC.
I think this is a very, very difficult one. I've been through a few big challenges globally myself in organizations. I'll go back to what I think Mohammed said before. It's the tone at the top, right? Ultimately, the leaders in the organization, right from the board to the executive management, they set the tone, the culture of the organizations. Because you can have any number of compliance policies, you can have any number of controls, you can have a very large audit team, but at the end of the day, the people on the front line, people who are doing their job on a day-to-day basis, they have to make decisions, they have to understand the role they're doing, they have to be adequately trained, they have to recognize what are some of the risks I'm undertaking, and they have to act on it. And so the ability of the organization to get people to understand the culture of the organization is critical. The second I would say is getting bad news to the top. And that's a very difficult conversation, right? How do you communicate bad news to the stakeholders? Who will bell the cat? Yes, who will bell the cat? And I think, so a good organization, just as Bahrain Credit example was used, if you're able to listen directly to your stakeholders, your customers, your employees, your bankers, your insurers, they will tell you, right, where the issues are, how effective your governance, risk, and controls are. So I think for me, regardless of where you are in the globe, culture probably plays the biggest part across all areas.
So just remember that we talked about KPIs, we talked about GRC, we talked about various different things board requires or how board perceives us. When we talked about failure, the key reason is tone from the top. So we are not responsible for any of the failures, guys. Just started on this, be happy. So thank you very much, all the panelists. So I'll be very happy to open this. Thank you for listening to us. I'll be very happy to open the questions. Yes, I can see one hand there.
Hi, thank you all for your valuable time and insights. I just had the question on the recent newly issued IIA standards for quality assurance, QAR. What I notice is there's a lot of importance being given in the standards to the finer aspects which are more subjective, where they expect the tone at the top, which we talked about a lot, about board getting engaged directly with the senior management to pass on what they expect at the tone at the top to be, and another bottom up approach about measuring professional skepticism as an aspect of the internal audit team. My question is, these are all fine subjective aspects, so how do we put a number to it? How are we going to measure it? Because when it comes to QAR, there's going to be a peer review, once in 5 years for listed companies, for the rest whenever they feel like, but whenever it comes, how are these going to be measured? I think somewhere they set standards, but are we giving importance to can we go back and measure it so that it becomes useful?
So before going to my panelist, let me briefly tell you that I was one of the task force members of the IIA Global from Middle East to write those standards. So maybe before that I'll answer that. So don't take it otherwise, but if you look at these standards, this time what we have tried to do is, in these standards we have tried to build considerations also very clearly, which says that how do you, measure those, what are the steps you need to do from a let's say we talked about professional skepticism, what are the steps we need to do? There are multiple things which you can do. You can talk to the auditee, you can talk to the key stakeholders, whether the right questions were asked or not. The CAE has to, there is definitely subjectivity here. There is no, I cannot say whether this is the right or that is the right, but at least the questions were asked or not. So there are considerations which are already given in the standards, and those considerations or your actions as internal auditors on those considerations will be considered at the time of doing any of the QAIPs, whether internal or external. And I would say that, it's something which is very much like a comply or explain kind of a thing. So it becomes much easier now with the newer standards. Khalid, would you like to add anything to this? I know you're very passionate about GIS standards.
Yeah, actually, the new standards will be effective from 9 January 2025, yes. So very soon. And we have been asked by the board committee in Q2 last year, so it was very early. They anticipated that to do by end of 24 to come up with a detailed gap assessment and actions in order to be ready to comply with these standards. So we have performed a detailed gap assessment and we came up with actions. And in terms of, quality assurance and internal quality and external quality assessments, yes, in terms of the external quality assessment, it's same every 5 years. However, now for the internal one, in the old standards it was periodically, so you need to decide whether annual, every 2 years, every 3 years. Now it is mandatory on annual basis. And as she mentioned, now senior management is involved. Yeah, the board is involved. So it's become maybe more, I can see more hard for the chief audit executives, but it's a good thing that will ensure that we have an adequate resources, adequate facilities, tools for the internal audit function to carry out its responsibilities.
So I was thinking that, it's like, you are required to meet the new standards, and now internal assessment is to be done every year. So it's like, if you are not able to meet this time, you will need the next year, or the next year, or the next year. At least in 5 years, you'll get it right. So,
yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So, any other question? Anyone? Vinny, do you have a question? Can I get my mic to you? Ali has to answer his own question. Ali is my boss in BIA. I can hear you. I'll repeat the question.
We understand that there is a important aspect of governance risk and compliance.
impacting the business growth? How does CRT lead to value addition rather than a template check?
So the question is, how do, as leaders, let's say, we're talking about the panelists only, not me here. So how do they see that there is no overdose of governance, risk and compliance? And, you know, how you ensure that we are not going to actually kill the business? That's what the intention is, isn't it? How do you ensure that? So, anybody, Mohammed, if you want to take that question, and then we'll come back to yeah. Fortune, please, go ahead.
I can make a start. Is this one?
Yeah, you can hear.
Yeah, you can hear me. So I think the first part of making sure that there's no overdose, and I think Mohammed mentioned this, governance, risk and compliance is not something that's done by the second line or third line only. It has to be driven from the business, the people that are running the day-to-day operations. So what you need to make sure is that governance, risk and compliance is embedded in the first line, so that they see the second line and third line as supporting them. And the objectives have to be aligned. And we have to be seen as advisors, where people come and actually consult us for that. And one of the KPIs, I think that the question that came up is, you know, how do you know that you're being effective as a sort of second or third line? This will be if people come to you asking for advice more than you're actually auditing them. So if your objectives are aligned between the first, second and third, which obviously start from the tone at the top, making sure everyone is, you know, sort of towing the same line, that's where audit or risk will not be seen as a burden, they'll be seen as a support function.
I agree with Fortune, and she mentions something very important, which is having a collegial approach. Some people think of, and please forgive me Khaled, they think of internal audit as a police officer.
People behave like that sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, for me it's different. I mean, as a business leader, as a board of directors, we should think differently. I mean, again, I can use the airplane example. A captain can fly an airplane, but without a system, I cannot land it peacefully every time. Imagine having all of those support functions. These are the systems, and you need them because you don't always fly in a clear sky. You face fogs, you face rain, you face sea corrosion. You know, if you're in the oil industry, and you need all of those functions to work in harmony. Now, the key for a business leader is to how to manage them in harmony. This is key. Because, trust me, it's very easy to hire smart people. It's very hard to make them work together.
So guys, I hope you understand that. To make them work together is the right rookie thing. Mahesh would like to add something.
Yeah, I think we often get challenged, right? Business says, oh, you know, there are too many compliance requirements, the risk team is slowing us down, the audit team, we are not able to deliver our business, we are not able to do bold things we want to do. But actually the converse is true, right? If we are able to help the business define the risk appetite, if we are able to draw the boundary conditions and say, these are the compliance requirements, these are, you know, how we should operate. And by the way, based on what we have done in the past 5 years in internal audit, these are the types of risks and issues we have found in the business. Once the business leaders have a clear understanding of what is their risk appetite, whether it's operational risk, financial risk, people risk, or they know, for example, what the compliance boundary conditions are, they're able to accelerate much faster, right? Because people can execute much faster. So actually, I would say audit, risk, compliance are enablers to pursue growth. Because at the end of the day, I often tell my teams, we are not here to do audit per se, right? The only reason we are employed is to help the business achieve its business objectives, right? We are there to enable. We are not there to slow it down.
Please. I think Mohammed, he mentioned something very interesting, being an advisor.
See, I mean, the new standards, the internal audit standards, have been, I'm sure you know, have been established based on changing the perception of shifting from assurance to be a strategic advisor for the organization. And if the board and the senior management, they believe in this, of course, they will provide the required support for the internal audit function to perform its, to carry out its responsibilities properly. Just to continue the answering the question, I mean, from an internal audit perspective, we always put ourselves in the, when recommending anything in the internal audit report, I am putting myself as part of the decision, to be as a business decision maker. When I receive the draft reports from my team, you know, they try to put as much as recommendation they can, but we do two challenge sessions internally within the internal audit department up to reach to the discussion draft with the auditees. I sit with them, then another 2 senior auditors sit with them and challenge them on this recommendation, just to make sure that we are not putting any extra bottlenecks for the management to grow.
It should be more of a seamless kind of a recommendation which will enhance the processes. Perfect. So thank you everyone. Thank you for being a very nice listeners for us. And thank you very much for the esteemed panelists.
Thank you, Ms. Fortune, Mr. Mohammad Bukamal, Mr. Khalid Turani, Mr. Mahesh Amaita, and our moderator, Mr. Arvind Benani. It was a pleasure to hear all our esteemed speaker on important topic of governance, risk, and compliance. Your knowledge and perspective have been very valuable. Your thoughts have opened a new age of understanding. With that, I would like to call upon stage CA Vivek Gupta, our Vice Chairperson, CA Vinit Maru, and our past Chairperson, Mr. Uday Shanbag, to felicitate our speaker.
Start from here. Arvind, please join us.
Yeah, sure. This is for
With that, I would like to call on stage our Executive Committee member, CA Akhila, to take us through yet another exciting session.
Thank you, C.A. Chintan, for the warm introduction. A very good evening to all. I think we need some warm-up. I think we need some warm-up. Yes? I want to ask you all a question. If the answer is yes, clap 3 times. If the answer is no, no claps. How many of you would like to listen to a motivational session now? Only 3 times. More than 3 claps, no session. How many of you would like to listen to a technical session? How many of you would like to have a raffles and I can see a lot of response. Okay. To honor all these requests, we have all sessions lined up. Now, let me introduce our next esteemed speaker who will address the essential topic of navigating through governance, risk, compliance amid global trends. To talk about this crucial topic, we are honored to have with us Ms. Hafsa Jada, a key leader at Protiviti. I now request the stage management team to play the AV, please.
Hafsa is an associate director at Protiviti with over 14 years of professional experience supporting a diverse portfolio of financial services clients in meeting regulatory requirements, governance, risk and compliance initiatives, and providing internal audit services. Hafsa holds both an LLB and a postgraduate degree in law and has worked extensively in the United Kingdom and Europe. Her work has been instrumental in guiding organizations through complex regulatory landscapes. She has a track record of collaborating closely with executives and boards, providing strategic insights on emerging risks and regulatory imperatives including data protection, Digital Operational Resilience Act, DORA, and a range of non-financial risks. We graciously welcome Ms. Hafsa Jada to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Thank you, AI Keta. We now welcome Hafsa Jada to the stage. Over to you.
Oh, am I using this mic?
You can use any of it.
Oh, I might use this.
All right.
Ah, that's on. Okay. Thank you for such a warm welcome. I feel terrible because I'm keeping you all from your raffles and going home and enjoying the rest of the weekend. So truly, I feel very, very bad. But nonetheless, let's get through this. So one thing that was missed from my introduction is I am relatively new to Bahrain. I came 6 months ago, and whilst I love Bahrain, it's miles away from the UK and it's lovely here, I am very short of friends. So if you want to be friends with me, please do connect. My QR code for LinkedIn is right up there. You can whip your phones out and feel free to connect. I'm not seeing many phones, but I won't take that offensively. No issues. So in terms of a rough agenda, I guess I'll start with some context about the rise in governance, risk and compliance. I'll canter through some risk trends, and then what I'd like to do usually is give some quite practical recommendations, so something a little bit tangible, and then we'll close out with some parting thoughts. I promise I won't open up Q&A. I want to go to the raffle just as much as you guys. So, in terms of the rising prominence of GRC, so I think we're all very acutely aware of the collapse of Enron and Black Monday and all the various other sort of events that have happened historically, which has thrusted GRC to the forefront. We've seen regulators, governments really sitting up, and we're seeing the interplay between GRC and the wider economy as well. But I think what's more interesting is from a Middle East perspective. We know that the Middle East is diversifying away from oil. We know that they're integrating with global markets. And with that means foreign investors are acutely aware and very interested to learn if these organizations in the Middle East do have appropriate GRC practices in place, because it's their money. And they're very aware and have gone through decades of seeing the scandals in the West. And so they want to feel secure that their investment is safe and that there are no opaque business practices. And so they are demanding good GRC. So for that reason, in the Middle East, it's become very, very prominent. But you might be thinking, okay, Hafsa, great, but there is an evolving risk landscape, so how on earth do we ensure good GRC practices on this very shaky ground? And I agree wholeheartedly. I know that we've got the rise in ESG requirements, cyber, AI, geopolitical risk. I mean, we've heard a lot about it over the last couple of days. I'm a bit scared to do this bit, but does anyone else want to throw out from the audience any risks that your organizations are facing or that you think are prevalent? Anyone? Any risks? Any other risks beyond the ones on the slide? People risk, thank you. None other than my boss, which is good. Anyone else? All right, no issues. Of course, we can't cover all the different emerging or emerged risks, so what we'll do is just cover off 4 of the main ones which are front of mind imperatives for key executives. So I'll start with ESG. Now, if you're wondering why there's a big circle with a question mark, that's because my mentee poll decided to malfunction just today. So anyway, we'll go manual. So raise your hands if you're an ESG skeptic. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm not going to name and shame you, I'll keep it anonymous. All right, so I think what we've seen is we've got some ESG skeptics in the room. And honestly, I'm not surprised, because when you look at the trends globally, there's been some quite prominent figures, including Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and even big asset management firms like BlackRock have taken a bit of a step back in their approach in ESG. So I'm not surprised that there are some skeptics in the room. But allow me to provide a different view, and it's not a regulatory view, because I know KPMG did a very good job yesterday talking about the regulatory requirements. My perspective is slightly different. So I'm going to hone in on the E of ESG. And there's really 2 components of it. The first component is transition risk, right? So that's all about your net emissions and your CO2 and your carbon footprint. And I think most of the skeptics really hone in on that piece. But there is another piece, and that's the physical risk. Now, physical risk is ultimately your natural disasters, which over the last 30 years have increased by 2.5-fold. And these natural disasters include your floods, your droughts. Think about hurricanes like Hurricane Katrina, Claudette, Hurricane Sally, Hurricane Ida. All of these different natural disasters does impact your businesses. Let's talk about insurance companies. Insurance companies saw a surge in claims after Hurricane Katrina. Some went completely insolvent because they didn't see it coming. So it's got huge business impact. Let's think about banking and financial services. Some of these natural disasters will impact your credit portfolios. It will impact your collateral valuations. It poses a huge credit risk, right? You're lending, natural disaster, what are you going to do? And then from a non-financial services perspective, it's going to impact your supply chains. So I guess my overall point is, whether you're a skeptic or not, it's absolutely fine. But I just wanted to offer that view on the physical risks, the physical risk side, just to try and persuade some of you that it's not all about the regulation, and whether you're a skeptic or not, you do have to take heed of those facts. So when you look into your organizations, just consider the physical risk, do some scenario testing, just check that you can withstand some of those physical risks associated with ESG. And then some of the other trends I wanted to talk about is data, geopolitical, and cyber. So it says data and privacy. I mean, data privacy has had a lot of airtime from all the regulators around the world, so I'm not going to go into detail with that, because we've seen the GDPR, the CCPA, the PDPL, there's like hundreds of regulations out there. What's more interesting for me is data risk. What do I mean by that? I mean data quality, data accuracy, data lineage, data governance. All these things pose a huge risk if you don't have it in order in your organizations. Why? Because you can't digitize without good, clean data. You simply can't. If we take examples like Walmart have invested a huge amount of money into their data programs. So they have really good data quality and good structured data, and they can... Yay, nearly finished. No, okay. So they have really good data. They've invested in Calibra and Informatica just to make their data even better. But what that means is they can now transition really easily into the AI world. They can start using large language models with ease. See, I was speaking to an executive the other day, and he was saying, oh, you know, we spent 1.5 million in technology, and it was a big fat flop. And I was like, oh dear. And he was like, yeah, because we realized our data wasn't great. I was like, yeah, this is the risk, right? The risk is a business risk. Forget regulatory for a minute. It's a business risk. If you don't have good data, you're not going to be able to digitize. If you can't digitize, you're not going to innovate. If you can't innovate, you're going to be one of the market losers, right? So that's just something I wanted to bring to the forefront. The second one is cyber. I think Grant Thornton gave a fabulous session on cyber, so again, I won't go into too much detail, other than to say we've seen LinkedIn, Yahoo, JP Morgan, all the big heavy hitters in the market fall to their knees from cyber attacks. So what's the key lessons? I think, as Fortune was saying earlier about root causes, when you start double-clicking into the root causes, there is a pattern, and the pattern is it's always one person in the value chain that lets you down. It's always just that one person that you didn't think would let you down has let you down in an organization. So whilst I agree with everybody around the top down and all of that good stuff and comes from the board, and that's all great, my advice and my actual recommendation is to go a step further with cyber and really get into the organization and train your employees about the horrific things that could happen to the organization if they're not careful about opening phishing emails or being loosey-goosey with their employee logins and so on and so forth. And I don't mean generic training like once a year that you click through and you're like half paying attention. I mean like real deep training on an ongoing basis, because it's so pivotal now. As I said, some of the heavyweight champions like LinkedIn and Yahoo and JP Morgan have all fallen to their knees from this. Don't let it be your organization. The other recommendation I would give is around going beyond the regulatory requirements. So looking at leading frameworks like NIST, which have some great recommendations in there. And then the next and the final trend I'll go through is geopolitical. So geopolitical is a funny one because we're operating in an environment right now where we're seeing a shift in power dynamics globally. We're seeing trade wars, and we're seeing the highest number of countries in conflict since World War II. That's a very turbulent place to be right now. And for that reason, it's imperative for organizations to not get caught in the middle of this. But what's interesting is that most of the organizations I work with, they don't have geopolitical risk in their taxonomy. It's not there. And so if it's not there, they're not assessing yet, monitoring yet, reporting yet, which is really confusing for me because it's one of the biggest risks in the market right now. The turbulence we're seeing globally is huge. And so I think taking or putting geopolitical risk in your risk taxonomy will help you or force you to stress test any potential problems that could occur, whether it's your investments or your assets in certain types of countries, whether sanctions could impact you, whether you need to do geopolitical hedging. All of that will come through.
Closer to the mic.
Oh, yeah, sorry. All of that will come through, thank you, if you have geopolitical risk in your taxonomy. But in addition to those global trends, I think we have to be conscious that there's a myriad of other risks to worry about, ones that we're all very familiar with. Fraud and IT and people and change, and so there's just so many risks out there. But the point I want to make is risks should not be looked at in the vertical sense of the word, in the way that I'm describing them. There's this risk and that risk and this risk. No, risks are interconnected. It's a value chain. For example, if you have a cyber attack tomorrow, that could result in a fraud risk, which could result in a financial risk, costs, which could result in reputational risk. It's a chain of events and it's a chain of risks, and they're all interconnected. Why am I making this point? I'm making this point because UK and EU regulators have also cottoned onto this. So the UK published their Operational Resilience Act, and they were forcing organizations to look horizontally at risks and the interconnectivities through that process lens rather than vertically. And it's making a big difference. It's making companies more resilient. The EU have done the same, and Abu Dhabi have also now issued their consultation paper. They call it operational risk, but it's in fact operational resilience. It's the concept that I'm talking about right now. But you might be thinking, well, Hafsa, you're a consultant, and you think it's so easy, to be more robust and more resilient. It is very costly. I'm totally aware of that. So I wanted to just provide some top tips on how to be risk ready, but do it in a cost-savvy way. Now, you all might be quite familiar with some of these concepts around integrated assurance, GRC tooling, continuous controls monitoring. But the reason I'm talking about them today is twofold. One is, despite the awareness of these tips, they're not really implemented. I haven't seen much in the way of implementation of these areas or these initiatives. And the second reason is I wanted to try and make it practical, to showcase how you can get started with it how you can get started in a relatively inexpensive way. So I wanted to make it practical. So the first top tip is around integrated assurance. Now, I'm working with a client right now on integrated assurance, and the concept is quite simple. It's taking all of your second and third line functions and forcing them to work in a more integrated way. So if you think about internal audit and compliance and risk and IS and BCM, they're all doing quite similar things, right? They all have their planning, or internal audit will have their audit plan, and compliance will have their compliance monitoring and testing plan. Everybody has their little plans, but it's disjointed and it's done in silo. So integrated assurance is the concept that they should all be brought together and that all these functions should work in a coordinated manner. Now, the integration points as part of this overall initiative is the strategy and planning between these functions. It's the integration of processes, so your risk ratings and how you view risks and having a standardized, consistent risk taxonomy. It's data and technology, dashboarding, and training. But the point I want to leave you all with today is you can start small, and the small way to start is simply getting your second and third line functions in a room to talk about how you can align your plans so that you don't have 5 different second and third line testing plans or review plans, which could ultimately mean that the same first line function is being tested or reviewed by 5 different functions. Get in a room, look at all of your plans, remove the duplication, and you will immediately start seeing some benefits from that, right? So it's just starting in a very small way, but yielding good benefits. The second is around GRC tooling. Now, GRC tooling is ultimately one of the key enablers for integrated assurance. So investing in exploring some tools that are out there that can centralize your policy and procedure documents, that can have workflows when it comes to internal audit, so all of the different steps you have to do as an internal auditor, having your risk management module in there. I guess the benefit of having GRC tooling, I think there's some statistic about 40% cost savings or whatever, but I think the main benefit is that you can all access the same information. Your second and third line, and even your first line, can access the same information and share it. So you're not constantly wasting time and effort asking the first line for the same thing over and over and over again. Because frankly, that is what annoys the business, right? That's what makes them roll their eyes and makes them not see the second and third line as strategic partners or advisors. So that step change is needed. And one of the ways to do it is via GRC tooling, which is a key enabler for integrated assurance. And then the third way is continuous controls monitoring. Now, I think this has been spoken out about quite a bit. And continuous controls monitoring is ultimately just using your structured data, having the right technology to be able to monitor your controls or the effectiveness of your controls on a continuous basis. It means that you move away from being a second or third line of defense function of the past and you're moving into the second and third line of function of the future. And what I mean by that is continuous controls monitoring allows you to be more preventative, proactive. You can do 100% population testing. I think a lot of these concepts everybody's well aware of anyway. My wider point is start small. So I worked for a global bank in the UK, and we ended up saving up to 20% costs, and we did continuous controls monitoring for 65 departments. That included sub-departments. It was a very big bank. But my point is, we didn't start there. We started very, very small. We started with one department, which was finance. We took out all of the ripe controls, which is the reconciliation type controls. We proved the success of it on that very, very small scale, and then we scaled up. And the benefit of doing it that way is you don't lose money, which is, let's face it, really important, right? You don't want to invest a whole load of money into continuous controls monitoring until you can prove it works. So one initial step, which is quite inexpensive, is to start very small, just on a subset of controls. And there's a few use cases as well, which I've put up there, but I think there is a very cool video with that barcode. So if anybody wants to see continuous controls monitoring in action, feel free to click on the QR code, and you can see a whole video of it playing out, so you can see it step by step. So, finally, parting thoughts. I just really want to summarize to say, yes, we're operating in an era of extreme disruption, geopolitically, economically, and from a risk perspective. But the industry winners are those that are fighting digital with digital. They're sorting their data out. They're being far more proactive in the way that they're managing key risks like geopolitical. And so I guess I would leave you all with some of those thoughts around how to manage some of those risks, but in a cost-effective way by thinking through initiatives like integrated assurance, continuous controls monitoring, and GRC tooling, but starting very small and in a very inexpensive way to prove that these things could actually work very effectively for your organizations. So I wanted to say thank you all very much for your time and your attention. I know that you're desperate for the raffles, so I tried to make that speedy. I think that was 17 minutes. I'm not sure. No, 22 minutes. So at least it wasn't half an hour. Thanks.
Thank you, Hafsa, for the insightful session. I now request our chairperson, CA Vivek Gupta, and our past chairperson, CA Mani Lakshmanamurthy, to come onto the stage to felicitate the speaker. Thank you, everyone. Our next MC is our Joint Secretary, a person who works diligently behind the scenes while making a calm presence. With your applause, let's welcome CA Sumit onto the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CA Akila. The one thing I realize, the most difficult job in conference is to be MC of the last session, where we are already 45 minutes late. I can see what you want to say, so I will keep it really very short. Today we are gathered here to welcome a living legend, a man whose life story embodies grit, determination, and an indomitable will to succeed. It is a privilege to have Padma Shri awardee Shri Murlikant Petkar, a legend that shines as bright as his unparalleled achievements. Without taking much time, I request the stage management team to play the video to know more about Shri Petkar.
This is the story of the first Indian to win a gold medal in a Paralympic event. Murlikant Petkar was born on 1 November 1944 in a village named Pet Islampur in Sangli district of Maharashtra state. He was interested in sports since childhood. He used to participate enthusiastically in many sports events like wrestling, hockey, boxing. The akhara of his village and the wrestling training there became an important part of his life. Raghunath ji was getting ready under the training of his guru, Shri Raghunath Rao Khedkar ji. At the tender age of 10, he defeated the son of a well-known wrestling master of the village in the annual wrestling competition. His passion was visible at an early age. Later, he joined the youth battalion of the Indian Army, and there he started training in boxing and swimming. He also represented India in the Tokyo International Service Sports Competition of 1964. The Indo-Pak War of 1965 changed Muralidharji's life. In this war, he faced 9 bullets, and after this, a new struggle started. After this war, he had to accept disability. But with the power of patience and unwavering willpower, he overcame this adverse situation. He now dedicated his life to sports. He participated in the 1968 Paralympic competition held in Moscow and won the gold medal in the 50-meter freestyle competition. Next year, he also won the gold medal in the 50-meter freestyle competition in the International Paralympic competition held in England. In this difficult journey, he had the unwavering support of his family and also the support of his friends. With the help of his family and army colleagues during and after treatment, he overcame his war wounds and stressful memories. Not only this, it was due to the encouragement of his army colleagues that he became India's first Paralympic player. In the 1972 Summer Paralympics, he created a world record of 37.33 seconds in the 50-meter freestyle swimming event and won India's first gold medal. After this, in the competition held in England in 1975, he won the gold medal in swimming event and created a new world record by breaking his own record. In the 1982 Hong Kong SPIC sport competition, he won a gold medal in swimming and a bronze medal in shot put. For his performance, he was awarded the Shri Shiva Chhatrapati Award by the government of Maharashtra in 1975. This is the highest honor in the sports sector of Maharashtra. Muralidharji was the first paraplegic player to receive this honor. The pain caused in the war, the disability caused by the war, and the gun bullet still stuck in the spine as a terrible souvenir. Overcoming all this, Murlikant ji made many world changes through his sport. He won 7 gold medals in 50-meter swimming in Paralympic and other international competitions. He won many medals at state and national level. Along with this, he has won many gold and silver medals in plate throw, javelin throw and shot put competitions at state, national and international levels. For his services in the army, the government of India reinstated him with the Raksha Medal in 1965. His life's journey proves to be an inspiration not only for the disabled people, but for everyone. For his remarkable performance, the government of India honored him with the Padma Shri Award in 2018. Murlikant ji Petkar has made his country proud by not giving up in the face of adverse circumstances and moving forward with patience. Famous director Kabir Khan's film Chandu Champion on the life of Murlikant Petkar was released recently, in which his role is played by famous actor Karthik Aryan. We salute his unwavering courage and dedication, which has made India proud on the international stage.
So now we know that a movie has been made, which is inspired based on his real life. I request the stage management team to play the trailer of the movie.
क्या केस है? सर 65 की जंग में इसको 9 गोलियां लगी थी। जंग को 2 साल हो गए, तब से ये कोमा में ही है।
दुश्मन! क्या कर रहे? छोड़ो मुझे, मेरे मुल्क वापस जाना है। मैं डरता नहीं है दुश्मनों से।
हम दुश्मन नहीं है, तुम हिंदुस्तान में हो।
मुरलीकांत पेटकर की कहानी आजाद हिंदुस्तान की कहानी है। हालात ऐसे कि ये देश टिक भी पाएगा कि नहीं, पर हिंदुस्तान लड़ता है हर हालात से।
बड़ा होके क्या बनेगा? मास्टर जी, मैं चैंपियन बनूंगा और मेडल लाऊंगा। ये हंसता काय को है?
पूरा गांव हंसता है तेरे पे। जो पता है क्या बुलाते हैं लोग तेरे को?
अरे चंदू चैंपियन।
आज के बाद कोई ना हंसेगा मुझ पे। खाली आज जाने दो दंगल को। इधर से मेरी ओलंपिक की तैयारी।
अरे ये तो चंदू चैंपियन है।
चंदू नहीं, चैंपियन है मैं।
तेन ओलंपिक जाना है ना, तो तेन तो फौज ही होना चाहिए।
सर मुझे एक मौका दो ना, मैं पहलवान है।
दारा सिंह क्या?
उनका चेला है मैं। बादल कैसा धड़ाम धड़ूम आवाज कर रहा है। कल जाते क्या?
कितने बजे?
10 बजे।
ठीक है, नाश्ता करके निकलते हैं। एयर इंडिया अपने बाप का ही है।
एकदम बरोबर।
चैंपियन गिरता है लेकिन रुकता नहीं है छोटू।
मुरली,
मेरा भगवान से जो भी लेन देन था, मुझे ऐसा मारना उसके प्लान में ही नहीं था। वो दिन मैं तय किया, मैं जिएगा और उसके लिए जितना लड़ना पड़े मैं लड़ेगा और हर चिढ़ाती हुई हंसी को पलट के बोलेगा। हंसता काय को है? मुझे आज लड़ने का है सर, हर उस चंदू के लिए जो चैंपियन बनना चाहता है, हर उस चंदू के लिए जो चैंपियन बन सकता है।
I take this opportunity first to thank our chairperson CA Vivek, who gave me this opportunity to invite Shri Petkar by visiting in Pune. And when I met him and heard his story first and sitting next to him, I just realized one thing, that we are very, very, very small in front of this legend. Please. To more understand about his life from the legend himself, we have our immediate past chairperson, CA Sthanumurthy Vishwanathan Meera, who will have a conversation with Shri Petkar ji and dive into his life and give us more about grit, determination, and what he is made up of, the champion. Please, CA Sthanu, if you can please escort, sir.
चला है सीना तान के शान से दिल का ये काफिला है खुद से ही हार के जीतना अब तो हर इंतहा बिछा दे मेरी राहों में ऐ जिंदगी मुश्किलों का सफर हटेगी अब ना कभी ऐ जिंदगी मंजिलों से नजर सर फिरा दिल मेरा अब रुकेगा कहाँ सरफरोशी का इरादा है अब झुकेगा कहाँ खाक में मिलके दिल आतिशे गुल हुआ जलते जाने का इरादा है अब बुझेगा कहाँ सर फिरा साथ कोई हो ना हो हौसले तो साथ हो सपने जितनी जिद करे पूरे अपने दम पे हो सरहदे करना हटे खुद को तुम परवाज दो दौर बन के उड़ते जाओ वक्त हो बहते रहो उठा के आसमान को ऐ जिंदगी ले चले अपने घर आ देखे होता है क्या ऐ जिंदगी सरकशी का असर सर फिरा दिल मेरा अब रुकेगा कहाँ सरफरोशी का इरादा है अब झुकेगा कहाँ खाक में मिलके दिल आतिशे गुल हुआ जलते जाने का
So I think you have clearly seen what this champion is made up of. I requested many times to his son Arjun that we can have him sit here, but sir said no, he is going to come on the stage. One more time, a round of applause. Thank you. Over to you, Sthanu.
आवाज आ रहा है? हेलो
Namaskar, sir. Good evening, everyone. Warm welcome to all of you for this lovely evening session, where we have with us Sri Padma Shri Murlikant Rajaram Petkar, India's first Paralympic gold medalist swimmer. Sir, to the audience, this conversation is going to be in Hindi, as sir is more comfortable in Hindi, and I'm sure most of you follow Hindi. Wherever there is need, if anybody was to raise their hand, I would then take the opportunity to translate in English. So I would keep looking back at audience. If at any point in time the conversation seems to be a bit difficult to understand, please do let me know. Just raise your hand and I will then translate that portion in English for the benefit of those who do not follow Hindi. Namaskar sir. बहरीन ICAI के इस चैप्टर में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आप हमारे बीच आए इस शाम, इसके लिए हम आपके बहुत आभारी हैं। एंड थैंक यू सुमीत एंड आपके सुपुत्र ने आपको यहाँ इनवाइट किया।
थैंक यू।
सो इसके लिए आप यहाँ आए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। दिस सेशन ये जो चलेगा, मैं ओके, अगर ये सच है तो हम स्टार्ट करेंगे आपके बचपन के साथ और आपकी ज़िंदगी के साथ कि आपकी शुरुआत, आपका बाल अवस्था, आपके गांव में रहने का, आपके जो माता पिता थे वो क्या करते थे और आपकी जो घर की आर्थिक परिस्थिति वो किस प्रकार की थी।
देखो, मैं तो एक देहात से लड़का हूँ, बोले इतना ही नहीं। मैं जब छोटा था तो मेरे बड़े भाई ने मुझे, जो खाशाबाद यादव, आप लोगों ने नाम सुना, जो इंडिया का फर्स्ट एक ब्रॉन्ज मेडलिस्ट था, उसकी यात्रा निकल गई थी कराड़। तो यात्रा के लिए मेरा बड़ा भाई ले गया और तो मैं उधर देखा तो उसके लिए बहुत बैलगाड़ी, बहुत ट्रक, बस, आदमी लोग साइकिल भी लेकर कम से कम 10-15 हज़ार लोग उस गए और खाशाबाद यादव की जय, खाशाबाद यादव की जय, ऐसा करके पुकारते उस। तो मैं, मेरा भाई लेकर गया था तो गर्दी से मुझे कंधे में खड़ा करके दिखा दिया, ये देखो ये खाशाबाद। तो उसी टाइम में भाई ने बोले ये क्या बात है, तुम ऐसा नाराज़ क्यों हैं? भाई ये खाशाबाद यादव की जय जय सब बुलाते हैं, तो मेरा भी कोई तो जय जय बोलना चाहिए। तो तूने क्या किया? तो मैंने कुछ नहीं किया। ये दुनिया में जो ओलंपिक खेल होता है उसमें मेडल लेकर आया है, इसके लिए इनका सत्कार होता है। तो तुम भी ऐसा गोल्ड मेडल लेकर आएगा तो तुम्हारा भी सत्कार होगा। तो उसी टाइम मैंने ठान ली कि मैं भी ओलंपिक का मेडल लेकर आऊँगा। और ये ठानने के बाद घर में आया तो मेरे पिताजी का गांव में टेलरिंग और कपड़े का दुकान का धंधा था। तो मेरे घर की परिस्थिति इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी, तो गांव में जो खाशाबाद यादव का मैं ये देखकर, उसका जोश देखकर मैं भी मेडल लाऊंगा करके लिया। तो मैं गांव में मेरे अखाड़ा था, तो अखाड़े में व्यवस्था तो मुझे भी अखाड़े में ट्रेनिंग लेना है, ले लो मेरे को, ले लो। तो उन्होंने बोला ठीक है, तुमको मेडल बोलता है, तुमको मेडल का मालूम है? तो मुझे कुछ मालूम नहीं, वस्ताद जी आप ही बताओ क्या मेडल है। तो उन्होंने बोला दुनिया में जो ओलंपिक के लिए 3 मेडल होता है, उसमें से बोलता है ब्रॉन्ज मेडल, सिल्वर मेडल, गोल्ड मेडल। तो सर ये बोलने के बाद ये मालूम पड़ गया, लेकिन क्या मुझे नहीं मालूम इसमें सबसे भारी मेडल कौन सा है। तो वस्ताद ने बोला गोल्ड मेडल सबसे भारी है। तभी मैं बोला मैं गोल्ड मेडल लेकर आऊँगा। तो गोल्ड मेडल लेकर आऊँगा बोलने से दिल में ऐसा ये हो गया कि जोश भी आ गया। तो उसी टाइम बच्चे, अरे गांव में कैसे होते हैं, बच्चे लोगों को टीचर थोड़ा से पढ़ा रहे थे, उसने बोला तुम क्या बनेगा, डॉक्टर बनेगा, तुम क्या बनेगा, इंजीनियर बनेगा। तो मेरे को पूछा तुम क्या बनेगा? नहीं मास्टर जी मैं ओलंपिक का गोल्ड मेडल लाऊंगा। तो गोल्ड मेडल लाऊंगा बोलने से बाकी बच्चे लोग होते हैं गांव में कैसे टोकन नाम रहता है एक, अभी अपना नाम और तो बच्चे लोगों ने चंदू चंदू बोलने से गांव में एक चिढ़ाने का, बच्चे लोग आपस में चिढ़ाने का ही होता है। तो उसी टाइम मेरे को नाम पड़ गया चंदू करके। तो मास्टर जी ने चंदू बोला तो मेरे को इतना गुस्सा आया कि बस पूछो। तो मैंने चंदू चाय अपने पिक्चर देखे तो वैसे भी बड़े बड़े पत्थर लेकर सबको मारने लगा बड़े, लेकिन वो उधर का दिल में छोड़कर गांव में कुश्ती का अकाडमी मैंने प्रैक्टिस चालू कर दिया। पहले अकाडमी जाता था तो मेरे को कुछ नहीं, तो पहले मैं पहलवान लोगों का ठंडा ही रहते वो मैं बनाता था वो, क्योंकि गांव में जो बड़े लोग होते सरपंच पटेल ऐसे बड़े बड़े लोग होते उनके बच्चे लोगों को गांव से दूध आता था, काजू बादाम पिस्ता सब बनाकर खाने के लिए, तो ठंडा ही बने रहे। तो बड़े बड़े लोगों के बच्चे लोग हैं काम करना नहीं मांगते थे, खाने के लिए ठीक से, लेकिन ये एक एक्सरसाइज सा करके किसी को नहीं मालूम था। तो मैंने ठंडाई बनाने के चालू कर दिया। पहले दिन में ठंडाई जो बनाई तो सब ने पी लिया, मेरे को भी एक गिलास दिया। और वो जो पहलवान लोग जो तालीम में प्रैक्टिस करते थे उन्होंने बोला तो किधर का पड़ता है, मैं इधर का इसका लड़का हूँ, ऐसा सब बातचीत हो गया। बाद में बोला लो तुम्हारा किस्सा बताओ। मेरा हाफ चड्डी था तो उस टाइम, तो मेरे को मैंने क्या कर दिया उनको चड्डी दिखा दिया। तो बोला नहीं और थोड़ा आ गया। और आने के बाद उन लोगों ने मुझे काजू और बादाम दोनों पॉकेट भर के दिए, खारीक ये सब देकर दिया। मैं इतना खुश हो गया, घर में गया कि पहले टाइम मुझे काजू बादाम खारीक कभी देखे नहीं थे, लेकिन उन लोगों ने मुझे दोनों किस्सा भर के ऊपर वाला किस्सा भी भर के दिया और मैं खुश हो गया। और घर में गया तो बड़ा भाई ने देखा, अरे ये खारी कोबरा कहाँ से लाया तूने, चोरी करके लाया क्या? क्योंकि मुझे उसने एक थप्पड़ मारा बोलने से मैं बोला मैंने चोरी नहीं किया, कुछ नहीं किया। तो बोला मैं उधर पूछा, तो उधर से एक पहलवान था तो वो आ रहा था, तो उसको पूछा तो ये तालीम में हमारा मुरली को क्या दिया है तुम लोगों ने? तो काजू बादाम खारीक दिया बोला। तो मैंने घर में आने बाद में भाई का गुस्सा ठंडा होने लगा, मैं भाई को बहन को भी वो काजू बादाम खाने को दिया। ऐसा तो ऐसा कुश्ती कर प्रैक्टिस के लिए कामेरे में जो प्रैक्टिस के लिए वो पहलवान जितने 10, 15, 25 पहलवान थे उनके साथ डेली कुश्ती वगैरह प्रैक्टिस करता था। प्रैक्टिस करते करते ऐसे 1-2-4 दिन चले गए। उसके बाद कावेरी गांव उधर कुश्ती का अखाड़ा भर गया था। तो अखाड़े में जब गया तो सरपंच पंच लोग रहते उन लोग कुश्ती के पहले, तो पहले कुश्ती के खेलने वाले के लिए जीतता है उसको नारियल बतासा मुरमुरा ऐसा देते थे, ऐसा देते। ये कुश्ती का पहला राउंड ऐसा चलेगा। तो पंच ने एक पहलवान लोगों का ऐसा घुमाना चले, तो सबसे पहला 1 पैसा का कुश्ती हो गया। अब 1 पैसा देखा आपने किसी ने? तो सबसे पहले मैंने 1 पैसा कुश्ती के लिए दौड़ कर गया, ये क्योंकि मेरे को लगा इसको मैं गिरा सकता है करके जोर से गया और मैं उसका हाथ पकड़ के ये किया और मैं पहले कुश्ती जीता। वो पहलवान को 1 पैसे का हरा दिया। पंच ने मुझे पटेल ने मुझे 1 पैसा दिया। वो ये मेरा लाइफ का पहला गोल्ड मेडल, ये ब्रिटिश के ज़माने से है।
$1 paisa of the olden pre-independence India. I would like you to just zoom this, इसको जरा zoom कर देंगे so that audience can see this in a much better manner.
ये मेरी पहली कुश्ती का पहला इनाम आप लोगों में बता दिया। उसके बाद उसी टाइप में, क्योंकि पहले ज़माने में कैसा था, कुश्ती एक खेला तो जितना लड़ सकते हो उतना बड़ा पहलवान तक गिराने, तो दूसरा कुश्ती के लिए खड़ा। तो एक लड़का आया, उसका 5 रुपये का कुश्ती सरपंच घुमा रहा था ऐसा राउंड में, ऐसा घुमाते घुमाते आया। तो मैंने देखा क्या करने का, इसके साथ कुश्ती लड़ने का क्या नहीं लड़ने का। तो मैं सोचा चलो मैं भी तगड़ा, वो भी तगड़ा दिखता है, चलो इसके साथ लड़ेंगे। तो मैं, मेरे जो तालीम से जो उस्ताद आए थे, सर मैं इसके साथ लड़ूँ क्या? है बोला लड़ लिया। लेकिन उस टाइम ज़माने में क्या था, सरपंच का लड़का, पटेल का लड़का, बड़े घर का लड़का है, उसके साथ कुश्ती खेलने का, लेकिन जीतने का नहीं। क्यों? कि वो कुश्ती का प्रशिक्षण जो ये कुश्ती था, वो पहलवान जो 5 रुपये का था, वो गांव का सरपंच का लड़का था। और मैं वो ग्राउंड में आया, कपड़ा खोलकर वैसा जोर से ये आवाज़ दिया, अले कामेरीचा पट्टा, कामेरी गांव का पट्टा करके, और गणपति खेड़कर का पट्टा। वैसा करने का सब में गया जो राउंड खेलने के लिए। तो उन्होंने बोला, जो उसने बोला था, मैं भी ऐसा जोर से आवाज़ लगा कर खड़ा हो गया। उसने बोला था कावेरी का पट्टा, लेकिन मैंने सिर्फ बोला गणपति खेड़कर पट्टा इस्लामपुर का। ऐसे तो उधर क्या हो गया, वो एक्चुअली कावेरी का जो लड़का था, गणपति खेड़कर का बहन का लड़का था। तो कुश्ती जोर से चालू हो गया, 11 राउंड तक, मतलब 5 मिनट का ऐसे कुश्ती चलते रही है। और फिर कुश्ती के लिए पूछा, ये कुश्ती छुड़ाना चाहिए। पब्लिक बोल रहे नहीं, ये कुश्ती छोड़ने का नहीं, इसके निकाल होना मत है। क्योंकि मैं और वो पहलवान के, उसको एक ही गुरु था, मेरे को मैं 25 लोगों के साथ प्रैक्टिस करता था, इसके लिए मैं। तो वो कुश्ती मैंने 11 ये करने के बाद उसको हरा दिया। तो क्या हो गया कि कामेरी गांव के आदमी लोगों को गुस्सा आ गया, हमारे गांव को पहलवान को हरा दिया करके, इसने जीतने कैसे। तो आपस में गांव में ऐसा वो कुराड़ी, तो ये इससे मारामारी चालू हो गया। और बोला फिर ये जो खेड़कर ने जो पहलवान लाया है, इसको भी मार दो। तो मेरे को मारने के लिए ऐसा सब कई किया। लेकिन जो मेरे पहलवान लगते हैं, उन्होंने क्या किया, उधर पीछे वो जो अखाड़ा चल रहे थे, बाहर के बगल में गाड़ी थे, वो मेरे को उठाया और वो गाड़ी में लाकर ये कर दिया। ऐसा वो कुश्ती को हारने के उसको हराने के बाद मेरे को बोला अभी गांव रहने से नहीं चलेगा, नहीं सब मार देंगे। तो मारने के लिए पीछे बढ़ गया, तो मैं भाग गया था। अब चंदू चावल में देखा है, तो भाग गया और पूना में आ गया।
तो पूना, अभी नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन जो है यहाँ से स्टार्ट होता है। तो जीत कर भी आप जीत नहीं पाए। इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेसन इन लाइफ दैट व्हाइल वी माइट विन, दैट विन माइट नॉट नेसेसरली ट्रांसलेट इनटू रिकॉग्निशन, बट इसने ज़िंदगी में आपके एक नया मोड लेके आया और आप आर्मी ज्वाइन किए।
जी।
अब आर्मी में आपकी जो लाइफ थी, ट्रेनिंग था, वो किस प्रकार थी? आप बॉक्सिंग कैसे आए?
नहीं, बॉक्सिंग
टोक्यो का आपका जो किस्सा है।
अच्छा, जब पूना में आ गया, पूना में आने के बाद मुझे मेरे फूफा के पास 1-2 साल उधर था, तो उस मिलिट्री का भर्ती जो बॉयज़ बटालियन का भर्ती आ गया था। तो उसमें मैं पहले ज़माने में क्या, जो एक आर्मी के लिए जवान भर्ती करने से वो जो भर्ती करता है उसको 10 रुपये कमीशन मिलता है। अभी 1 लाख रुपया 50,000 रुपये दे बोलते। तो मैं पुणे में मिलिट्री में ज्वाइन हो गया, वो बॉयज़ बटालियन में। मेरा उम्र उस टाइम 12 साल का था, तो ज्वाइन कर दिया और बॉयज़ की ट्रेनिंग मैंने चालू कर दी। बॉयज़ आर्मी का बॉयज़ और आर्मी एमी ऐसा करके ये करते हैं। तो उस टाइम ज़माने में बहुत अच्छा हॉकी खेलता था। लेकिन क्या होता था, मैं महाराष्ट्रियन है बोल को मुझे आगे खेलने के लिए चांस नहीं मिलता था। तो मैं एक दिन मेरा चांस नहीं बोला, सिलेक्शन के लिए हॉकी ग्राउंड में खड़ा था। उधर से इंस्ट्रक्टर साहब, अरे पेटकर तुम्हारा सिलेक्शन नहीं था भाई, क्योंकि मैं ऐसा छोटा था, लेकिन इतना रोना आ गया, मेरा सिलेक्शन नहीं होगा, मैं इतना अच्छा हॉकी खेलता, अभी भी अच्छा बैठ कर भी हॉकी कर। तो उन लोगों ने मुझे चांस नहीं दिया, बोले तो मुझे रोता है। इतने में मेरे आलिया सा जो स्पोर्ट्स के इंचार्ज थे बॉक्सिंग के, वो आ गए। अरे पेटकर के बच्चे काय को रोते हैं? सर मेरे को सिलेक्शन नहीं मिला। क्या छोकरी की तरह रोते हैं? सामने क्या चल रहा है? हॉकी चल रहा है। तो ये हॉकी अभी तुम छोड़ दो, और ये सामने क्या है? बॉक्सिंग। तो ये खेल में ऐसा है, इंडिविजुअल में तुम दांत तोड़ के लो, नहीं तो दांत तोड़ के लो, ऐसा ये। तो मुझे अच्छा लगा, चलो अभी हॉकी छोड़ देता और बॉक्सिंग के पीछे चला। तो मैं बॉक्सिंग में जो स्टेट लेवल, इंटरनेशनल, नेशनल ऐसा खेलते खेलते मैं इंटरनेशनल जो सर्विसेज टीम मिलिट्री का, उसके लिए मेरा सिलेक्शन हो गया। मेरे साथ दाने स्वामी, पदम माधव मूलिक, ये बॉक्सर मेरे साथ थे। हम लोग 6 आदमी आर्मी, पूरा जितनी आर्मी थी उसमें से सिलेक्शन होते। तो हम लोग टोक्यो खेलने के लिए गए थे। तो उसी टाइप में मेरा बेंगलोर, मद्रास ये साइड में मेरे को छोटा बॉक्सर, छोटू बॉक्सर करके बोले, टाइगर, छोटू टाइगर बॉक्सर। तो मेरा बॉक्सिंग में ऐसा था कि मैं 1 या 2 राउंड के ऊपर किसी को छोड़ता नहीं था, ऐसा मारता था। तो अब ऐसा करता, तो मैं ऐसा 13 फाइट जीता, 13 देशों के साथ जीता। 13वां फाइट जीतने के बाद आप लोग ने उगांडा का काले काले एकदम मुंह को देखो बॉक्सर, चौथे चैप्टर में एक बताया आगे बॉक्सर। तो वो बॉक्सर ने मुझे ऐसा फाइट मारा कि मैं खुद 13 जने को नॉकआउट करने के बाद 14वां टाइम मेरा आ गया, मैं नॉकआउट हो गया। ये इधर बॉक्सिंग का।
लेकिन वो टोक्यो में आप ब्रेड खाते समय कितने प्लेट तोड़े थे?
अरे वो मैं के देहात से, और आर्मी में भी इतना स्टील मतलब कांच का प्लेट में खाने का इतना ट्रेनिंग नहीं था कुछ। तो गेट टुगेदर हर एक, अभी जैसे आप लोगों का गेट टुगेदर किधर भी कहते खाना बना पार्टी होता है, वैसा आप लोगों सब बॉक्सर लोगों को पार्टी दिया था। तो सब खाना अपना 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 शुरू है। मैं भी इंटरनेशनल 14 फाइट जीता हूँ करके मैं भी प्लेट लेकर उठा कर लेकर सेल्फ सर्विस का। तो खाने के लिए बैठा तो सब आदमी लोगों को ब्रेड खाता है, तो ऐसा काटा, ऐसे काट कर छोटा सा टुकड़ा आता है सबके लिए। और मैं जब ब्रेड तोड़ता है ऐसा डालता है तो ऐसे बच्चे को दबा दिया तो मेरे को पूरा ब्रेड आता है। यार मेरे को गुस्सा आया, और छोटा नहीं आता कि ऐसा गुस्सा से दबाया, ऐसा मैंने 11 प्लेट उधर तोड़ दी थी। 11 प्लेट तोड़ने के बाद ये किसने, जो उधर का जो टोक्यो का जो ऐसे सर्विस करते हैं वो लेडी ने देखा, अरे व्हाट हैपेंड करके गुस्सा में आ गया मेरे पास। तो बोला, क्योंकि उसका लैंग्वेज मेरे को समझ में आता है, उसका लेते तो इशारे में मैं उसको बोला कि ऐसा ब्रेड ये है, ऐसा सूर्य मारने से पूरा आता है और उनको चोट आता है। तो बोला रोक, और उसने छोटा ब्रेड करने के, छोटा चिकन का टुकड़ा क्या कौन सा भी करते काट, तो ये काटना पड़ता है कर सीखा। ऐसा मैं जापान में पहले टाइम ब्रेड खाना सीखा।
सो देयर इज ऑलवेज अ लर्निंग एट एवरी पॉइंट इन टाइम। इसके बाद आप इंडिया आए एंड आपको कश्मीर में पोस्टिंग मिला, और उस दौरान इंडो पाक वॉर सडनली स्टार्ट हुआ। पिक्चर में बताया कि आपको बुलेट्स लगे, कितने बुलेट्स लगे आपको?
क्या?
कितने बुलेट्स लगे, कितनी गोली लगी आपको?
जो मैं जो बॉक्सिंग खेलकर फिर वापस पूरे इंडिया में आकर अपना अपना जगह वही एक दफ़ा नेशनल तक पहुंच गया, तो उधर खत्म होने का तो वापस आया था। तो वापस आते तब मैं EME कोर्स से था, तो EME से कमांडेंट साहब ने बोला, पेटकर अभी आपको किधर पोस्टिंग चाहिए? तो मैंने बोला कि सब जगह में ये होता है, अपन कश्मीर देखने के लिए अच्छा मिलेगा करके कश्मीर अच्छा होता है करके मैं कश्मीर के लिए पोस्टिंग पूछा। तो मेरे सीओ ने मुझे कश्मीर में ट्रांसफ़र कर दिया। कश्मीर में ट्रांसफ़र कर दी, वहाँ पर मैं स्पोर्ट्समैन भी था, ये प्रैक्टिस भी मेरा ये सब चल रहा था। और 1-2 साल 1.5 साल ऐसा चला गया। अचानक अक्टूबर 1965 भी लड़ाई का वार चालू हो गया। वार कैसे चालू हो गया? शाम का 4 बजे का टाइम था, वो इंचार्ज था, उसने सिटी बजाना चालू कर दिया कि फ्लाइट का अटैक आ गया और दुश्मन का अटैक आ गया, तुम लोग सब तैयार हो जाओ, बाहर आ जाओ। लेकिन वो ऐसा गलत टाइम हो गया, 4 बजे है, आर्मी का सब जगह का चाय का टाइमिंग होता है। सब लेकर मग्गा वगैरह लेकर बाहर आ गए और ऊपर से एकदम लड़ाई चालू। मैं तो चाय नहीं पीता था, स्पोर्ट्स में था, तो बंकर में बैठा था, तो बंकर में रह गया और बहुत आदमी उस टाइम हमारा कैजुअलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया। ऐसी लड़ाई शुरू हुई। ये लड़ाई में मुझे 9 गोली लगी। 9 गोली लगने के बाद मेरे आँख को भी एक ऐसा फायरिंग गोली लगा था, तो उधर कैसे आर्मी में उसी टाइम चेंज करते ऐसा, ये मेरा राइट आँख दूसरा 9 गोली लगा था, उसमें से एक गोली निकाला है, रह गया है, और ऐसा करके मुझे चोट आती रह गई है बंकर से। तो बंकर में फायरिंग चालू था, मेरे भी फायरिंग का था। नरबहादुर थापा बोलकर एक था, तो नरबहादुर थापा मेरे बगल में था, तो आपस में चल रहा था। दुश्मन एक दुश्मन मारेगा, एक बॉर्डर क्योंकि आर्मी में खेल जवान में से मजाक में शर्त में क्या लगाते, बॉटल लगाते। तो मैंने एक टारगेट मार दिया, उसने एकदम 2 टारगेट मार दिया। थापा मैंने 2 टारगेट मार दिया। ऐसे करके चल रहा था। अचानक क्या हो गया, प्लेन का अटैक आ गया और जो नरबहादुर थापा सबको बोला कि मैं एक बॉटल जीत करके उसको खुशी से हाथ मिलाया। उसी टाइम प्लेन का जोर से अटैक आ गया। वो अटैक में नरबहादुर थापा का हाथ मेरे हाथ में आ गया और वो और हमें भी वो बंकर में गड़ गए थे। तो गड़ गए, तो गड़ते समय ऐसे देखा तो छोटा सा बस ये थोड़ा सा गैप रह गया था। वो गैप से भैया हम लोग इधर फंसे, हम लोग भी निकालो। तो उसी टाइम जो दूसरे जो बाहर थे उन लोगों ने हम लोग जो फंस गए थे उनको निकाला। तो उसी टाइम नरबहादुर थापा का एक हाथ निकल गया, उसको हॉस्पिटल में लेकर गया हम लोग। बाकी लड़ाई ऐसा चालू था। लड़ाई चालू होता था, एक ऊपर से एक रोड के ऊपर से मैं था, तो मेरा थोड़ा ऊपर से, क्योंकि 4 बजे से ऐसा लड़ाई चालू था, तो 7:30, 8, 9 बज गया होगा। उसी टाइम वो एक जो पाकिस्तान का टैंकर आया, वो टैंकर ने क्या किया को बोले उनको ऑर्डर ऐसा हो गया कि जितना भी इंडियन आदमी जो इधर गोली लगाए मर गया, फिर भी इनके ऊपर से भी टैंकर भगा दो ताकि बाद में कोई जिंदा न बचे। तो मैं नीचे गिर गया था, तो रोड से वो टैंकर आ गया और मेरे स्पाइन से ऊपर ऐसा डिग गया। उसी टाइम पे बेहोश हो गया। 2 साल कॉन्शियसनेस नहीं था।
ये जो टाइम आपने 2 साल गुजारे, हर एक की ज़िंदगी में कठिनाई आती है, हर एक की ज़िंदगी में डिफ़िकल्टीज आती हैं, बट आपके साथ थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही हुआ है। बट इस बात में भी ऊपर वाले की कृपा रही है कि आप जीवित रहे। एंड इसके बाद, इस कठिनाई के बाद आपका कमबैक जो था, आपने क्या परिश्रम किया कि आप ओलंपिक्स तक पहुँचे?
देखो, ये जो मेरे को 9 गोली लगने के बाद ये एक स्पाइन लग गया, ये ट्रीटमेंट सब, तो मैं मिलिट्री में हॉस्पिटल में एक जनरल साहब का जो बेड हॉस्पिटल में मैं एडमिट था, वो हॉस्पिटल में जनरल साहब इंस्पेक्शन के लिए आ गए, क्योंकि सब लड़ाई के पेशेंट बैठे थे, ये इनको देखने के लिए आ गए। तो ये जो जनरल साहब ऐसा थे, जवान वो तो दिल से ऐसा खुशी से चल कर रहा है, जवान कैसे है, जवान कैसे है। तो जब जनरल साहब ऐसे मेरे पास नज़दीक आ गए, जवान कैसे है, तो उसी में नज़दीक आए, तो मेरे को क्या लगा, अरे मेरे ऊपर से टैंक गया था, नीचे गिर गया था, तो मेरे तो टैंक मेरे ऊपर से गया था और मैं बच गया। और ये सब पाकिस्तानी इन्होंने मुझे कैद किया है। मैं अभी पाकिस्तान में हूँ और मेरे ऊपर ये अभी इन लोग मार दें। तो आर्मी में क्या होता है, ट्रेनिंग दिया जाता है, एक को मारो फिर मरो दुश्मन। तो ऐसा सब कर, तो बोले जनरल आ गया, कैसा है जवान, कैसे है। तो वो जनरल मेरे पास नज़दीक आ गया, तो मैंने एकदम गले में ऐसे जोर से उसको पकड़ लिया, जैसे हिलने के लिए नहीं दिया और पकड़े। तो उनके साथ जो 10-12 जो मेडिकल डॉक्टर लोग इंस्पेक्शन, उनके साथ 4-5 आदमी लोग थे, उनके साथ आपके साथ 10-12 आदमी आए थे। तो बोला ये मेरे को इतना जोर से मारने लगे, बैनेट है राइफल के सामने चाकू, उससे इससे सब मारा, तो मैं छोड़ने गए थे। तो बोला इंडियन, अब तुम इंडियन आर्मी में हो? नहीं, मैं कहाँ हूँ, मैं कहाँ हूँ? अरे तुम तो इंडियन आर्मी में हो। नहीं, इंडियन आर्मी में है तो मेरे को आपका आई कार्ड बताओ। आई कार्ड बताओ बोले से जितने आदमी थे इनके पास किसी के पास आई कार्ड नहीं था। तो और वो ज़्यादा ये करने से मैं ज़्यादा, मेरे को जोर से ज़्यादा मारा तो मैं और ज़्यादा तुझे बता, क्योंकि एकदम उसको तकलीफ होता था। ऐसे करते चल रहा था सिलसिला। उसी टाइम इंडियन आर्मी के जो एक मेडिकल के नर्स थे तो सिस्टर आई, तो मुझे हॉस्पिटल में एक दफ़ा देखा था मैंने एक सिस्टर का बैच। तो ये इंडियन आर्मी का सिस्टर का ये सिस्टर ही लगता है पूरी। सिस्टर आप इधर हो। वो भी सब स्टाफ डर गए कि एक इंडियन आर्मी जवान ने एक जनरल साहब को पकड़ लिया, वो मार रहा है करके सब डर गए थे। तो सिस्टर में नज़दीक आए, सिस्टर को पूछा आप कहाँ से हैं? तो बोला मैं इंडियन आर्मी। आप इंडियन आर्मी? तो आपका पास आई कार्ड है? उसने बोला मेरे टेबल पे उधर रखा है, मैं आपको दे। तो आई कार्ड लेकर आओ। तो वो सिस्टर ने आई कार्ड लेकर आए और मेरे को आई कार्ड बताया। हाँ, तब मुझे तसल्ली लगी कि भाई इंडियन आर्मी में हूँ। और मैं जनरल साहब को बोला मेरा गलती से मैंने पकड़ लिया, मैं आपको जाना नहीं मुझे। तो उतने में उन लोग बोलते थे ये जनरल साहब को पकड़ा, ये तो पहले मारो मारो बोला। उतने में जनरल साहब बोले ये जवान को कोई नहीं मारेगा। तो मुझे मारना स्टॉप कर दिया। और जनरल साहब नज़दीक आए, जनरल तुमने हमको क्यों पकड़ा, सच्ची बोलो। सर मैं ऐसे था, मुझे गोली लगा था, ये हुआ, सब उनको स्टोरी बताया। तो फिर भी इतना हिम्मत कैसे किया? तो अभी क्या है, हमारा ट्रेनिंग में ऐसा दिया है, जब दुश्मन को पकड़ते तो पहले दुश्मन को मारो फिर मरो। तो ऐसा ये ट्रेनिंग था करवा। तो बोला नहीं अभी कोई नहीं जरूरत है। तो जनरल साहब ने बोला ये जवान का क्या केस है और इसको कोई नहीं मारेगा, इसका हेल्प करो। तो उतने में गवर्नमेंट से ऑर्डर आ गया, एक जनरल को पकड़ा है, कौन सा जवान पकड़ो, उसको कोर्ट मार्शल करो, ये करो करके सब आए। तो जनरल साहब ने बोला नहीं, इसका कोई कोर्ट मार्शल नहीं करेगा, कोई ये नहीं कहा, ये जवान का कोई गलती नहीं है। तो बोल दिया। तो जनरल ने छोड़ने के लिए बोला तो मेरे को छोड़ दिया। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पार्लियामेंट में पहले इंडियन आर्मी में आई कार्ड नहीं था। आप लोग 30-40 के उम्र के आदमी लोगों को मालूम होगा था। ये ऐसे नेम प्लेट आप लोग कोई लगाते थे, जून आदमी तो नए आदमी को बोलो। तो उसी टाइम जनरल पार्लियामेंट में बिल पास कर दिया कि इंडियन आर्मी जो सोल्जर सब स्कूल बच्चे लोगों को नेम प्लेट चालू करे। वो नेम प्लेट मेरे नाम से चालू है, पेट का MRP लिखा रहता है।
अब आपने 1968 तेल अवीव इज़राइल में जो समर पैरालंपिक्स था उसमें आपने भाग लिया, तो उसके बारे में कुछ कहेंगे?
हाँ, क्या हुआ था अभी ये सब लड़ाई का ये समझ गया सब ये। तो मेरे को स्पाइन में गोली है करके सबसे अच्छा ऑपरेशन वगैरह किधर गया, इंडिया में बॉम्बे में करते। कर बोला इसको बॉम्बे में ट्रांसफ़र कर दो। INS अश्विनी कोलाबा बॉम्बे में है, वहाँ मुझे ट्रांसफ़र किया और वहाँ मेरा ट्रीटमेंट चालू हो गया। वो ट्रीटमेंट में क्या डॉक्टर फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट लोगों ने क्या बोल दिया, तुमको ठीक होने का है तो ऑपरेशन सक्सेस नहीं, ये नहीं है, इसका कोई ये नहीं है, तुम स्विमिंग करने से तुम्हारा ठीक हो जाएगा करके मैंने स्विमिंग करना चालू कर दिया। और स्विमिंग में इतना अच्छा स्विमिंग मेरा हो गया सर्विसेज टीम के साथ कि इंटरनेशनल का रिकॉर्ड किया। तो आप लोगों ने इसमें विजय मार्चेंट का नाम सुना होगा, जो इंडिया में फर्स्ट टाइम जो हैंडीकैप का स्पोर्ट्स चालू किया वो विजय मार्चेंट है। तो उन्होंने मेरे को वो पूछा अश्विनी में आकर कि आप स्पोर्ट्स करते हैं तो हैंडीकैप के लिए अभी मैं इंडिया में चालू कर रहा हूँ, तो आपका पार्टिसिपेशन आप हमारे टीम में करेंगे क्या, आप आर्मी के? तो बोला हमारा कमांडेंट साहब बोलेगा वैसे मुझे मंजूर है। तो उसी टाइम ने रोटरी लायंस ऐसे क्लब आर्मी नेवी सब ने मेरे को 1968 में जो इंटरनेशनल स्पोर्ट्स डॉक्यूमेंट मिले जिसने देखा उनको मना वो गेम के लिए मेरा सर्टिफिकेट रहा। और मैंने 68 में हैंडीकैप का पहला गोल्ड मेडल लिया। 68 से 82 तक मैं इंटरनेशनल गेम किया, जो मैंने खुद मेरा रिकॉर्ड किया। ओलंपिक में, कॉमनवेल्थ गेम में गोल्ड मेडल लिया, 50 मीटर, इंटरनेशनल सब बता 82 तक सब ये किया। 1972 में न्यू वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड करके गोल्ड मेडल लिया। और जितना महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट जो ज़्यादा मेडल लाया करके, महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने भी शिव छत्रपति अवार्ड, हाईएस्ट अवार्ड होता वो दिया है। ऐसे करके मेरे 476 मेरे पास गोल्ड मेडल में है, दुनिया में इतना किसी के पास नहीं है।
A sample of the medals are on the screen for the audience, if the screen can be mirrored, so all of you can see the medals जो इनके चेस्ट पे है। Those are the medals that are there that he has won, and इसके बाद में जो है we have the medals that he has won in the Paralympic medals. There are different sets of medals. The one on the chest are from the government, the military, and the other ones for the display of the members. आपका ज़िंदगी सर हम सबके लिए एक उदाहरण है, जहाँ पे ज़िंदगी में कठिनाई कितनी भी हो, how many ever challenges come, if you have the will, the determination, you will succeed. और आप इसके लिए हमारे लिए एक जीता जागता उदाहरण है। With this, I'd like to play the next video.
श्री मुरलीकांत राजाराम पेटकर, खेल तैराकी।
Let the applause continue. The living legend, the first Paralympic gold medalist winner, who's created a new world record in the 1972 Paralympics in Germany, Sri Murlikant Rajaram Petkar.
अभी आप लोगों को सिर्फ एक छोटा सा बात बता दो। आप लोगों ने, बहुत आदमी ने सोचा होगा ये आदमी इतना मेडल वगैरह सब क्यों लेके जाता है। मोटिवेशंस क्या है? ये जो मेडल्स लगाने का उद्देश्य ये है कि आप लोग तो इसमें बहुत इंटरनेशनल नहीं, इंडिया के जो आदमी है, इसमें किसी ने पद्मश्री देखा है, ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल इंटरनेशनल देखा है? तो ये मैं इस सीने में लगाता हूँ कि पद्मश्री और ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल, लड़ाई का भी बहादुरी, ये सब इधर लगा है। तो ये आप लोग देखकर अपना देश, चाहे कोई भी देश हो, नागरिक हो, तो वो चैंपियन बने मेरे देखिए। क्योंकि एक इतना आदमी एक मेडल ले सकता है तो मैं क्यों नहीं सकता। और आप लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट है कि हर एक आपका बच्चा जो है उनके लिए एक तो हैप्पीनेस है बेस्ट डाइट। दुनिया में क्या है, ये चाहिए, ये जो मैं क्या करने का है, मैं इसको मारने का तो पक्का मारूंगा, ऐसा एम चाहिए। मैं कि ये खेल करूँगा तो करने की हिम्मत, और बुरे दोस्त नहीं है, अच्छे दोस्त चाहिए। और अभी मेरा आखिरी में सिर्फ बताता हूँ कि मेरा लाइफ में बुरा समय कैसे हो गया था। एक्चुअली टाइम है कि नहीं मालूम नहीं, लेकिन आपका
है सर,
ठीक। तो जब मैं हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट, अश्विनी हॉस्पिटल में आया था, तो मेरे माँ बाप, मेरे भाई हॉस्पिटल में आए थे। तो मेरा ऑपरेशन होना था ऑपरेशन, लेकिन वो ऑपरेशन सक्सेस नहीं हुआ। तो मेरे तो माँ बाप मेरे माँ बाप भाई सब वापिस जा रहे थे। वापिस जाते समय आता मुरली तुम्हारा ऑपरेशन नहीं ठीक हुआ तो ठीक रहेगा। तो उसी टाइम के माँ बाप भाई सब अपने इधर से, मैं जब से आर्मी में भर्ती हुआ था तब से 4-5 साल गांव नहीं गया था, गांव का किसी। तो उस टाइम में एक हॉस्पिटल में पेशेंट था तो मेरा दिल आ गया एक दफ़ा गांव जाकर, भाई भाई जाकर गाँव। तो उसी टाइम मैं भी गाँव जाकर आ जाऊँगा, तो गवर्नमेंट पैसा भी देता है आने जाने का टिकट का, मैं लेके चला। तो उसी टाइम क्या किया मेरा भाई, अरे मुरली तो गांव में मत आना, ऐसा बोलने से गांव में मत आना थोड़ा मैं गांव में अपने माँ बाप के साथ गांव जाना चाहता था, लेकिन मेरे भाई ने, मेरे माँ बाप ने। एक्चुअली भाई का उद्देश्य ठीक था कि गांव में ये कॉमन टॉयलेट बैठने का कॉमन नहीं है, गांव में विलेजेस में टॉयलेट नहीं है, ये नहीं है, दवाई नहीं मिलता है, कुछ नहीं है, और गांव में अपना परिस्थिति ठीक नहीं है, इसमें बात कैसे करेगा। लेकिन वो इतना सा बोलेगा फिर, लेकिन मेरे को दिमाग में बाकी कुछ नहीं, ये वो बराबर बोल रहे, लेकिन मेरे दिमाग में क्या गाँव जाने का। तो उसने नहीं बोलने से इतना दुख हो गया कि लाइफ में बोला अभी अपन सुसाइड कर देंगे। ये सुसाइड कर देगा बोलने से दिल में ऐसा हो गया, और मेरा माँ बाप मुझे उधर से छोड़ के चले गए, गांव वापस चले गए। वापस जाने के बाद मैंने ठान लिया अभी क्या करने का, मरने का करके। तो सोने का गोली ऐसा डिस्पेंसरी वगैरह ऐसा 1-2 ऐसा नहीं देते। तो नर्स हॉस्पिटल में सिस्टर मेरे को नींद ऐसे झूठा मूठा बहाना बनाकर 2 गोली सोने का, ये सिस्टर से, दूसरा सिस्टर से 2 गोली, ऐसा कर मैंने 35 गोली जमा किया, 35 टैबलेट्स। ये गोली जमा करने के बाद अभी क्या करने का, तो आप लोगों ने चंदू चापन जो आदमी देखा ना, तो उसको मैंने, मेरा बर्थडे भी आ गया नज़दीक, तो बोला तो बस एक मेरा काम करना। क्या काम करने का, मेरे को 2 बॉटल विस्की ला के देने का, क्योंकि मैं कभी दारू नहीं पीता था कुछ नहीं, लेकिन 2 बॉटल में रुके। वो तो मतलब मेरा नौकरी जगह था, अरे कोई बात है, तुमने तो बोला तुम अभी बड़ा हो गया है, बोले तुम अभी बड़ा हो गया है, ये दो मैं तुमको विस्की मटका खेलने के लिए पैसा देता हूँ तभी। तो उससे विस्की मंगाया और वो टॉपर ने विस्की दे गए। और तो उसी टाइम मेरे को पूछा, बोली भाई मेरा एक छोटा सा काम करो ना। अरे बोलो क्या रोज, मेरे को मटका खेलने के लिए थोड़ा पैसा दे दो। तो मैंने 100 रुपये निकाल के उसको दे दिया। और जब ऐसे भी मरने का क्या, ये पैसा अभी रात को ये सब मर जाने का 100 रुपये वक्त है, निकाल के दे दिया। निकालने के देने के बाद फिर पूछा क्या हो गया, कुछ नहीं। तो टॉपर ने बोला एक बात है, बोले सर ये जो पैसा के मेरे को भी ऐसा सपना पड़ा था कि उसमें जॉकपॉट लगने वाला है। तो जब तो और थोड़ा आपका भी पैसा, अरे मैं तो मरने वाला है, चलो हाई वो भी पैसा ले। अरे मुरली भाई जॉकपॉट लगेगा, इसके लिए आपने नंबर नहीं बताया है। तो मैंने ऐसा कुछ ऐसा भी मरने का वैसा कुछ होने लगने वाला नहीं, कुछ नहीं करके दिल में अपना भगवान भी अपने से नाराज है, फिर मरने का है करके उसने और एक पॉकेट दे 100 रुपया और मैं निकाल के दिया। अरे नंबर बताओ, मैंने ऐसे मजाक में बोल दिया 1 2 3। तो टॉपर ने बोला 4 के आगे मेरा, कैसे डबल पाना कुछ रहता है उनका गवर्नमेंट इसमें। तो दे दिया और वो मटका लगाने के लिए चला गया। तब तक मैंने क्या किया, 35 टैबलेट्स था, 4-5 टैबलेट ऐसा लेने का और वो विस्की पीने का चालू कर दिया। मैंने वो 1.5 बॉटल 2 बॉटल से थोड़ा सा कम विस्की सब पी लिया और मरने का करके ऐसा पड़ा था। अभी मैं मर गया, इतना ऐसा ये हो गया। उसी टाइम लाइफ में ऐसा ये हो गया, वो टोपस उधर से आ गया। तो टोपस को क्या हो गया, मटका लग गया, जॉकपॉट मेरे को लग गया 44,000 का, मेरे को 44,000 और जो टोपस था उसको 44,000। तो उसी टाइम में मैंने एक्चुअली ये किया, टोपस आया, टोपस ने मुझे हिला दिया। हिला देने के बाद क्या हो गया, ऊँच ये करता नहीं तो उसने ऐसा थोड़ा धक्का मार गया, नीचे गिर गया और मेरे अंदर का जो विस्की वगैरह पिया था वो उल्टी, टैबलेट वगैरह सब ऐसा उल्टे हो गया। और ये तो उसी टाइम मेरे को जब होश आ गया तो मेरे को यूरिनल कंट्रोल नहीं था, टॉयलेट कंट्रोल नहीं था, किसी का हाथ बदन में हाथ लगने से मालूम नहीं। लेकिन उसी दिन मैंने ये जो ये 35 गोली और 2 बोतल विस्की पिया, उसी दिन मुझे तो उसी में बोलते हैं चुद्दू चाय पीते, जोक में देखा ना उसमें विस्की अंदर और सुसु बाहर। ऐसा करके मैंने लाइफ का बड़ा दुख किया हो। उसी टाइम में मैंने सोचा मैं जीऊँगा।
और सारी कठिनाई, सारी परिस्थितियों को सामना करके, डटकर, लड़कर हमारे सामने श्री मुरलीकांत राजाराम पेटकर। अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज।
लास्ट करेंगे बेस्ट, एक ही क्वेश्चन रहेगा। लास्ट क्वेश्चन देखो, ये तो मेरा दुख का समय ये बताया रहा है। सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे खुशी कब होगा, मैंने 1972 में न्यू वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड कर गोल्ड मेडल लेके 1, 2, 3 सीढ़ी रहते थे, ऐसे लेके जाते थे, उधर गया तो लाइफ पे इतना खुशी। तो सबसे ज़्यादा आनंद कब हो गया, अपना झंडा ऊंचा जाता है, ब्रांज, सेकंड, 3rd प्राइज, वो मेडल का गोल्ड मेडल लेकर पहुंचा, हिम्मत करके। ये मेरा खुशी है। वैसा आप लोगों को भी रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, आप जैसे मेरे पद्मश्री बड़े अवार्ड्स लिए हैं, और सबसे मेरे को भारी अवार्ड है राहुल संघ पेशवेचा अवार्ड, सगळ्यात भारी अवार्ड नॅशनल।
गुड इवनिंग गाइस। सर को अभी सबसे इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा नेशनल अवार्ड मिला है, श्रीमंत थोरले बाजीराव पेशवा अवार्ड। ये आज तक सिर्फ 3 ही लोगों को मिला है, जो अपने राकेश शर्मा जी है जो मून गए थे, सेकंड है चिदम्बरम साहब जिन्होंने जो चांद्रयान का स्पार्क आसमान में जिन्होंने जो स्ट्रैटेजी साइंटिस्ट है उन्होंने वो ढूंढा, और तीसरे है मुरलीकांत पेटकर जी जिन्होंने कभी हार नहीं मानी। थैंक यू। और मैं थोड़ा सा कहना चाहूँगा जो उन्होंने कहा, ये हमेशा अपने सीने में उनका राइट में जो है ये ओलंपिक का 1972 का एक गोल्ड का रिप्लिका है, ये लगाते हैं। इनके खेलो इंडिया है, काफ़ी इंटरनेशनल लेवल के जो है रिप्रेजेंट, और ये है येमी कोर का बैच। फादर 75 अमृत महोत्सव के नेशनल कमेटी मेंबर है, देन पैरालंपिक कमेटी के सदस्य है, और ये इनके सभी मेडल्स और ये पद्म अवार्ड आज स्पेशल इवेंट के लिए लगा गया है। थैंक यू।
I invite on stage. Thank you.
कुणाला काय विचारायचं सर?
Thank you, Sri Stanu. What an inspiration story. One more round of applause. I now request our chairperson CA Vivek and vice chairperson CA Vinit to be on stage to honor sir and CA Stanu as well. Now we will honor our CS Tanu Murthy also. I request all the ExCom to come on stage to photo. I also request all the past chairpersons to please stay in the hall, because after ExCom photo we will have a group photo with all the past chairpersons as well.
What an inspiration story.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. एकदम छान
चला है सीना तान के शान से दिल का ये काफिला है खुद से ही हार के जीतना अब तो हर इंतहा बिछा दे मेरी राहों में ऐ जिंदगी मुश्किलों का सफर हटेगी अब ना कभी ऐ जिंदगी मंजिलों से नजर सर फिरा दिल मेरा अब रुकेगा कहाँ सरफरोशी का इरादा है अब झुकेगा कहाँ मिलके
ಈ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ವರ್ಗ ಅಡುಗೆ हाँ नहीं और किसी को क्वेश्चन था पूछने का टाइम नहीं
साथ कोई हो ना हो हौसले तो साथ हो सपने जितनी जिद करे पूरे अपने दम पे हो सरहदे करना हटे खुद को तुम परवाज दो डोर बन के उड़ते जाओ वक्त हो बहते रहो उठा के आसमान को ऐ जिंदगी ले चले अपने घर आ देखे होता है क्या है जिंदगी सरकशी का असर सर फिरा दिल मेरा अब रुकेगा कहाँ सरफरोशी का इरादा है अब झुकेगा आतिशे गुल हुआ जल के जाने का इरादा है
I request CS Tanu to please escort sir back. Those who want to take pictures with sir can do, but outside maybe, or maybe down also here. Now I request CA Vidit on the stage for the vote of thanks.
Good evening. As we conclude the insightful and enriching conference, it is my honor and privilege to extend heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of ICI Bahrain. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Vinod K. Jacob. Guest of honor, ICI President C.A. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal. Fraternity leader, His Excellency Mr. Jamal Fakhro. President of Bahrain Accounting Association, Mr. Abbas Radi. Our keynote speaker, eminent economist, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers, panelists, session chairs from different fields and industries. Thank you for lending knowledge and experience. Your thought-provoking perspective has sparked meaningful dialogue and left us with invaluable takeaways to reflect upon and implement. I would also like to thank our sponsors and partners to making this possible. We are immensely grateful and proud of our mentors, past chairperson, who provided invaluable advice and guidance on a wide range of aspects, making this monumental event possible. I would like to thank our media partner for covering this event. Thanks to our ICI representative from Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, and Eastern Province of Saudi Arabia. In the number-crunching world of finance, we want to thank Shivam Musical Band and other CA family members for taking us to a delightful world of music and dance. A big round of thanks to our dedicated partners, our ever-smiling photographer Mastan Bhai and his son Adam, Convex Studio Ajit Nair and his team, Palliative Design Rashid and Aslam, Khushi Design Jairaj and Ashwarya, and our hospitality for Hotel Diplomatic Radisson Blue, Tanjil Thakur. We will also want to appreciate our volunteer team, stage management team, front desk registration, cultural night, souvenir team. Your tireless effort and dedication help us in making this grand event a success. A huge round of applause to our ExCom team also to put their energy and effort in making this possible. The medical planning by the ExCom team ensured a seamless execution of this conference. And of course, a special thanks to our CA members. Your enthusiasm, active participation, and question has enriched our session. Your presence underscores the relevance and the importance of the topic we discussed today. As we part ways, let us carry forward this knowledge, connection, and inspiration gained from the event. Together, we can make stride toward achieving the vision we discussed. Once again, thank you for being part of this journey. Thank you. Now I will invite CA Vinod Rati to do the volunteer felicitation. Thank you all.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, CA Vineet. I would like to thank all our volunteers who have worked tirelessly day and night to make this event grand success. Not only the ExCom committee, we have a lot of other CA members and outside committee members who have supported us to make this event happen. I will call one by one all the volunteers and I will request them to come on the stage. We will take a group photo with them. First, Himanshi Malhotra, CA Naveen Kumar, CA Kausalendra Mangluniya, CA Karthik Khandelwal, CA Vamsi Krishna, CA Khushbu Wagnani, CA Afra Aksar, CA Ambika Sethi, CA Nazla Mubin, Sakshi Jain, CA Jagdish Padnaban, Alan D'Souza, CA Clifford Joseph D'Souza, Dasanand Anand Acharya, CA Ashish Dixit, CA Bhuvna Selvam, CA Nupur Daga, Rubina, CA Rusab Dedia, CA Rowana, CA Deepa Sethi, Animat Jagdish, Anshu Prakash, Rida Fatima, Charles, CA Charles, Hardik Gupta and Priyanka Ramkumar. And I would request all the EXCOM members also to be there on the stage, and we'll have a group photo with them. Once again, thank you all volunteers for their support to make this event a grand success. A big round of applause for all our volunteers. Now I call Vicky Walker to take forward the sponsor raffles as well the other raffles.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. A very good evening to all of you. Were you waiting for me? All right. Very quickly moving to the next set of raffles, and to announce we have Mr. Kapil Batra from SSPL Middle East. I'm going to request him to take the charge and announce the raffles.
A very good evening to you. These raffles are special raffles from SSPL. These are one-day workshops for those who visited our stall and showed their interest. So 10 people each will get this raffle. I am just announcing whether they are there in the hall or not. They are eligible. So for analytics workshop, which will be held in January, you will see Bharat Venkat from BFC, Bharat Venkat from BFC, yes. Nupur Daga, GEM Equities. Nupur Daga, Ashish Dixit, husband and wife, both were lucky to get our raffle, right? And Abhishek Vats from Kanu Industrial Energy. Santosh Kunnat, Haji Ali Haji Company. Sheila Rani, Ibrahim Kanu. CA Rishabh K. Dedia, Al Rashid Group. CA Deepak Tindal, United Real Estate. Pawan Kumar Gupta, Ibrahim K. Kanu, and Arun Kumar Rajgopalan, Razayat Group, Saudi. All clap for them. And one day GRC workshops, which will again be held in January. And we will inform all these individual winners, and they can enjoy and learn. So GRC is Mr. Parmeshwaran from Bahrain Credit, Akhil J. Shah from Fakra Insurance, Chandran Ramamurthy from TAM Trading, Ajay Kumar from GIG, our past chairperson, Dev Kumar J. from EK Kanu, Jitendra Sharma, Razayat Trading, Ashish V. Shirke from Oasis Capital, Rajesh Krishnan from YV Kanu, Venkat Batani from United Insurance, and Deepa Shetty from SEL Middle East, SEL Middle East WLL. These 20 winners will get the best possible GRC and analytics workshop, a great learning experience which will come to you otherwise at a huge cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Kapil sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the next set of raffles will be from AM Consulting. Can I request the representatives from AM Consulting to please come onto the stage? All right. We have 4 vouchers from AM Consulting, and we are going to pick up the first winner. Mr. Arun Kotwani. Mr. Arun Kotwani, you have won a voucher. The next winner is Mr. Karthik Jagannathan. The third winner is Haja Jalal. Haja Jalal? Not there. Mr. Amit Shah. Mr. Amit Shah. And the last voucher from AM Consulting. Mr. Ashish Dixit. We want to thank AM Consulting for their generosity. The next set of raffles will be from VSure. Can you request the representatives from VSure to come onto the stage? And we are going to pick up the winner very quickly. So we have 3 winners. And the first winner is Gaurav Agarwal. Can we have the next winner? Jagdish Padmanathan. And the third winner, Imran Malik. The third winner, Imran Malik. It's not here. Natasha Singh. Natasha Singh, are you there in the conference room? I think not there. Mr. Reda Ahmed Salman. I think he's on the counter. He's at the Meenakshi Muthukumar. Meenakshi, are you there? I think she left. Chandrasekhar Jayaraman.
We are sitting, he can be announced.
Yeah, hello everyone. So thank you and congratulations all of you. So the AI avatar that you have seen, so that is something that we can create for all of you as well. It's of course around worth more than US $2,000, but that is something we'll give for free. Thank you.
Thank you very much and congratulations to the winner. The next set of raffles are sponsored by Homebox, and there are 4 prizes to be given from the file where we have got the data to Google Forms. Do we have any representatives from Homebox? Can I invite a chairperson? Can we have the first winner? The first prize is 20 BD voucher, Shukran voucher. Mr. Umesh Soni. Umesh Soni, are you there? Can we have the next winner? Umesh is here. Gaurav Agarwal. Can we have the next winner as well? Can we have the next winner? Come. Gaurav, congratulations. BVS Pratap, you won a 20 BD voucher. Rakesh Baheti. All right, Muskan Ansari. Muskan Ansari, are you there? Okay, we have one more raffle to give from this set. Can we have another winner? Shahzab Muhammad Yasin. So I think we'll have to choose another winner. Abhishek Gupta. All right, the next set of raffle will be chosen from the list that was created from LinkedIn. All those who posted their picture on LinkedIn, we have collated that data and we are going to And this is a mega raffle because the winner would get a recliner from Home Box. Rishabh, I'm going to request you to stay back. Okay, our IT coordinator is taking a moment, and please excuse me if I fumble because this is like a truck full of raffles that I have. Excuse me, I'm going a bit fast because it's going to take an hour or so. मुझे भी घर जाना है. Mani sir, you won a recliner from Home Box. The next set of raffle is from Zoho. Do we have the representative from Zoho over here? Mr. Dinesh. Alright, we'll move on to the next set of raffles, which is based on attendance. Alright, I'll just take a moment. Alright, the next raffle is a couple movie ticket from Epix Cinemas. This will be based on the attendance. Can I invite our secretary to give away the prizes? Panju, are you there? Alright, can we have one more winner? We'll click the picture with all the winners together. We'll have a group picture. Sanjeev Agarwal, are you there? Alright, one more winner for this category. Congratulations. Rushid Dadia. I think we'll have to pick up another winner. Rushid Dadia, are you there? I think we'll have to pick up one more winner. Is there? Oh, you there? All right, I'm going to request Vinod to stay back. Okay, Vinod, I will invite Chintan to give away the raffles from Tashilat Car Leasing Company. Can we have the winner, please? This is based on the attendance. We have 7 vouchers. Can we have 7 winners? CA Avat Shukla. Alright, we have the first winner. Can we have the next winner? Ankush Malhotra. Can we have the next winner as well? CA Lenny Matthew. Lenny Matthew. Not there. Next. CA Baiju John. CA Baiju John. Alright. Okay, we have CA Baiju John here. CA Gulshan Khanna. CA Gopal Janwar. CA Gopal. I think Gopal left. CA Bharti Maheshwari. Next winner, please. CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan. And the last one from this set, the next winner. CA Karthik Jagannathan. Thank you, Tashilat Leasing Company, for those vouchers. The next set of raffles we have from Sadhguru Travel. We have 2 vouchers. Can we have the winners? This is from the attendants. Zayed Zaki. CA Lenny Matthew. Too lucky, but unlucky. CA Suresh Surana. Can we have the next winner also? CA Keta Shah. Alright, those vouchers were sponsored by Sadhguru Travels. Now we have 2 raffles from Radisson, Diplomat Radisson, and these will be picked up from the attendance sheet as well. Can we have the first winner? Ashish Dikshit. Can we have one more winner? CA Jayavardhan. CA Jayavardhan. Yes, he's right there. Alright, the next voucher we have from Gulf Hotel. Can we have the winner for Gulf Hotel voucher? CA Rohana, you just won a Gulf Hotel voucher. Thank you. I'll just take a moment, so I'm a bit confused what remains in my truck. Okay, we have a lot of vouchers from YK Almoid, 100 BD vouchers. Can we pick up the winner, please? CA Raghu. All right, can we have the next winner, please? Congratulations, CA Medikonda Venkateshwarlu. All right, can we have the next winner, please? CA Gopa Kumar. CA Gopa Kumar, not there. Okay, next winner, please. Who's the next winner for the 100 BD voucher? Can I hear some noise? CA Bhuvna. CA Bhuvna, you just won a 100 BD voucher. Congratulations. Can we have the next winner? Can we have the next winner for the 100 BD voucher? CA Sandeep Om Prakash Sharma. Can we have the next winner also? CA Charles. Congratulations. Can we also have the next winner, please? CA Nishit Seth. Nishit Seth has left for the day. Can we have the next winner, please? Okay, Mani sir wants to transfer it to another winner. CA Mandar Vaze. CA Mandar Vaze? Not here. Alright, next winner. CA Shiv Singh Rawat. Can we also have the next winner, please? CA Himanshi Malhotra. But she wants to renounce it. You have renounced the 100 BD voucher, by the way. Okay, better take it. This is a mega raffle, by the way. You don't get that lucky every day. Alright, can we have the next winner? CA Vivek. He's there. Okay, can we have the next winner also? CA Chintan Upendra. All right, can we have the next winner also for the 100 BD voucher? CA Dev Kumar. CA Dev Kumar, not here. Can we have the next winner for the 100 BD mega prize? This is the last 100 BD voucher, by the way. CA Santosh Kunna. I'm just going to take a moment, please excuse me. Okay, can I invite Sumit to present the rest of the prizes? And before I move on to the mega raffle, we have few gifts from Xerox. I'm going to request to pick up winners for the gift from Xerox. Can we have the next winner? Can I invite CA Meenakshi Sundaram to present these gifts? The first winner is Shrikant Nayak. Not here. Next, please. CA Suresh Padmanabhan. Not here. Next winner, please. CA Ronak. CA Ronak Desai. Congratulations, Ronak. Next winner, please. CA Balakrishnan Malatiri. Not here. Next winner, please. CA Krishnan Kawasari, not here. Can we have the next winner? CA Anand Narayana Panikar, not here. Next winner, please. AI Abhinav, the real Abhinav, the original Abhinav. Congratulations. Can we have the next winner? CA Derek DeCosta. Can we also have the next winner? CA Vineet Maru. All right, we'll have the next winner. CA Anish Daniel. Is Anish Daniel here? Next winner, please. CA Maragaon Valley. So close, so close. What is the last one? All right, now we are heading towards the mega raffles. I have a 50 BD Shukran voucher from Homebox. Rishabh, are you available here somewhere? Can you please come up on the stage? Can we have the winner from the attendance sheet for 50 BD Shukran voucher? CA Gulshan Khanna, congratulations, you won a 50 BD voucher. The next mega raffle is also from Homebox and it is a recliner. And this will be picked up from the attendance sheet. Can we have the winner please? From the attendance sheet. CA Harish Mukat. The second recliner is gone and we have one more recliner from Homebox. This is the last recliner. Can we have the winner please? CA Abhishek Gupta. All right, we have last two raffles remaining. These raffles are sponsored by Grant Thornton. And can I request Jatin sir to please come up on the stage? The first raffle will be picked from the attendance sheet and as instructed, the second raffle will be exclusively for the ExCom and the subcommittee. And the raffle consists of iPad. Can we have the first winner from the attendance sheet? CA Ravindranath Mehra, not here. Can we have another winner? CA Chinmoy Chatterjee. Congratulations. And the last raffle for the evening for the ExCom and the subcommittee. Let's see who wins. CA Vinit Maru. We should give it to him. This is a well-deserved victory. We want to thank Grant Thornton for their generosity. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is Vicky Walker, the most generous raffle master of the century. Have a good night. Thank you very much. Can I request our chairperson, CA Vivek, to come on the stage? Paging for CA Vivek Gupta. Or I think he's busy.